This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good very early Monday morning. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center tracking Hurricane Debby. I know going to be making landfall here soon, and those conditions getting worse and worse there along the eastern Big Bend coastline there. I know they've already been pretty bad along the Nature Coast here. We've had flash flood warnings issued here during the overnight hours. The storm surge values becoming a bigger concern as we look ahead over the next several hours, and those winds really picking up. I mean, we even had a gust there toward Chiefland a little bit earlier on this morning. You know, that's a little bit away from the coast, all the way to 76 miles an hour, and things are just going to get worse and worse here. I know if you weren't kind of following along there about 11 o'clock last night, Debby did strengthen into a hurricane, according to the National Hurricane Center, and they upgraded it to this Category 1 storm, and now has max sustained winds at 80 miles an hour. In fact, let's go to the statistics on that here. Will kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about in that regard. I know we're talking about 80 mile an hour max sustained winds here. That present movement north-northeast at about 10 miles an hour. That minimum central pressure there, 979 millibars. And we do have that coastal hurricane warning in play there. As we're looking from the Yankeetown area all the way over toward Indian Pass. So just kind of giving you guys an idea of that here this morning as we're tracking the system, the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale telling the story. And then there will be some damage and some power outages already starting to occur, but they're going to become much more widespread in areas under the hurricane warning, it would seem, through these morning hours as the system does make landfall here. So we're just going to be tracking it every step of the way here for you over these next several hours, and really having to cut in a lot here over the next couple of days with flooding getting worse, tornado threats here. No, we haven't had any tornado warnings in many hours here across the area at this point, but you know that can change pretty quickly here, so you just got to remain alert. The tornado watch that's currently in play goes until 6 a.m. Probably get an extension of that, I would think. They did send out a mesoscale discussing here talking about some of that. The Storm Prediction Center there in Norman saying they're going to replace some of that here, especially as we kind of look at the south. Let me go ahead and jump back on here. You see our stats, and then here's that red circled area where the greatest tornado concern looks to lie right now. I know with maybe more instability possible there. I know it's been pretty just rainy further up toward the north here. That kind of limits the instability here that you can have down toward the surface to some degree, it would seem. As we go ahead and kind of look at things here, I know just watching the overall scenario, you can kind of see that was our instability numbers, but we will have a tornado risk. You know, as we get later in the day, it may, become a little more unstable at points here, or just really with the system making landfall, that wind shear just, kind of becoming more of a factor here in terms of the friction there involved with the actual landfall. We start to get more storms to spin there as we do look ahead, but let's go ahead and show you right now that infrared satellite imagery here. You can see what we're talking about with that eye of that storm. It's just off the coast right now, and we have some really nasty conditions and portions of the viewing circle under the radar coverage, nor anemometer coverage is that great out here, so we don't know exactly what's going on. But let me go ahead and just jump on over here toward our view in terms of some of these winds. I mean, velocity sun winds that could be 70, 75 miles an hour potentially. Now, again, we don't have good radar coverage at all, so it's hard to say exactly what's going on. We have to kind of look at those power outage numbers here and the like. But you'll see around Steinhatchee, you see around Deckle Beach there. As you're looking at things, just trying to give you the very latest. I know, and you're definitely getting into some of that eye wall here this morning. We have several flash flood warnings here in play as we're looking at things. One of them for portions of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor counties into 1045 this morning. Another one as we get toward parts of Gilchrist and Alachua until 9 o'clock this morning. Just remember to turn around, don't drown if you have to be out, but it's really recommended that you're not out here, in these type of conditions, especially when the sky there is pitch black. You're just making things even harder to see. But Again, watching things for Gilchrist and Alonzo at 9 a.m. and in Levy County, a new flash flood warning recently issued until 8 a.m. for that area and all the way down the west coast there of Florida per se, and getting all the way down into Ward and through the Tampa area. So, watching our storm system Debby here. I know this area was so hard hit by a Dahlia, about 11 months ago, and now Debby coming through. I know Steenhatchee got hit by the other version of Debby here with the landfall. Granted, it was a really spread out scenario with just so much rain. That system that made landfall there. Going back as we were looking at things about 12 years ago, around just it's crazy to have happened there in the Steenhatchee area with that scenario. And now another Debby, 12 years and about a month later. So as we continue to watch things here this morning, I know Horseshoe Beach, that storm surge, I'm sure is really picking up there in parts of Dixie County now. This wind pattern really probably not very good for them around Horseshoe Beach as we're looking at things. Yeah, push of water starting to really pick up there. This is coming a little bit earlier than we were anticipating at the landfall yesterday. Some of the forecasts weren't really calling for this until we got into toward the more afternoon, and even some of the latest tracks were showing maybe like 8 a.m. But it's probably gonna make landfall here in the next couple of hours. It would seem it's gonna be a little bit further south and east as we were kind of alluding to yesterday. So that does increase impact a little further east a bit here as we'll kind of go over. You can start to see a little bit of that eye even start to get on land. So this landfall here could happen pretty quick, a little bit earlier than scheduled per se. And you can't schedule a hurricane landfall, but nonetheless, a nasty situation here for these folks this morning. I just hope folks did evacuate there because I'm sure that surge is just really going up as we're looking toward that area, as we're just continuing to watch things very carefully. I know we're really paying attention here, in those areas near the coast in our 62 counties. I know this isn't, a storm as strong as Dahlia in terms of winds, but it is strengthening upon landfall, 979 millibars at minimum central pressure. I know we had Elsa a few years ago. That was a strong tropical storm that came across some of these areas, but didn't have some of the impacts that, Dahlia had or Hermine had. Could have some similarities to Hermine here as well as we're looking at things. Though honestly, the geographic details, are a little bit further east, with this than Hermine as we're looking at the overall scenario. So again, that's something to kind of just keep our eyes on here this morning. The landfall, looks to be pretty imminent here as we're looking toward the coast. So again, tracking the situation very carefully. Again, there's your eye of the hurricane, the center of the eye. When that crosses, you have your landfall, and that's generally where you have the lowest pressure at there. That's where the lowest pressure is. But some of the worst weather here. I mean, these are pretty, a rural right at the coast, and a lot of folks probably evacuated because of the storm surge threat around Steenhatchee, up toward Deckle Beach and Horseshoe Beach, of course. They were hit so hard last year. But then Cross City, maybe not as many people evacuated, and your conditions are just going to get worse there in toward that area, Dixie County. And, Perry, maybe folks, leaving the coast going to Perry, it's going to get worse here. I know it's hard to tell in velocity because we're so far away. Radar coverage isn't great out here because, Moody Air Force Base Valdosta or Tallahassee, those are your two options for radar here, the closest too. So it makes things kind of tricky. But again, just continuing to watch the situation here with our landfalling hurricane in our viewing area. Yet another one. I mean, we didn't have a hurricane landfall in Florida for about 11 years or so after Wilma in '05 until Hermine in 2016, and now we've just been inundated with them over and over again. I know we had that stretch in '04 and '05, that was so active though, but now we just since 2016, I mean, we've just had hurricane after hurricane hit here in the state of Florida. As I know, Debby, that fourth name on the list, still pretty early in hurricane season. I mean, a lot of these hurricanes that we've had hit our area over the years, as hurricanes, per se. Irma later on in the list here. You go to Dahlia, obviously. I know that Roy Nissel per se has been pretty popular in terms of just having hurricanes hit with that one over the years. I mean, her mean was 8, so this is pretty early on, and we're expecting a very active season. So we hope this is the worst thing we have this year across our area or anywhere in the U.S., but it's probably not going to be anywhere, in terms of the United States. There'll probably be a stronger hurricane at some point that hits somewhere, you would think, but right now we just got to focus on the task at hand here, and I've updated these just a little bit. I know at this point the event's kind of ongoing, so we didn't want to change things too much here, but rainfall definitely, up to 18 inches of possibility around Perry and some other areas. I mean, in there, Lake City, Live Oak, Valdosta. I mean, even further over, I mean, we could get pretty high rainfall totals as well. It shouldn't be quite as high, but if this wobbles as it, makes landfall a little bit further over toward the east or something, that could change things some. But I have gust to 95 on here for Perry and parts of Taylor County. But the uncertainty with this track as it goes in, it's kind of, more so than we generally see here. I'll go ahead and let's put on Winfield here, and then let me put on some of the models. It may get a little cluttered, so I might kind of go back and forth on this, but let me just kind of go over some of this here for you as the situation does arise here. These winds, some of these strongest winds here in the update are starting to come in this purple zone according to the Hurricane Center in Miami as a little while ago when they were kind of making these demarcations. But then the track has us going, across parts of Taylor County, really, and then toward Lafayette County, and then kind of, closer over toward Swanee County now, and up into Hamilton County later on. So that's kind of a little bit of a shift from earlier here as we're looking at things. It could be a little bit further west or east here. That's we're looking with the so this is the official track, and you got to connect that down to the one there in the Gulf. I have these other models on, and looking at things, it has it, so this is just crazy, and I'll take it off because it's probably a little confusing, but so this here is what the one model has at 2 o'clock this afternoon where the center will be. Well, guess what? This is here in Taylor County. This is actually the one model trying to say it's going to be back there on Thursday. Today's, again, Monday the 4th. It could be back on Thursday the 8th right in the same area, and that'd be a lot or flooding situation, as we're looking ahead, we might have to up the totals even a little bit more in terms of 18 isolated. It might be, upward to 24 isolated. I know the official track is not saying that, so we kind of have to go off of that right now. Things are just more uncertain than you generally see here. I know the official track had it going just very slowly here, into like southeast Florida. That's 2 a.m. tomorrow, where it's just east of Waycross, and then south of Savannah by 2 p.m. Tomorrow, and then it tries to strengthen as it comes back up toward Charleston by Thursday. Again, that's the official track. One model though has in a completely different area by Thursday, so this is why we're kind of we wish we could just kind of go hour after hour here, and just after the landfall kind of be done with this here in terms of covered beyond for 8 hours, around landfall, maybe even 12, and then catch our breath. But we kind of have to just conserve our energy because this could be something that really stretches out for a while with flash flood warnings and tornado warnings in our area potentially for days and days. So we really got to remain cognizant, remain alert here as we're tracking the situation. I mean, infrared satellite's pretty impressive with this just being a low in Cat 1. It's going to cause widespread power outages here, folks. I hope you charge your devices up. I know around Perry, if you haven't lost power yet, you probably will there in parts of Taylor County. So again, a nasty situation. Just be very mindful of what is going on. Let me see another radar perspective. This is on a Jacksonville radar, but it says the eye pretty well, I think. So let me go ahead and we'll kind of go to our other source here now. If I can, I'll kind of put that here behind me, and you can see what we're talking about there. You see Steinhatchee there and the like, and you see our eye of the hurricane. out there in toward the Gulf, but coming on in. But you have some of the worst weather out here already, and some folks are even losing power. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. Even around Stark, we're getting some pretty heavy rain. There's a regular base flood warning, aerial flood warning in play. Not a flash flood warning, so not a rapid water rise, but a regular flood warning in play. You just gotta be really careful, with those urban areas, those river areas, and those poor drainage areas, even outside of the urban zones. So I know where we're at, we've already picked up 1.5 inches here since midnight on my rain gauge. As I'm looking at things here for the event, picked up about 2.25 inches, and we're just getting going. So that's kind of all we're concerned. It's 75 degrees right now. The barometric pressure about 1,008 millibars for east of Stark, and the highest wind we've had so far is 24 miles an hour at 2:48 this morning. But it's a little lower to the ground, only about 6 feet up. So keep that in mind. Our numbers probably won't be quite as high as you see on some of the anemometer readings across the region and the like here. But again, just tracking this Category 1 hurricane this morning here, tracking Debby as it moves on through. And let's go ahead right now. And as we're just a one-man band, so we're trying to do the best we can to keep you safe and informed. Let me go ahead here and we'll go back over to other source right now, that infrared satellite trying to tell the stories. We are getting hourly updates from the Hurricane Center now. They started at 4 a.m. as this is getting closer to that landfall. So we'll know the wind reading numbers, pressure numbers each hour here, and position numbers each hour as landfall is imminent here. But some of the worst conditions are already occurring here. This is so important to charge your devices up, obviously. I know as we look at things, and now this map, I will have to preface it a little because for whatever reason, it is not showing one of our counties here that's under the hurricane warning, which is a Hamilton County. But the rest of this is accurate here in terms of that maroonish color is the current area of the hurricane warning where power outages are more likely. So you need to charge your devices up, especially in these areas. And by the way, seeing lightning strike down here popping on. So you don't always see that in tropical systems. This storm striking upon landfall a lot, of things trying to come together with this. But you see that hurricane warning again. It does include Hamilton. There's an issue with the system here. All of Hamilton now. It got extended over, but somehow the code didn't quite work in the system apparently. In terms of that, triggering the hurricane warning to be filled in for them. But we have a hurricane warning for Gilchrist County. So that includes Trenton and Bell. You have Suwannee County there, Live Oak, Dallin Parr. You have Lafayette County, so like Mayo, Perry's in it, and Taylor County, Dixie. So obviously we have Horseshoe Beach and Cross City. You kind of get the idea. Of course, we have Madison, Jefferson, Wakulla, and of course we had Coastal Levy last night. We were kind of getting concerned about some of the winds down there, and they added that area. So again, just trying to give you the very latest. As I do want to see another thing that's changed a little bit. I've had to nudge some things up a little for the Stark area based on kind of that track shift just a bit here. Unfortunately, I know as we look at things, of course, we have to just watch the tornado potentials to the station. We had some tornadic activity last night that we were on for. It seems we've had some confirmed tornadoes across the area. One in Union County, it would seem, and then at least one there toward Columbia County. So something to kind of look at here, maybe in the aftermath after everything's done. Maybe there'll be some tornado surveys that'll be conducted by the Weather Service in Jacksonville to see how strong those tornadoes were. But I did have to up the numbers to 60 in terms of the gusts for the Stark area here. I know it's tricky because it was, looking like maybe further west yesterday at points and nudged them down just a little bit. Again, we talked about the uncertainty being so high, but tropical storm warnings been extended all the way over toward like Duval County now. I mean, they're still not expecting widespread power outages or anything around Stark, but I would say now isolated and scattered is more likely. So charter devices up just in case here around Stark. I've had to get up the number a little bit. Not saying we're going to get 60 on an anemometer. I don't think that's going to happen because it's only up at 6 feet. But we've already had some gusts, in north central Florida that have been I'm talking about in like Bradford, lots with it have already been pretty high. So 60 just feels like the right number for that. Still only 25 to 40, and the more, often type of wind potential there. But as you see, the rainfall of up to about just an inch in the range, 5 to 9 now with isolated 12. I still, higher end total I'm going with here for Bradford. But things are very uncertain with this compared to what we generally see because it's forming right as it's hidden. And the models, sometimes they already see we've had a lot of our storms over here already formed, and you can just extrapolate things out, but it makes things trickier since this has kind of just been developing as it's coming, closer here. So again, a nasty situation. We're in alert mode. We turned that logo red on Wednesday. We were thinking late Tuesday might not really have anything from Debby, but then things took that turn. The models really started to get me concerned there on Wednesday, and we went to alert mode as we wanted to alert you and help you guys. I started to get prepared as we're trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. But again, things have been shifting around more than we like. This is up the potential for rain again toward Charleston, toward 20 inches widespread. I know it had kind of gone down. It's gone back up just a little again. This is the official forecast here, but even them, just like myself, not really trying to change things too much, all at once here, you know, nudge things up a little, nudge things down. So kind of tricky overall. We did just get a gust to 45 here around the University of Florida at 4:50 this morning. That report just coming in, a weather stem site there, but it's the local storm report system that the Weather Service in Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Tampa, is relaying things through. So they have kind of vetted that data here at this point. But you can see this is from 8 a.m. on, by the way, for the next 5 days. But so in that rain there, maybe more so closer to the state line in terms of additional rain. We've already seen some, already flash flood warnings further down. So we'll just kind of have to see with this. But this means an additional in the orange, 5 to 7 inches. The yellow, that's showing areas there, an additional 10 inches widespread, and in the darker yellow, and then the lighter yellow would be an additional 15 inches there. So it's kind of tricky with that, and that we're kind of going from a few hours from now or so as we're looking at things. So again, tracking Debby. Let's hear any questions or comments here this morning as the situation does arise. Just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here this morning. We're live on all the different platforms to keep you guys safe and informed. We're live on Facebook, KC Cloud WDX, Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather. I know on that platform you can actually go back and forth here if you maybe I missed something I said there and want to re-listen to a portion something I was going over a few moments ago. You can actually use DVR functionality there on YouTube, and you have Twitch there to watch as well. We have the interactive radar, of course, cloudweather.com /radar. So just trying to keep you guys up to date here this morning. Storm surge wise, we're more concerned here. Yes, this is getting closer to landfall for the numbers to go up 6 to 10 feet. Is the potential expectation above ground level from the Glockney River to Yankeetown. So that is very significant. That does verify. And in fact, let me go ahead and see here. We have some sources. There's not a lot of gauges out here. I know that makes it so tricky. But I know there is some information we can try to obtain there from some of these areas here from NOAA and the like. It's just, it's not a big population area, which is good in terms of damage, but it's not great in terms of getting data. Really only one gauge, and that's at Cedar Key that I can use from just observe water levels. There's some river gauges I can kind of look at here too, but from what, we're watching in terms of, right there, right there at the coast, it kind of makes things a little bit trickier sometimes as the situation does advance. So again, let's go ahead. I think we can take this full. So let me go ahead and I'll put this behind me, and we'll move away from graphics because this is some real-time data as we're seeing on the gauge there, of course. And let's try that again. Give me just a second. I guess it didn't want to come up for me here. So let's try that one more time. Okay, there we go. That's the right source. So this is the observed water levels there at Cedar Key. We're seeing about 4.5 feet now. With the data, the present water level of 4.62 feet there toward parts of Levy County. I know it's kind of small there, but if you can make it out, we're talking about, the increase you can see on the chart. If nothing else here, as we're really going up into moderate flooding now in toward Cedar Key on that gauge, that push of water is coming on in. And of course, just up the coast, it could be even a little bit higher with some of these numbers here. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. Let me jump back on over to the other source as we continue along here. I continue to watch the scenario. I know just up the coast, it could be even a little bit higher, possibly, though. I know the 6 to 10 feet, that was kind of adjusted there later, yesterday, and where that does, go all the way down to Yankee Town. So that includes Cedar Key in that 6 to 10 foot range. So, that gauge there could still give us some pretty valuable insight in that the track could adjust a little bit further over to the east, like what we thought might be happening as we were looking at some of the wobbles. It just looked a little too consistent there. And that did end up becoming the case. Earlier landfall by a bit, it would seem, and a little bit more impacts further over toward the east as well. So something to kind of just keep in mind here as we're watching things, as we're tracking things. I know. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. So, of course, we had that storm surge caused by a Dahlia as we were looking toward Dixie County there, the Horseshoe Beach area, last year, and those areas still recovering, so they're more vulnerable to some of the surge coming in now with this event, unfortunately. So, again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. We're going to watch the threat for spin-up tornadoes as well today, as we have that one tornado watch that's about to be converted into another one here across portions of the area, as we just try to give you the very latest here on exactly what is going on. I know, just checking some things behind the scenes right now, so bear with me. Let me go ahead and just look at some of our sources. Just a one-man band here, so I just want to see exactly what's going on with a few things. I know I'll be watching river levels and the like. I see there was a gust of 52 at 5:01 this morning from the tropical cyclone around Gainesville. Let's go ahead and see what else I might have here on some of my different sources as the situation does kind of progress, as the situation does develop here with Debby. I know. Let me just kind of get an idea here of some of those water levels, possibly. Okay, there's some gauges. I mean, some of them don't work anymore. I was looking at one Horseshoe Point area and just don't have any data there, unfortunately. I know you're in the wind pickup around Stark right now, but it's dark still, so we can't see you or anything on our camera as things do progress here through this event. I did just get a gust of 25 miles an hour recently, so that's the high so far this morning. Granted, only at 6 feet, so that's pretty impressive actually, and indicative of, that potential to start to have isolated power outages here, even further over to the east here around Stark, and I'll try to go over some of that here in a moment. I know, just trying to look at things here. So I'm going to the river data further to the north, and it's not showing too high yet, but sometimes maybe not getting, updates here on all this in just the last, 30 minutes or something. The things are probably really going up there. So just kind of keep that in mind as we watch this situation develop. And the power outages are really starting to go up. I mean, as we're looking towards some of our communities right now. Again, just trying to let you know exactly what's going on. So again, tornado safety tips will be important too. I mean, but you gotta stay tuned for the latest here in this tropical cyclone scenario with the actual storm system hitting. I mean, power outages though, from that are already going up there quite a bit. So let me go ahead here and I'll move away from these for now and pop myself back on camera. I just wanted to look at some things that I can't look at when I'm right here in front of the key wall, but I can go over our computer sources and look at some of them here. But you see our power outage numbers according to poweroutage.us here this morning. And in the state, 152,565 customers in the dark. Now, there's already been a lot around Pinellas County, so that's something to kind of keep in mind here as we look at things. I'll go ahead and look over there. That accounts for over 30,000 customers that are in the dark, and that's not in our area. But now in our area, we've really started to see these numbers go up as this comes on in. And now, some of these are more rural, and these work out by Adalia, so these numbers may be even a little low here. But 7,000 or so customers in the dark, according to this, in Levy County. Almost 4,000 customers in the dark now in Dixie County. As we're tracking the situation, Gilchrist County, over 3,000 or so customers in the dark as we watch things. Suwannee County, over 9,000 out. Lafayette County, over 2,000. As we go over toward Taylor County there, over 2,000 customers in the dark. So kind of giving you an idea of what is going on here this morning. I know as the situation does develop, the power numbers going up. I mean, these aren't, like just, everybody out yet. So you still, some of these areas do, haven't lost power yet. You might lose it soon. So just go ahead and charge your devices up. And these numbers are going up pretty rapidly, right? I mean, all the way closer, up. I mean, some of these could be in the southern part of the county, but over 1,000 customers already out in Madison and over 500 out in Hamilton County, and with the storm getting worse, the crews probably aren't going to be, taking those chances to go out here to restore power during the worst of the storm. So once you lose it, you may be out for a while if you're right there, especially in a hurricane warning. Now, if you're right in like Stark, they might go ahead and get out there and try to get it back on, possibly, depending on the system, that we're looking at in terms of, the company and their policies. But, when you have the certain type of winds, it's just unsafe for the crews to be out there to restore that power. So again, watching things carefully. I know 152,000 makes it look a little bit higher than it is in our area because, Sarasota County is almost 10,000 of it downstate. But back up to our area, Marion County, that's a lot for them, over 14,000. They weren't under any alerts for a while. Eventually, they did get added there to some of the alerts. But, it's taking a little while for even a tropical storm watch to come in play for them. So, let's go ahead and go back to our other map sources to begin a new 6 a.m. update here pretty soon. As we continue to watch here, I know, continue to monitor the situation and just try to give you the very latest. I know we do want to look, let's see, before maybe they go down, the cameras there around Taylor County. That might be a good place to go, or even Dixie County. So let me look first at radar. Let's go to radar. Around Cross City, things to be getting worse right now. You can see right here behind me as conditions are deteriorating even more so there up toward the Salem community and the like here. Parts of Taylor, Dixie counties with 162 counties getting hit hard. Once again, 11 months after that, we're going a really long time without a hurricane in this part of the Gulf Coast. And now two here in 2 years making landfall. Just crazy to think about in that regard. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest details. Let's flash back to last year, shall we? That's kind of crazy, but here's what the radar looked like last year, end of August, with Adalia. And I know I have some of the notations on this graphic from when they, in the post analysis, they reduced the winds from 125 to 115 miles an hour. That's why you have the plus and minus there. By the way, that's to 41 around Lake Butler here recently. But you see around Keaton Beach is where that hit, and we're in a pretty similar spot with this. Sometimes when it gets in, it could go a little bit further over, with the actual worst of this. That was a little bit more, well put together. It was a Cat 3, but nonetheless, just crazy to look at that and then look at this. This one may go a little bit further east once it gets in on us here, the overall tracks. So that could, make things maybe, I know other storm is stronger, so it may not be worse in like Suwannee County, but it actually could be a little worse in like Lake City or Lake Butler, or possibly from this. It's hard to say. Than what a dahlia was. It's really tricky because this could wobble a little bit further more once it gets on in here. But yeah, this is gonna make that one made landfall on Keaton Beach as we're losing you know lights here at points in the studio as the power does flicker. We have some backup systems we can go to if we have to, but you won't see me on camera if that's the case. But again, after a while anyway. But we're talking about around Keaton Beach there. That's where that landfall was last year. Now, it didn't pop up on this map, unfortunately, but it's just a little bit further up the coast is my point here. It's kind of hard to pinpoint because it's so much small, but it's going to probably make landfall close to Horseshoe Beach here with the axle center. So it's a little south, a little bit further over to the east, and I'll kind of do it this way because it's kind of backwards that way. But instead of going more, further up there, it's going a little further over this time around. So that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking things, as we're tracking Debby. And the last time we've had a tropical system actually knock the power out here in Bradford County where I'm at was 2017 during Irma. Hopefully this one doesn't do it. We've had a power flickers in a lot of these over the years, but only takes one tree limb, getting on that power line, a tree falling to cause problems. So you got to keep that in mind here this morning as the situation does progress. And with the saturated grounds we're going to be getting, even with lesser winds, it could have more power outages than we generally would have because, saturated ground, gusty enough winds knocking down more trees potentially. So let's check our winds here. Nothing over the 25 that we've had so far, but almost 2 inches of rain here today east of Stark on my rain gauge. I know we just got a tropical cyclone update. So let me go ahead and we'll step off for a moment. So we're watching our system, obviously, here. We're watching Hurricane Debby. And I just want to make sure they're not giving us anything new here in terms of maybe, actual landfall, because it is actual lowest pressure point even at the center that I hadn't crossed. We have weird radar covered out here, so let's just make sure they haven't called this an actual landfall. Okay, they're saying very near landfall still in the Florida Big Bend, expected to bring life-threatening storm surge in portions of Florida and major flooding in the southeastern United States. And Doppler radar images from Tallahassee indicate that it is close to that landfall. The northern eastern portions of the Iowa are already on shore, and the hurricane making landfall later this morning. And data from the Air Force hurricane hunters indicate that the minimum pressure is around 979 millibars, and maximum winds are still estimated to be around 80 miles an hour. A National Ocean Service tide station in Cedar Key recently measured, kind of saw some of that there on the screen, water level about 4.6 feet above mean high water level. And so it looks like the stats are the same from the last hour. So let me go ahead and get this up here in the system for everybody. And give me just a moment as we have that 6 a.m. update in just a few minutes early. 80 mile an hour winds, north-northeast 10 miles an hour, 979 the pressure. Haven't made any changes to the hurricane warning, so I'm going to just go ahead and I'll put our graphic source here on the screen to display that. So that's your new update on Category 1 Hurricane Debby here. I know some of the forecasters may be saying 90 miles an hour with the sustained winds at landfall. It may not get to that at this point, which is a little good news, but it's going a little bit further east too. So, didn't have quite as much time over the water here to strengthen, more with those winds, but it's still a hurricane. It's still a problematic situation as we're looking at things here this morning. So, again, just trying to give you the latest here as the situation does progress here on Debby, on our hurricane, as we're looking at things here. Let me go ahead and see what else they might want to do here. So just bear with me. I'm just trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. I know here's that Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. So some damage are going to be occurring as we're looking towards some of these areas here. Definitely a storyline here that is worth following as the situation does progress on us, as the situation does evolve. I know new tornado watch now coming out till 4 o'clock this afternoon, by the way. So we gotta watch those tornado safety tips here, or tornado watches this year. That means the conditions are, in this case, remain favorable for tornadic activity and close to the watch area. So you want to stay tuned for the latest updates and have multiple ways to receive alerts here as things develop. I know sunrise at 6:50 this morning. Not going to see that, but I mean he will in the eye of the hurricane. But the point is, it's kind of just noteworthy, so we know when we can start showing some camera looks from where we're at here, east of Stark, to try to see the conditions as they worsen here in some of our backyards. So I know gusts to 53 miles an hour recently at the University of Florida weather stem site there in Gainesville at 550. So some pretty strong winds. Those are winds that can cause isolated power outages here and the like. So just something to kind of keep in mind here this morning as the scenario does evolve. I know we're watching everything for our 62 counties, of course. If there's tornado warnings for any of them, we're always on the air here. Always on the air here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So just trying to give you the very latest here in that regard. Just trying to get all the latest details on in here as things develop minute by minute. So thank you so much for tuning in now. I know, I just trying to see exactly what is going on toward different communities here within the viewing area. Let me go ahead and we'll jump back on over. Let's see, we'll kind of go ahead and go back on over to some of our different sources. We have so many different sources, just the one man being here. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out for everything that's going on as things do develop. So again, just trying to keep you guys safe here. An ongoing weather situation. So again, there's our infrared satellite of the hurricane here, Category 1 storm. As things do evolve here, I know we'll go back over to radar now, and you can see, I mean, this is some of the worst of the weather. Salem, over there, impacting areas of, looks like US 19 and in Cross City proper. Right now, they're in Dixie County. Cross City proper getting some of the worst that our storm system Debby has to offer. We have some cameras there in Cross City. Let's go ahead and pull those up. I know we had some of these up last year across parts of the area during the Dahlia's landfall, and this is some of the worst they're going to see from Debby there into toward Cross City. Granted, we don't have extreme wind warnings like we did last year. The winds aren't quite that high, but here the cameras are. There is still power, like in the McDonald's, the traffic light, and this, I know there's power to it. Whether some of this is backup or not, I'm not sure. But this is a US 19/98 at Southeast 259th Street here. As we're looking at Cross City, you see that McDonald's back there, the sun. You see the rain kind of blowing around here. I'll step over because it's a little bit easier to see kind of right behind me. But seeing some of the deteriorating and worsening conditions here in Cross City in Dixie County here this morning. I see some different stuff coming out. Tornado watch till 4. A lot of our areas, and a tornado warning in Polk County, down around Auburndale, but not in our area here. But we have hurricane conditions impacting Cross City right now as we're looking live there in Dixie County. So, these are some pretty and nasty weather circumstances here. Granted, we don't have there may be storm chasers out there reading it, but there's not like an actual, really scenario here. We're getting the current reading in exact real time there as we watch the scenario. I know. Let's go ahead, jump back over here. We jump back on over toward the radar. I mean, they'll be in the eye there in a little bit in Cross City, it would seem. As we go in here, I just want to kind of see, looking at some stuff here. I wish there was an anemometer site there, but We don't have anything coming up here to give us a reading on this. I mean, there are some weather stems and the like, so in some of these areas. So let me do something. I'm going to leave this shot up. I'm going to step off again so I can check some things out. We're going to go ahead and jump back to the traffic camera. Well, it's going to freeze up right when we do that. Okay, well, I saw a vehicle out there, but what I wanted to do is get an idea of some of the winds there in toward that area. So, again, we're watching things. Let me jump back to radar then. I'm hearing some of the winds pick up where we're at here in Bradford County. Just a little bit, but let me see what some winds are there in Dixie County here this morning, as this is really getting into an area where folks may not really evacuate. Unlike right at the coast where the surge, got people out. I mean, we saw somebody look like they're at the McDonald's in the parking lot there a moment ago. So let me see what we might have in terms of some data here into Dixie County. Bear with me. Quite a few different sites there. Let's just see what we're getting. Okay, the EOC has, and I gotta make sure these aren't estimated either. Augusta 39 at the EOC, the Dixie County EOC. Emergency Services Station 3, Augusta 19 miles an hour. Dixie County High School. And I'm sure the winds were higher than that. Some of these sites won't pick up as high. And yeah, Dixie County High School, Augusta 57 miles an hour. That's more, like a realistic type number there in terms of readings. 37 at the Dixie County Manager's Office on weather stem there. Fanning Springs, Augusta 33 miles an hour. Horseshoe Beaches. Let me go ahead and, whoa, that is something. Okay, that's estimated. Never mind. I was wondering about that for a second there. Gonna zoom out. Yeah, so there's estimated gusts to 98 miles an hour, but the data is just kind of guessing at what things are doing. So it's not actually observed, and it's kind of in the eye now. So the winds probably aren't that high there now anyway. Old Town Augusta 41 miles an hour observed. So I mean the biggest numbers at Dixie County High School, 7 miles an hour. The latest readings, so really causing some problems. New flash flood warning now coming out. That's for parts of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor until 10:45. Continuation, actually. Okay, so that's not an actual new one. They already did a long fused, but but they're not going considerable yet. It's still really nasty there. Between 6 and 8 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 2 to 4 are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing are expected to begin shortly. So that's around Mayo, Steinhatchee, Perry, Cross City, Horseshoe Point, Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, Salem, Carver, Clara, Cooks Hammock, Athena, Howell Place, Jonesboro, Blue Springs, Hines, Pineland, Fish Creek. There, you kind of get the idea. So again, this storm's making landfall pretty much right now. I mean, again, ahead of schedule a little bit here. As we're tracking things, we're trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So I know we'll have to see how this kind of affects things later on. It may, impact things as we're looking, with some of the tracks later on, with it going a little bit further east, a little bit quicker in this scenario. So again, just watching things very carefully for you guys at home. Checking some of our sources behind the scenes as we're in our Hurricane Debby landfall coverage here to try to keep you guys safe. So again, we're on sources like YouTube there at Clouds Weather, for instance. If you want to go back, you may have missed a word I said or something, you can go back there for that. I'm just checking more things off camera. Bear with me. We're kind of in wall to wall right now with this actually making landfall here very soon. I'm just trying to see if we have any questions on any other sources and the like. Just trying to protect everybody there with this Debby situation. I know we're watching it get closer and closer to that official landfall. Let me go ahead and check some things real quick here. As things do develop, just to kind of going over some of the information here. I know if you're in the Stark area here, wanted to kind of give you the latest here on exactly what's going on in terms of office closures in Bradford County today. So, Bradford County, it looks like the BOCC departments there. We're talking about closures there with the health department, the school district, solid waste collection sites. I know they're going to at least be opening here, you know, maybe at noon, uh, but probably, that could end up being later because it's going to be when it's actually safe. And then Department of Children and Families, Stark office closed, City of Stark, City Hall closed as well. So that's kind of the latest there. Let me go ahead and just continue to check some more sources while I'm off the camera. This landfall is very soon here in that area. Just trying to give you the latest here. Trying to keep you safe and informed. Ongoing scenario, obviously, impacting portions of our region. Again, I know we have that high risk of flash flooding, which is so serious as we're looking at things, as we give you the latest. I know some of the cameras around Cross City don't seem to be working right now. I know some power issues, no doubt, in that area here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Well, let me go ahead and see if we can get US 10/US 98 at Northeast 210th Avenue. Maybe we can get that camera up. Yeah, we can. It's looking pretty dramatic there. So let's pop up traffic here. And you can kind of see that. That's the shot in Cross City right now at that intersection. So as we track Debby here, as we try to give you the very latest on that, we're getting some of those nastier winds, maybe Category 1 type winds being felt in toward that area right now in Cross City, in Dixie County. So you want to be inside and away from windows, really, because you could have some things that, really cause problems for you otherwise in the worded areas. We're talking about lower end tornado-like winds there right now in Cross City, in Dixie County. So this is serious stuff, my friends. This isn't as bad maybe as a Dahlia, but it's still a very serious stuff that we're having to deal with as I come back on camera for you guys now. Again, we're tracking this. We're tracking it live to try to keep you safe. Again, this is Cross City right now. You see the rain just really blowing around there in toward the shot as we're looking at things. That wind kind of pushing that around as things do develop here. With more power outages, gonna become the story, it would seem, in Dixie County. I'm surprised that we still have some lights on. I mean, some of that could be on backup systems, but this is the shot right now in Dixie County in Cross City. That wind is ripping through here right now live. We're on Clouds Weather trying to keep you safe and informed here this morning on Hurricane Debby coming on through. Some of the worst of the impacts in our area from the wind coming through Cross City right now. I just saw power blast. We saw it live. We just saw a power blast here live. So that shows you how nasty things are. As this wind is really causing problems. Somebody's trying to drive through this right now there in Cross City. Again, really nasty situation there in Dixie County. Again, this is serious stuff. Again, we saw a power blast live just a moment ago here, and we're lucky we still have this camera shot. This is US 19/98 at Northeast 210th Avenue. You want to treat this like a tornado situation because, don't be near a window right now because you got flying debris. That could be a problem here as we're looking at things at this present point. So again, a serious situation in Dixie County right now in Cross City. One of those multiple areas here that are getting pretty bad conditions. But I know Perry, and Adalia, well, this time, that was kind of the peak point last time, Perry. Well, this time it might be more Cross City that takes this on the chin here. Granted, the winds might not be quite as high, but that's kind of what we're dealing with right now there in Dixie County. Again, a serious situation there as we're looking at things on this Florida 511 perspective here. Another car trying to go through this, but you could have a tree fall at any point here in these type of dangerous conditions in Dixie County. So, it's really serious stuff here right now in Dixie County. We just need to be inside and away from windows right now. Let's go ahead and see if we have some more shots here to show you. As again, never good when you see a power flash live on the air, but that's exactly what happened here a moment ago. It would seem, as we do watch things. Let me go ahead here, see what other cameras we might have up and the like. Let's just check radar real quick before we get back to the cameras. So, we have Salem, we have, again, Cross City, though, again, some of the worst of this right now, right in Cross City. Let's go ahead and go back on over here to some of our different sources as the situation does arise. We do have the camera back now. So let's go over to US 19/98 at Southeast 259th Street. It doesn't look quite as wicked there at this moment. We could start to be getting closer to the eye there in that area in terms of, calming down a bit in the next several minutes. But, it's not safe to go out, especially at night. There could be, power lines down and it'll get worse again on the back side. But again, just watching things there around Cross City. And see, we got Augusta 42 on Newberry recently, 48 there in Columbia County. Just effort in some more camera shots because that was pretty dramatic what I was just showing you there a moment ago. Let's check this one here a little bit further south and east in Cross City. This one's pretty nasty looking as well. US 19/98, County Road 351/Southeast 289th Street. You can see that wind really whipping here in this shot. Just going to step over just a little bit here, folks, to kind of show you some of what's going on there. I know our power flickering here a little bit of gusty winds here in Bradford County. But again, just trying to give you idea of what's going on as we're looking at things here this morning on some of these Florida 511 perspectives. So again, trying to give you the latest here on this ongoing situation. Some really nasty weather right now in Cross City in Dixie County. Again, seeing the nasty weather take hold. You can see some of those winds just really kind of sweeping that rain around there as we look in parts of Dixie County here. You really see that coming through. The lights kind of help describe it, and highlight that just a little bit. So again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. We're part of the same one even. So we've now seen multiple power blasts here in Cross City this morning in Dixie County, live on the air, folks, losing electricity as Debby does move across here. So again, maybe winds aren't quite as bad as they were in Perry during Adalia, but they're not that far off here in Cross City in Dixie County as Debby, Hurricane Cat 1, moves on through. So again, telling the story here as we've seen again. Another nice guy actually helped see the power blast a little bit, but those are telling the story here, folks, losing electricity here across our viewing circle as we're watching with you live. So again, this is telling the story, folks. Some of them still on the road here, it would appear, as we look here on our camera side. You can kind of see that there live. So again, a nasty situation here with Debby. Again, we've seen multiple power blasts in Cross City here this morning in Dixie County, causing problems. So again, not what you want to deal with, obviously. And this is an intense scenario here for these folks there in that vicinity. And that's technically part of the Gainesville television market. just for perspective for folks maybe watching regionally or nationally. Of course, we cover 62 counties, multiple TV market areas, but Dixie County there, and Levy, Gilchrist, Alachua, I think those are the four technically part of the Gainesville DMA, though some stations cover a little bit further out. So again, kind of just giving you perspective on what's going on here this morning as we're looking at things with Debby here. Let's see how this car kind of manages things. We're going to watch this here live, as things evolve. You can see that car coming on through and turning there as we look at things. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here this morning with Debby. It looks like it's calmed down just a little bit now. They may be starting to get, a little bit better spot for them. So we'll move back away from this for now. Let's go ahead and jump back on over to radar then. I mean, you still got to be really careful, but that's been some of the worst that we've seen here with Debby there. That was Cross City. I know up to Mayo, they're going to be watching here next little bit. You have, there's just south of Perry getting into this. I mean, Perry's probably going to get in some of the eye wall, but maybe not the worst of this eye wall. But that was the first, pretty big town. I know we've had some right to the coast, most of those areas evacuated, but that's the first big town where folks probably staying put, per se. Roy just got impacted from the eye wall of Debby, and you watched it live here on Clouds Weather. And we'll be watching this here, up toward Mayo, Pineland, and the like here. This looks like a situation, I know, as we see a new flash flood warning now. Jefferson, Madison, Brooks, and Lowndes until 2:15 this afternoon. So remember, turn around, don't drown here as we're looking at things. But yeah, let's just watch this loop. I just want to watch the movement of this because this will be critical to see where this might be headed later on. And I know you have the forecast tracks and everything, and I'll just go ahead and turn off. Let's turn off our alerts here. I'll reposition this again just a little bit more. But okay, so we watch this center. We watch the center of circulation, and we kind of try to watch this together a little bit. So we just got to see where it goes. If it goes more like this up in the Mayo, or maybe it goes a little more like this, or could it go a little bit more up into word Perry? That's what we're kind of trying to figure out here this morning. I mean, Perry and Mayo both may get this, but Cross City might have got some of the, worse because of the way that kind of came across first there. And honestly, as we look at the eye, and let's move this down a little. This is probably going to be a landfall call. Roy said it looked like it's wobbling a little east here on some of these latest scans. It could be an illusion of it. It's maybe trying to bounce back, but I bet they're going to call landfall Roy soon here with Debby, with Hurricane Debby. And we continue to watch the situation. I'm looking at other computer sources to see when they call that official landfall here this morning. So again, watching Debby coming so earlier than anticipated, a little bit further east than the official forecast. So it's slightly weaker than the official forecast too, but still a Category 1 hurricane. A max sustained winds around 80. And you saw folks losing power live on the air with those power flashes there in Dixie County. This, by the way, Dixie County, and all kind of, let me zoom in just a little so Cross City shows up here again. I mean, that was the first big town getting to some of the worst of it. And you saw some of those conditions as they happened here on Clouds Weather. So I know we were watching last year, 11 months ago, we were watching areas like Perry on Clouds Weather around 8:30 in the morning. Roy watching the situation take hold there. And I'm going to try to pull up a look back at some of that from our coverage last year in Adalia. So let's go ahead and kind of, we'll show you that here as we look. I know this showed the extreme winds moving through. It was even more, wind acts than it would seem. I mean, the daylight kind of affected things a little, but that was live in Perry last year, and what we just saw a few moments ago. I know you can scrub it back. I'm sure I'll be looking back at it later. Maybe we'll try to take screenshots myself to show you later, but Cross City there in Dixie County, we saw power flashes, multiple there on multiple camera shots, one on one and one or two, maybe one, on one from one thing and then two from one thing on another camera shot a few moments later as this worst of the weather moved to Cross City. And, some of that is kind of set it up toward Mayo and Branford, it would look like there as we kind of get further north this morning. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. But Perry's going to get it pretty bad too. But Cross City, that first big town, Roy getting, it on the chin here from Debby this morning. Dangerous Debby. It's gonna have a Debby deluge here with it too. But right now, we have the danger from those winds, as you just saw. When you have power line situations, you know, become like that there, when it's so dangerous, you just got to be really careful. You don't want to be outside, obviously, in these type of conditions. So, again, we're tracking things here at Debby this morning, our live landfall coverage here. Official landfall will be called here soon as we watch the scenario. As we watch Debby here in the center of the eye, landfall is probably happening right this second. They'll probably call really soon here. But let me try to do something else here. It's sometimes kind of hard to do this on the fly. But let me go ahead and kind of, let me see something here. Bear with me. Got multiple sources working here this morning. Honestly think it's wobbled even off course a little bit more from what the Hurricane Center had. So let's I'm gonna try to draw something for you guys at home. It's hard to do this live on the fly, so it might get a little bit hard to do, but I'm trying to draw something here on our other source. Again, as we try to give you the latest, just making landfall around Steinhatchee, though, with the center of that eye, it would seem. That's right where the other Debby made landfall 12 years ago. A little south, it would seem, of where Adalia made landfall last year. But nonetheless, just continuing to watch the ongoing situation here. Let me go ahead and switch back on over towards some of our different sources here as we're live in this continuing coverage right now of Debby making landfall here. So let's go to our radar scope source. So I kind of was drawing where this might end up being really, headed here per se over the next little bit. The track kind of has it going a little bit further over, but this could end up heading more, up toward areas like Mayo and Live Oak even over the next little bit with some of this and the worst weather, really starting to get in Mayo from this view. This is a Jackson radar, so maybe looking at this a little bit weirder, but I wanted to kind of see all the heavy rain across the areas further to the east here to some degree as well. So, it's kind of tricky when we're trying to get an idea on different things here this morning as the situation does progress. But let's jump back to our other mode. That's your infrared satellite. As I try to go ahead and go through some things here again in toward the Weather Center. They try to give you the very latest on exactly what is happening here with Debby. I know it feels like deja vu here. We had a Dahlia last year hit at Keaton Beach, there, right at the coast. And now this one may be heading at Steinhatchee, give or take. I mean, they could call it Keaton Beach, I guess, too, depending on exactly where the lowest pressure is. But again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track here the situation. We're switching radars. Moody radar is a little bit further away, probably. Let's go to Tallahassee. I mean, some of our other modes still have Cross City getting hit a little bit more than what we should in other modes. So I may want to go back to the camera there. And I know, it's tricky when we're in these situations. Yeah, no, it's kind of showing more accent, kind of roll back in there before you actually get into the eye. This is going to be slowing down some more, so it's going to play a role here as well as the situation does evolve, as the situation does develop here this morning. Let's see here. We might have see if we have a camera shot here right now that we can show you as we continue to give it latest. Well, this shows it a little bit, maybe a little bit calmer in terms of some of the winds right now at times around Cross City, but Again, just trying to give you the latest there as we continue to track things. Let me go ahead and jump back on over toward the other source here. You see around Pineland, Mayo. I mean, Mayo's really starting to get it there. Hope you're hunkering down in Lafayette County. I mean, Taylor County too, but Lafayette County, is really deteriorating in your area there as we're looking at things here this morning. So keep that in mind as we continue here to check some of our different sources. I know, just checking. Unfortunately, no cameras in Mayo. I was hoping we could pull something up there. Now, there are some in Perry where things will deteriorate here in short order, but again, just continuing to watch. Trying to give you the latest. We don't have extreme wind warnings like we did during Adalia there last year, but still some very serious conditions. I know Augusta 44 though, recently in Hamilton County, 53 in Suwannee County. As we're looking at the overall scenario where we're at, a little over 2 inches here of rain in areas of Bradford County east of Stark so far today. Pressure down to 1,006 millibars here. 75 degrees of temperature. So just trying to see exactly what's going on in that regard as we continue here with this live coverage to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let me see here, this view, Gus 3040 showing up on some of the more, higher, or at least a bit higher anemometer sites here as we're looking at things. So I want to step off real quick again. I want to see if we have some reports of any damage here in Bradford County and the like. So I know we have the flood warning here in play. I want to check a couple things just so we're not missing some stuff here in Bradford County this morning. Kind of the landfall soon to the west, but let me go ahead and check some of this as we continue along here. Let me see if I have any reports of downed trees in the county. Okay, we do have a report of a wire down at Madison Street there in Stark. So a wire down, that was reported there in the last 25 minutes or so. Traffic assignment, Washington Street at Temple. So that could either be flooding or another power situation. That's an area that floods though, so that could be some flooding there. Let's go ahead and go to storm total rainfall. Right now, only about 2 inches on this, but as I look, I have over 2 inches for today, so that's underdoing it a little bit. Let me check Bradford Weather Stem to see what it's showing. So they got 2.75 inches in the last 24 hours. They got to 30 there. As we continue to watch Debby. Okay, apparently looks like some power outages being reported, like on Bradford, or word of mouth even, at the Pine Forest Apartments, South Epperson Street. So that's kind of the storyline there. Wind's picking up where we're at now. Let me see if we have, if it's light enough for a camera shot now. I know we're not quite there with, sunrise, but let's see if we can get a camera shot up. Not quite. Okay. Well, I was hoping we could. Some of the weather stem sites you're starting able to see a little bit, but don't quite have enough there yet. I mean, if we have power plastic, you would see them, but don't quite have enough there yet. So we'll be efforting that for you. Again, just checking here some things. Again, when you have flooding, remember to turn around, don't drown, obviously. Very important to keep in mind as situations do evolve. So again, we're here for you across the 62 counties. We won't be able to go like wall to wall like this all day per se, unless there's tornado warnings. Then we'll have to talk almost continuously. But I want to stay here right now, right at landfall, at least as people are just waking up and seeing what's happening. Again, it's shifted just a bit off to the east now. So that increases impacts a little bit further over. Even a little bit in Bradford and Alachua, but even maybe more so for Columbia, Suwannee counties there. Even Lafayette County really getting on the chin. We saw how Dixie County was doing with all that nasty activity. And again, I did up the wind gust potential for Bradford to 60 now. So that means, you can start to have, I guess we already saw, the reports coming in isolated to scattered power outages here, a possibility as this moves through, going to slow down even some more as we look ahead and toward the timeline now. So again, just trying to let you know exactly what is happening. They did get a gust of 59 in Lafayette County in the city of Mayo at 6:03. I know radar displacement's not helping us here. You saw the camera, at least that helps us, but sometimes things might be getting a little worse over there at points where we can't pinpoint it right now because it's not that close to a radar. So that makes things a little bit tricky here. But again, just trying to give you the latest on the ongoing situation. So just a one-man band, so I had to produce this as I talk. That's how we always do things out here at Clouds Weather. So trying to figure out where I want to go next. I think I want to go to the power outage map. Is the number to Roy becoming, a bigger problem now across some areas? All this rain, all this wind coming together here. We're in alert mode. Debbie's a name we don't like around here. We had a Debby 12 years ago. We had, it was, I believe, a Monday there, and we had like 8 inches, something like that, in the overnight hours, give or take. I don't know if I have an official measurement, on that, but just kind of trying to remember off the top of my head. So it was flooding like in the Gulf and Country Club area and the like even. So we didn't like that, Debbie. We don't like this one. We don't want the name to get retired in it. It was really bad, but, if it did get retired, I wouldn't mind. We don't like Debbie's storm systems around here. I should say. 2012 now 2024 been a problem for us. Gust in Dixie County, weather's down to 57. I think we already alluded to that around Cross City measure, but we saw some higher maybe gust in some of that. At least you saw the power, issues there in Dixie County live on the camera, and but once you get about 58, that's when you start having more damage anyway. So sometimes it's hard to tell 58 and 70 apart, maybe, but when you're just looking at a camera shot, because they're both damaging to some degree, as we're giving you the very latest here. Sometimes winds can be a little higher aloft or lower down to the surface too. It just kind of depends on the anemometer sites. But again, let's go ahead and check here what's going on. Let me go ahead and we'll come back on camera for everybody. We'll come back on as we continue to give you the very latest. Just bear with me as we gather new details. I know that barometric pressure down to 1,006 millibars here in Bradford County, as I've been kind of alluding to with the storm, though it's in the 970s. So, still a little ways away from the worst of this. We're not going to go down to that level here in Bradford. Irma, last storm we got, in that vicinity. We're not going to get to that level with this, but still, it may get in the 990s here, at least South Sea. I haven't really gone through the pressure patterns on the models to get an exact idea, since things have been evolving so quick. We have to focus on the impacts. I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see some 990 numbers. Yeah, the 990s, maybe not 990, but 990s on the barometric pressure reading later in Bradford. That's consistent with some of the other storms we've had here, in recent years. But even that December rainfall and low pressure event, we had something kind of like that. So again, let's go ahead and just continue to watch things here. Okay, just got a gust of 48 there, Madison County High School. I know we're looking at Bradford here, but let's look at the power outage map on our other source here, poweraoutage.us information. And I know sometimes some of these aren't going to track, in the counties everything, like City Historic Electric getting on here, but overall in the state now 179,536 customers here in the dark as we're looking at things here this morning, and that number is just going to keep going up. I know a lot of those outside of our area, like Pinellas County even, or Sarasota County, but as we get in our area, over 16,000 customers in the dark in Marion County. Alachua County over 14,000. On here we have about 300 out in Bradford, but it's probably a little more than that. Union a couple thousand, Baker a couple thousand, Columbia almost 10,000. You see Hamilton, Suwannee County, Gilchrist, Dixie, and the like. I'm just kind of going through them. I see some new information we got to get to Lafayette County. I mean, it's not, just, 100% out, but it's a lot of folks in the dark. We just got a gust of 62 in Perry, though, so I need to get some camera shots up from there then. We do have some camera shots we can go to in that area, so let's go ahead and kind of effort that. As I know you need to charge your devices if you haven't lost power already. In the hurricane warning, which includes Gilchrist, Suwannee counties further out to the west, the power could be out a little bit longer for you guys, but yeah, Perry's starting to get more of this. Let's go to Tallahassee radar again. Yeah, you can see south part of town now. There you go, right by the airport. So let's go ahead and get a camera shot up. I know we have them. We showed them to you last year there in Medallion. Here we go, deja vu. 11 months or so later. Just a little over 11 months later. This is a pretty dramatic shot, it looks like, as we give it to you live here. It looks like it's hitting a little more with that, worse the accent, a little more northward here right now. So this is there looking like a US 1998 there. You see, it looks like a vehicle there. Maybe in the road. I don't know if that's storm chaser or if they're stranded to some degree. I know there is a sign there that's broke. We had damage still. I don't know if that's, something from last year that's lingering or if that's new damage or not there. Let's just kind of see how bad things have been around Perry there. But this is that live looking Perry. You're going to probably see some power flashes, in that vicinity, whether we see them on camera or not. As some folks are trying to drive through this, but you see the lines here. I know you don't want power lines and the like falling on your vehicle because that can be a deadly situation here. So you really, this condition's deteriorating in Perry there. And we had the actual anemometer at the airport just the last 4 minutes, picking up a gust of 62 miles an hour there in Perry in Taylor County. So again, some really nasty weather conditions here as we watch Debby here. You almost want to call it a Dahlia. I know Debby making landfall here in Taylor County, in the Big Bend region, at least. Official landfall might be in Dixie County, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking at things here this morning. The impact being felt as we're right at sunrise there. Now, depending on how things set up, this will be kind of crazy. This is more of a meteorology thing, we might almost get a sunrise right in the eye of a hurricane here. The way this timing is setting up, because it may still be, organized enough that it hadn't fallen apart enough right at sunrise. Looks like maybe something there. It could have just been an illusion, almost like a roof or something in there being damaged, but it could have just been an illusion there with the rain there as we were looking at things. So again, a report there of some issues. A large tree down on County Road 51 there in the Mayo area at 627. I got to 41 in Suwannee Springs area and Hamilton County at 630. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here on this ongoing situation as we continue to look at things here. Continue to give you the very latest as things deteriorate there in Perry and Taylor County. Again, official landfall be soon as we continue to track here dangerous Category 1 Hurricane Debby. Of course, the flood threat later on is going to be an issue, but right now these winds are still a big problem because folks have been without power for a while. I mean, we have some of these that kind of stall out over the years. The winds aren't quite as strong with some of those, like, the other Debby or Alberto in 94. Those weren't necessarily, as we were looking at things, hurricanes per se, as we were looking, as we were getting toward parts of our Florida, Big Bend area and the like. So this is something you are going to get the power outages like you did in Hermine. Now going to Tallahassee, you might miss some of those. But further east, those, more widespread outages, and then you have the rain on top of it. So in theory, you could have down power lines and flood waters, and that's why you got to be extra careful here, folks. You got to be extra careful as we're looking at things. Generator safety critical as well. But this turnaround don't drown. I know you have to treat intersections as four-way stops too if you are trying to go out and things. I know that's my attention there on the left side of the screen. I don't, know exactly what that is there, that orange area. Hopefully that's nothing, like any type of fire trying to get going. It's really hard to make out here at this point in time. Hopefully that's just some type of light or some illusion there. But again, as we're continuing to watch things with Debbie making landfall as we're speaking here this morning. Let's check some more camera shots. So we're just going to keep our eyes, out on some of these the best we can, but let's get an idea of what it looks like. Maybe just a little further north here. And some areas don't have cameras like this, unfortunately. Like we don't have them in Mayo. I know Stark, unfortunately, doesn't have them either. Let's see, we can get some more in Perry proper, maybe. See how things are looking, as we're there, maybe with some more of the city lights and the like at sunrise almost, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring. I really hear that wind picking up where we're at now. I see Augusta 19 here east of Stark. And if we do lose power, we'll eventually have to switch to a different backup source if it's out for a while where we're off camera. I mean, you might hear some more stuff beeping on camera here for a bit, but let's go ahead and, again, looking at that shot there, not as bad as what it was there, during Dahlia, maybe right there at this moment, but again, just trying to give you the very latest on exactly what's happening. Let's see, do we have anything on our camera now? Okay, we're just barely starting to see a little bit on our camera here east of Stark. You can see some of the trees blowing here. We don't have like a night vision view on this, but you can just start to see here the view here as the wind's picking up east of Stark again. I've had to increase the forecast some for the wind gust potential down to 60 miles an hour around Stark. So you got to keep that in mind here as we're looking at things. As I track Debbie here this morning. Back to the other side we go. Somebody going through this weather as winds picking up there in Perry and Taylor County, closer to the center of circulation in that eye wall. Just not great conditions as you're looking there. Look like a Hardee's restaurant and the like there this morning. You see these lines just kind of blowing around here and it's telling the story. These could go at any point, If you have power lines fall on a vehicle or in floodwaters, you're in real dangerous, situations potentially. There's another vehicle coming across to get a report in Gilchrist County, about 8 miles southwest of Fort White. State Road 47 closed from Northeast County Road 340 to Southeast County Road 232 to the down power lines and trees. So multiple there in Gilchrist County this morning. So again, we're watching things for you across our 62 county area, trying to give you the very latest here as things do evolve. Again, with our landfall of Debbie here. Oh, I can really hear the wind picking up and where we're at now. Let me go ahead. I just saw a power flash on the other side in Perry. So both areas picking up. We can't go back in the power flash. Let's just see if we can cut back over. Let's go ahead. We'll move away from the covered map. Okay, that's the Perry side real quick. Where we're at here, it's still kind of hard to make things out, but that was a really nasty gust of wind I just heard as I was looking at some things here in toward the weather center. So just had a gust there. Let's see, 25 earlier, 24 here in the last 10 minutes though. That's down closer to the ground. So, you have to kind of go good to hard that as you're looking just, as we get further up. So you see the trees blowing around out here east of Stark. As we track things, as we continue to watch the overall scenario across the region. Again, trying to give you the latest here. Trying to give you the latest on this ongoing situation. Trying to keep you safe here. Definitely some nasty, nasty weather here that we're experiencing. So again, just trying to inform you here. Let's go ahead, come back on over right now. Here's just how we're at in Bradford County. So again, just trying to give you the latest here on what's going on. As you see a little bit more light in the shot now. Again, I'm just trying to let you know exactly what is happening here. Trying to give you the latest as things do evolve, of course. As things do develop. Let's come back on over here. if we can, toward another shot. Let's go back on over toward Taylor County now. I know, by the way, we just got, it looks like, okay, it didn't say what it is, but some issues in Alachua County from the tropical cyclone. But back to this side in Perry and Taylor County. I know we had a power blast and we didn't have it on here live, but I saw it as I was looking at some other things here. But US 19/98 at US 221 Jefferson Street area. There are some nasty conditions in Taylor County here from Debby. You know, the danger being realized from Debby here. We're watching right now. You know, we're watching the situation as things do develop. This Florida 511 perspective here, trying to help you guys out. Again, I'm just trying to stay on top of things the best I can on all the different platforms. Facebook, Casey Cloud, X Cloud Weather, Twitter /X Cloud Casey, YouTube there at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and then cloudweather.com. So again, as we're in this extended coverage here of Dangerous Debby, we're just trying to go between all the different shots here that we can give you. So back to Perry we go. You see these nasty conditions here in Taylor County. Again, you see some of this swaying around a bit and the rain coming on down. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here to another source to see if we have anything new in terms of landfall, because you know, as we try this, I know we've had some of the worst already come across some of these areas because of the way this is oriented, but yeah, that center, let me make sure they haven't caught a landfall. It kind of got lost in the shuffle here because, you know, we pretty much have a landfall, it looks like, right at Steinhatchee right now, folks. I mean, you know, it's technically the lowest pressure, but in the center of the eye, generally where that lowest pressure is. As we continue to watch things, let's say also on the other source here, the tornado watch. You know, we can see that here too, as I want you guys to be alert for that potential as we get, you know, the daytime heating a little bit. Just remain alert there for those conditions, you know, where we have rotation maybe above on the localized level as things make landfall. Some heating, but not everybody, you know, gonna be getting just an overwhelming amount of heating, you know, in terms of we're socked in with some rain in some spots. But there's your tornado safety tips. Let's make sure we haven't missed anything here with the landfall. Don't see anything here yet, so I think they're just going to go ahead and call in the 7 o'clock tropical cyclone update, which will be here in just a moment. So, again, we're watching Debby, though. You know, that landfall happening right now, it would seem. It's about, you know, it's kind of just an official demarcation. We're going to have impacts way after landfall. We've already had some really nasty winds ahead of landfall, so this is a long, huge event here, folks. But I know flash flooding being reported in the Newberry area, 5:23 a.m. State Road 26 closed at the Gilchrist and Alachua County line due to flooding. Let me jump back over to another mode now. Okay, so we're tracking Debby here and all that rain, all those flash flood warnings in play. You have this flash flood warning, Madison, Quitman, Valdosta. You have Perry. Their flash flood warning in play as we're looking at things. You have areas in Mayo and Cross City, and then even Trenton and Cedar Key. Flash flood warnings here in play as we're tracking the overall scenario. So again, we're watching Debby here at landfall. I'm sure they're going to call at any moment now. As we continue to watch this, and the Tallahassee's getting a little bit luckier with this than they could have. At this point, you never know. It could loop back around eventually and give them a lot of rain, but initially it's looking a little bit better for those folks, and this is more oriented on the east side, so that's kind of the storyline there right now. Gonna step off here as we continue to watch things here in toward the Weather Center, just trying to give you the latest here. To protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here as the situation does evolve. I know we're just trying to keep everybody safe here this morning as we go minute by minute here with the very latest. So again, Debby going to be at landfall here very, very soon across parts of the viewing circle in terms of that official designation. It's probably already there, actually, but again, we're waiting for that official word. Gonna be a Cat 1 here once we have that. So some damage definitely being experienced. Some of these areas so vulnerable because of what happened, during a dahlia there last year. I mean, a lot of the damage was cleaned up, but, not every little thing may be cleaned up, and things can get missed here or there, and that can definitely prove problematic. I know looking there last year, some of that storm surge that was caused by dahlia. You can see it behind me, and this was just, devastation there at Horseshoe Beach, and I'm afraid they've been getting some of that with the overall pattern here over the last little bit. So maybe not quite at that level, but we shall see as they're really close to that center, and then you have the wind all coming in right at Cedar Key there. You have it coming in right at Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, right on them at Horseshoe Beach. I mean, you can't get any closer. They almost lucked out and we're on the back side where, it's further up, not going to get, as much of that storm surge factor. The wind's actually pushing it out here at this point, in time. And once this gets in, we'll be kind of seeing how things shift around some. But, there's Horseshoe Beach. They're getting the wind pushing it right in on them, it looks like, which is not what you want to see. Again, with this landfalling hurricane, let me see what else we have here. I know. Let me just see if we have any updated gauge numbers on the Cedar Key site. Okay, so I know last year during our event with our storm system medallion, some areas were getting like 7-8 feet or so, give or take. Trying to remember that off the top of my head. We're not quite there right now. Let me go ahead and show this to you on the traffic source, which is where I have it. You can see it looked like right now it kind of leveled off a little bit in Cedar Key now. At the moment around about just under 5 feet maybe. So, that might be a little bit of good news here. 4.57 feet the current water level. We still got to be really careful though. Don't lay your guard down by any stretch, but the high tide is later on around 2:50 or so, the next one in the afternoon. That can play a factor here as well. I know as we continue to watch here, just going through some stuff. I know some of these were just kind of throwing up here. Now we did have a dahlia, and I know going through some of our sources, the dahlia was, I believe it was around 7 feet. I don't have this on this graphic. We've used so many different graphics for this here over the last couple of years. At this point, this is what we had, before a dahlia, the graphic, what it looked like here. This is just, it was easier to get to here right now, just to kind of give you an idea. So right now we have about 4.5. So right now it's not quite to the storm of the century or Josephine or Atlanta or Hermine, but that could change here as we look ahead. If things kind of shift around just a little. I know a dahlia was, I think, closer to 7 feet there. Just trying to do that off the top of my head. We just got an update from the Hurricane Center. I bet they're calling this a landfall here, but let's just make sure. Let's go ahead and say that here. I'm going to step out of the shot again. Again, we're trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family on Debby as we continue to give you the very latest on this landfalling hurricane. Again, we're just seeing what the Hurricane Center has for us here right now. I would be surprised if they weren't calling it the landfall here in their 7 o'clock tropical cyclone update. Okay, it's made landfall near Steinhatchee, and that's the same spot the other Debby made landfall 12 years ago. 12 years and about a month ago or so. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now as we're tracking things. Gonna get a graphic ready for you guys there, so bear with me as we're just getting this information into the Weather Center. Again, just a one-man band. I know some folks might be getting right up at 7 a.m. I mean, a lot of folks don't have work today and the like, but, let me just get this graphic up here with the landfall. They're going 80-mile-an-hour winds 979 millibars and north-northeast at 10 miles an hour to movement. So this Category 1 hurricane. Looks like the stats are the same from earlier. So let me just go ahead and kind of make sure we make the note on the graphic though about the landfall. Okay, so landfall near Steinhatchee, Florida. So again, just trying to give you the latest there as we look at things, as we track the overall scenario. So again, just getting everything set up here. Just sticking wall to wall for a bit. Just trying to get a couple things checked here before we kind of jump back in front of the key wall as we continue to watch this ongoing situation. Watching the ongoing scenario here. Okay, so just want to make sure we have everything right here for our graphic. We just had landfall called here. Of course, Perry, Mayo, Cross City are already getting into some of the worst that Debby has to offer. So again, Steinhatchee, where they're calling this. So that's southern Taylor County. A little bit as we're looking at things, I know our last storm there with Idalia made landfall at Keaton Beach. It's a little bit further north up the coast, but in Taylor County as well. So again, we're at the top of the hour now, so let's just go ahead and kind of get ready to welcome in the folks just tuning in here. I know we have a Cat 1 hurricane landfall as we're tracking things here this morning. We know folks are just waking up with us with the Debby situation. So again, kind of what we're tracking here, what we're tracking right now. There's some of the information. Let's go ahead and kind of run our intro here, I think, if we can, and I'll be back here in just a couple of seconds.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, trying to give you the latest as we protect you, your friends, and your family as Hurricane Debby has made landfall there in the Steinhatchee area around 7 a.m., 80-mile-an-hour winds, the movement north-northeast at 10 miles an hour, and a minimum central pressure at 979 millibars. So that's kind of the storyline there right now. Again, we've been in continuous coverage since the 5 o'clock hour, but Debby just making landfall there as the situation does progress here in southern Taylor County is where we had the official landfall called. So again, just looking at the statistics right now, again, tracking the ongoing situation. A lot of power outages across the area here this morning. So again, let's go ahead and see what we have here in terms of that radar perspective. And you'll be able to see what's going on here with Debby. I know Perry's getting hit hard, so let's go back to some of those camera views if we can around Perry there in the ward parts of Taylor County. I know probably losing, power on some of those even if they're not, backed up, depending on how they're set up. But goodness, this looks like a rerun of the video to some degree with the way the sky was, similar time of day from Idalia last year. Not quite as much of the wind, but this is the view right now in Perry there in Taylor County with Debby. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here as things do develop. So again, we had the landfall a moment ago. Really nasty conditions there moving through parts there of Taylor County and Dixie County. We showed you in Cross City a little while ago. Sure, a lot of folks losing power obviously here. If they haven't already lost it in the Big Bend region, some of these counties here they're going to lose it. So it's not what you want to hear or see, obviously. Again, trying to give you the very latest here, trying to let you know exactly what's going on. Let's go back to other radar perspective for a second. Again, we haven't really taken a break here in a couple hours. We just ran that intro as we were thinking maybe more people tuning into the coverage here at 7 a.m. A lot of folks just waking up here with Debby, and now it just has made landfall. The Category 1 hurricane. It was the center of the eye, lowest pressure, 979 millibars there. As we're looking around Steinhatchee, in the same place Debby 12 years ago made landfall there. Meander and Debby then. It was a really weak system, but a lot of rain with it. This is a stronger system, but a lot of rain with this Debby as well. I know, you see a gust to about 54 or so around Perry. You see there a gust in the 30, 40 range in Bradford, Alachua County. I know, I was saying gust to 95, not out of the question around Perry, depending on exactly the track on this. That's my latest and probably really last update on the wind gust forecast, and gust to 60 not out of the question now in Bradford because of that little eastward adjustment with things. So tropical storm warning effect in Bradford County, hurricane warnings further out toward the west. I mean, even Duval County under tropical storm warning as we're looking at things. I know where we're at right now. That's gusts we've had so far here in Bradford County for today. 6:56 a.m. 26 miles an hour. In the last 10 minutes, 22 miles an hour. That's a little lower down to the ground now, so keep that in mind too. As we're looking at things here with this system, with the situation, just trying to look 2.5 inches of rain so far today here east of Stark. So again, kind of watching here the scenario, looking at the Doppler perspective and the like. So we have a lot of wind energy around us. Isn't going to so great because it's a little further from the radar. But we'll have to just watch to see how this kind of moves around under that movement. We were talking about northeast at 10 miles an hour. So, if it goes more like this, or does it go more like this, or does it somehow go more like this? That's what we'll be watching for, because when it's over land, it could it's in a weird pattern, especially when it's strong with the stronger winds, that becomes more of an issue here. Already got quite a few flash flood warnings. I don't think we have any considerable flash flood warnings here at this point, at least, that's good news. But still, stuff can be life-threatening, so remember, turn around, don't drown. As we're looking at things here this morning, I know, let's go back to our camera shot where we're at here in Stark. Here's a live look as we've gotten past sunrise. I'm not actually seeing the sun, but you can kind of look at what we're dealing with here. Definitely kind of telling that story here this morning with Debby. This Debby deluge, this Debby dangerous event here coming on through. I know. Just trying to give you the very latest on exactly what is happening right now here with Debby. So again, just trying to give you an idea of how things are looking outside right now. So again, those trees blowing around some here in toward Bradford County and the like, more so closer, toward the west of it. This is our camera shot here as we're looking at things right now. Again, just trying to give you the very latest here on Debby. So there's a view on radar from Perry. I know we've had some camera shots there, gusts 50, 60 miles an hour already observed. But again, we can't rely on gusts even higher than that. I know we had them in landfall with 80 mile an hour winds, so we're thinking they might be a little higher at landfall. So maybe we get lucky and don't get a gust, too much higher than 80. But we shall see here a very, very, very tricky forecast overall. But it's now made landfall. At least that's not over the warm waters anymore, the Gulf. I mean, if it loops back around eventually, you never know. But the point is, at least it's not going to be really strengthening here. Even though it's going to be dumping a whole bunch of rain. So, it's kind of, for now at least, seemingly peaked out there, at its intensity. But the Cat 1, 80 mile an hour hurricane. But you can see here our view as we look out toward US 19s last 98 at Main Street and Perry. Nasty conditions, I know. We're kind of looking out here last year and know some different signs. And now this year again, I was in Adalia. This is in Debby here in 2024, watching these nasty conditions. I know if you were with us in covered earlier on this morning in the ward that last hour. I know this right here is toward Byron Butler Parkway, but last hour in Cross City, we had power flashes live on the air. I did see one when we were up. With this I wasn't on camera, but I had it up. Saw one in Perry earlier, but we've seen multiple in Cross City on camera this morning. So a lot of folks losing electricity. That's why it's important to charge your devices up here as the situation does progress, as Debby does evolve, as Debby does impact our communities here this morning. Again, just trying to let you know exactly what's happening. Let me see if there's any questions from anybody, as folks maybe, if they're not following the storm really close, maybe they're just waking up, may have the day off or something. Unless there's any questions or comments here. Any of the viewers at home, I don't see anything right now, but again, just thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here this morning to keep you guys safe. And this does evolve. New flash flood warning just coming out now, so let's go ahead and we'll see it pop up here. It's going to be for Columbia, Gilchrist, and Suwannee counties until noon. It's a radar indicated flash flood warning as we have these very heavy rains. And we already had quite a bit of rain recently, and now this heavy rain on top of that, it could last for a while. We've talked about, not a good situation. So just continuing to give you the very latest here on what's going on what's happening. There's a new polygon popping on up there. I know. Let's jump to the rainfall forecast now. You can see this is next 5 days, starting from about 8 a.m. today. So, in this area of yellow here, we're talking about another maybe 10 inches on average. Some areas localized quite a bit more. The yellow further up, that's 15 inches on average. Pink's 20 towards South Carolina. 7 inches as we get just out, like this is kind of about 7 inches around Stark, give or take on average. So, in addition, from what we've already had here, we've already had, for the event here, 3.26 inches of rain here east of Stark. So that's saying on average like 10 inches around Stark, give or take. So, it's from the official forecast, but again, it's a broad brush here on this graphic from the Weather Prediction Center. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here. Just seeing how things are evolving, obviously. Let me go ahead and I'll leave this up again. I'm gonna step off camera again and then gather more information. So. Okay, so we're not going to step off. We're just going to take me right off, but you get the idea here. Just trying to give you the very latest as things do evolve here. I'm just trying to check some things behind the scenes. Just trying to check things here as the situation does impact, different counties here across the 62 that we cover. So again, just going over some stuff here. Trying to give you this landfall coverage, of course. Again, a lot going on. Just trying to retrieve a few things for people maybe that are not watching the coverage. I know we had the landfall called here, so we need to get that out in case folks, aren't watching. Again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here. Again, we had the landfall of Debby here. Steinhatchee about 7 o'clock. Again, just watching the impacts being felt. Again, hurricane making landfall in our area. Hurricane Debby. We had Tropical Storm Debby 12 years ago, but now hurricane here in 2024 heading the same spot with the landfall point. which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Again, just trying to give you the latest here. Just try to give you the latest on exactly what is happening, on exactly how things are evolving. Again, we're in live landfall coverage here on all the different platforms to keep you safe and informed. Again, all that additional rain though coming, as you can see there on that map. Again, you just got to remember, turn around, don't drown in these type of situations. Again, we're always watching things for the 62 counties here, of course. We had the landfall in southern Taylor County, but Dixie, Lafayette County getting the impacts significantly as well. Even Levy County, we had a gust of hurricane force in Chiefland area earlier on this morning as well. So again, just trying to give you all the pertinent information here. As I'll go ahead and jump back here on camera for everybody here at home. I hear that wind picking up. Let's go ahead, jump to our camera shot. You can see the trees blowing here, and even the cloud moving a little, it seems like, here in Bradford County right now. Wind gust looks like 28 in the last 10 minutes, so 7:13, so just a few seconds ago, really, on our anemometer. I know it's a little lower down to the ground, but these are definitely some strong winds here that we're really looking at. I know we're just trying to give you the latest here as the situation it does evolve. I mean, look at how those trees are blowing around and the like here this morning. Again, just trying to give you the very latest on how things are evolving with Debby here. You don't want to be out on the road if you don't have to be here in this type of situation with this Category 1 hurricane impacting portions of the viewing area. So again, we're tracking it for you. Hurricane Debby making landfall here officially about 15 minutes ago around Steinhatchee there in parts of Taylor County. So that's a big deal here, obviously, for folks down there as we're looking at things. But then Perry and Mayo and Cross City really feeling the impact here of Debby. You know, it's going to be a long event here, so we'll probably kind of break from just talking continuous unless we have like tornado warnings and the like, and then start going to half-hour cut-ins. But we're going to stick with this a little longer here in this more continuous mode where people are just waking up, and we have to kind of conserve. I have to conserve my energy just a little because it's going to be a long event here, folks. We've been talking continuously for about 2 hours straight, but again, tracking Debby and that landfall here as it does impact our region here this morning. Again, just trying to let you know exactly what's going on. And let's go ahead and go back to the Doppler radar perspective now. I know what I can do. I'm going to leave our camera up in the corner there so you can kind of watch it as I talk a little bit. This is the view from Stark, looking back to the west. East Stark looking back to the west. I know with some of this stuff, this is some really nasty activity there, even in eastern Dixie County, moving into toward Gilchrist and parts of Levy County too. Next little bits of Trenton things are going to get worse for you guys in Gilchrist County around Trenton there. So again, just watching this very carefully in that area. I know that wind pattern definitely going to be causing more power outages here as the situation does evolve on us here, as this Debby scenario does impact various communities. I know multiple flash flood warnings here in play, parts of Levy, really all of Levy, Gilchrist area involved in some flash flood warnings. A lot to Swanee, Hamilton's not really, are they quite in one yet? Maybe not quite, but you have Taylor County and the Perry area. Of course, you have Dixie, Lafayette. You have up into all the way to Valdosta and the flash flood warnings, and we're gonna have a lot more rain where this came from. So just keep that in mind. It's very torrential downpour. At least it is daylight now, but so you can maybe see a little bit better the roads. But still, if you can't see how deep the water is, turn around. Don't drown. It's very important to keep in mind here as we're looking at things in this type of scenario. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. A very important mantra from the Weather Service. And still pretty heavy rain here, even in Bradford County from Debby. I know we just got a gust of 58 miles an hour recently around Perry, but I'm gonna go to our camera side. It looks pretty ominous here. Yeah, so let me take it away from the corner for a second and cut to it full behind me. It looks pretty ominous right now here. Our camera shot. A lot of that cloud movement here. Roy seeing that in the view right now. The tree's blowing some, but I saw a lot of the cloud movements. I wanted to take this, full here behind me on the chroma key. As you see, this is, impacts from Debby being felt here this morning across portions of north central Florida. So a nasty situation here for sure with Hurricane Debby coming on through as we try to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, let's just kind of look at this here again. I mean, as things do evolve, I mean, those trees are just, really blowing around here. I hear that wind howling outside to some degree as I kind of look there. I know our camera, the aperture adjusting some, but you can kind of see what we're dealing with there in this area. It's nasty, nasty conditions. Getting, upward of 2.7 inches of rain so far here east to start today, but a lot more is coming, as we've alluded to. Let's see what else we might have here. Again, let me go ahead and check some more camera shots. Let's go back to Taylor County right now, the Florida 511 perspective there. US 19/98 at Main Street there. You can see some of that wind there. It's not as bad as it's been at points, but let's maybe go a little bit further down toward the south. Just give me a second. Of course, there's our view again as I do that here. That's Bradford County, of course, where I'm at, but I'm going to get closer to maybe some of these sites. Look like some of the anemometer side. It looks like some of these cameras aren't coming through right now, unfortunately, because maybe power outage issues, connectivity issues on their end, something like that. But we have our own camera. No, it's going to adjust a little with the changing conditions. By the way, Madison County adjusted 62 now. Madison County High School, and they were hit really hard by Hadalia, even harder than that with winds up there higher than that. But still, that's not what you want to hear about, obviously. As we continue to watch things, we continue to watch the nasty conditions here. Trying to just get you the right camera shots for everybody at home, because there's not, sometimes many to pick from. We do got this one. We do have this one back here. Okay, US 19/98 at US 221 Jefferson Street there in Perry and Taylor County, Florida 511 perspective here, as some of the, eyewall activity comes on through here with Hurricane Debby. So nasty, nasty conditions for these folks here as we look at the Florida 511 perspective. Again, just trying to let you know. I mean, some folks, really trying to take heed from this. See some flashing behind me. I don't know if that's, okay, it looks like the lights are flashing there. So some type of issue with some of the electricity, it looks like there right now. So right up in here, if you look, kind of interesting as we kind of look at that perspective right now. I mean, that is pretty interesting to look at there as the situation does develop here. I mean, folks losing power. I know we've had some power flashes in that area, at least one I saw, but I didn't have this camera shot up. But again, the impacts of Debby being felt here this morning. Again, Roy dealing with it here in parts of the Big Bend region with the Cat 1 Hurricane Debby moving on through. We're not expecting this, but if somehow we had, this wobble further off toward the east here, even more than what the latest forecasts are calling for, and it'd be something we hadn't seen, Bradford County in a while in terms of wind potential. But right now we kind of said not, that wouldn't probably happen like that. Instead, going gust to 60 a possibility for Bradford. And Irma had gust, higher than that. I mean, maybe closer on if you did a forecast for what happened. I know you don't have maybe all just the greatest measurements from everywhere, but maybe what I said, like gust to 75 from what we ended up having with Irma here in Bradford County. So gust to 60. That's a big difference, really. I mean, 75 means widespread pattern, and 60 means isolated to scattered. So and that's kind of the storyline there right now as we're looking at things. That's just an interesting light. I might not want to keep this on too much longer. It might kind of play with some people's eyes a little. But again, let's go ahead and move away from this shot here. As we go back to the shot that we have here, as the sky conditions are changing and the like. So again, I know we have Debbie's impact here in Bradford County being felt. Let me see what the latest report on the Keystone site was. So we're getting pretty consistent gust tropical force here on some of these sites a little higher up. The official measuring site 44 around Keystone, 43 Gainesville here. Last little bit that can cause isolated power outages. Those type of gusts a little bit higher scattered, and then once you get to 65, 70, 75, 80 in the gusts, that's more widespread. So again, just continuing to watch things here as the situation, impacts areas like Taylor County, Lafayette County, Dixie County, Levy County here this morning. We're trying to stay on top of it here for you, for your friends, for your family. And the regular flood warning now to 115, not a flash flood, so it's not as rapid, but it's still dangerous. This is for parts of Baker, Bradford, Columbia, Hamilton, Union, Charlton, Clint, Eccles, and Ware counties. So just all this heavy rain coming in. I know it's not going to say the regular flood warnings on here. Have that turned off because we have to kind of have some other alerts in here. We have the flash flood warnings on for a more rapid danger. But let me go ahead and step out of the shot again. We're trying to get more information. Just trying to see what's going on here. Again, with Debbie. Again, I can hear that rain coming down where we're at here. East of Stark in Bradford County. So the outdoor camera shot again. Just trying to let you know exactly what's happening. So flood warning now till about 1:15, including the following counties: Baker, Bradford, Columbia, Hamilton, and Union. And then in southeast Georgia, including the following counties of Charlton, Clint, Eccles, and Ware. 723 Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain, across that warned area. Flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. We're talking about between 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen, with additional 2 to 4 inch rain totals possible here in that time frame. Stark, Jasper, Keystone Heights, Jennings, Fargo, Rayford, Statenville, Taylor, McClenny, Glen St. Mary, Belmont, Needmore, Lusty, Sanderson, Crossroads, Mayday, Laurie, Hampton, Ellerby, and Johnstown, all under that. So turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. We're at 2.78 inches of rain since midnight here, so that's right in that range. Let me see what else we might have here. I know I hear that wind picking up where we're at. You can look at it in the bottom left, the camera shot. Let me see what else we might have here. Okay, so a couple traffic assignments in Bradford. Could be some power issues with the lights, something like that. Not 100% sure, but Madison Street and Westmoreland Street and Washington Street and Temple Avenue. So again, just trying to let you know about that. Let me see how much rain the Bradford Weather Sim site has gotten. Again, trying to give you the latest here. Bradford County Sheriff's Office, they've gotten 3.35 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Again, continuing to watch things here. Watching the scenario as it evolves. Again, just checking some things. If you have any questions or comments from any of the viewers here, as the situation does develop here, as we watch Debbie, as we watch Hurricane Debbie here impact portions of the area. Just trying to be with you here to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're getting close to 7:30 right now on that timeline. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, some folks just waking up here, so just trying to see exactly what is going on. I know, getting some information about power, restoration, and the like, so let me try to get this to you guys. Definitely watching Debbie's impact here. Definitely, a deluge towards some of our different communities. Again, really impacting folks. I know Michael Heater's saying the Stark Line crew's trying to repair lines at Westmoreland and Madison between Squalls and Clay Electric. That electric company there has several tickets open as well. So let me go ahead and check the Clay Electric power that is mapped in. Just kind of narrow things down a second, and we have 667 active outages across the area that they cover, and that is a total of 36,960 customers already in the dark, including over 12,000 in Columbia County, over 1,700 here in Bradford County. Other areas higher than Bradford, though, almost 9,000 out on Clay Electric in Alachua County, almost 6,000 out in Marion County, about 3,000, out in Putnam, 3,500 out there in Union. So crazy to see some of those numbers that high there, but that's how it can be sometimes here when you have some of these nastier squalls coming on through these higher gusts, even though it's not maybe a sustained wind too high. These nastier gusts cause some bigger problems. So, again, something to kind of keep in mind as we're looking at things. I know we talked about a hurricane warning is where we'd have the high, high threat of power outages and the extended ones, but tropical storm warning still isolated as scattered power outages. A fact with that, as you see a gust of about 50 or so on the south side of Jacksonville right now. So again, something to kind of keep in mind here as the situation, goes minute by minute, hour by hour here, as we continue to watch things on cloud weather. So again, 7:30 is the time right now. Let's see where we want to take this. Again, just trying to watch things here across our 62 counties. Again, trying to keep you safe and informed here with Debbie. So again, we had that landfall on Steinhatchee in southern Taylor County about a half hour ago. We've been with you here leading up to that landfall since about 5:15 this morning with continuing coverage of the situation here. More and more people losing electricity, having problems here across the region as things go on here with Dangerous Debbie. 226,214 customers in the dark now in the state of Florida. So that's kind of the storyline right now, according to Powered.us. So again, something to kind of keep in mind here. Something to keep in mind as you're tracking the scenario. Again, trying to give you the very latest here. Just go ahead and switch some things around. We're hearing the wind pick up right now where we're at. I'm going to pull the camera up in the corner while I have the Powered.us map up. Hope we don't lose power here, but we do have some backup systems. If we have that power outage scenario, we'll make use of those, obviously. Probably have to start a different stream at that point. But again, we are watching the situation where Debbie did make landfall about a half hour ago or so in southern Taylor County. You see a lot of folks without electricity here this morning in the coverage area. So let's go ahead and kind of break this down here. We'll move this over. You see Putnam County, a couple thousand. Marion County, over 23,000 in the dark. Alachua County, over 19,000. Granted, I will say these percentages are still relatively low. I mean, out of 134,000, I mean, that's less than 20% out in Alachua still. And Marion, you know, that's not much more than about 10% out. Bradford here, you know, 20% out, maybe a little higher because some of these aren't tracked, but now that does factor in what they track. So 20% or so out in Bradford. You see Baker, you know, Hamilton County, Columbia County, Suwannee County is a lot worse though. I mean, that's, you know, a lot higher percentage in the dark. Gilchrist County, same story. That's where the hurricane warning is and where I was more concerned. Levy County, you know, similar story. Dixie County, Lafayette County, Taylor County, Madison County, even Jefferson County. And Leon is not horrible. I mean, consider what they had back in May. It's a little less than 9,000 out, a little over 5,000 out in Wakulla County. So again, that's kind of your power outage update right now for everybody there at home. Let me go ahead and jump through some different looks at things again. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. There's your Doppler, one of the views that we have. I know, continuing to watch things here. I know some really nasty band in there. You know, parts of Lafayette and even moving to Gilchrist, but Dixie more so right now. I mean, you see it. I'll kind of say this to you. Let's just kind of do it in front of the wall a little bit. So you have areas there around Perry. I've just gotten through some of the worst of this, but then you have Mayo really getting it hard. I know we don't have any cameras there, but Mayo and Fayette County. Then you have areas there around Cross City getting impacted, and just off to the east. And this is going to move it in toward Trenton and Bell, it looks like here next little bit. Brantford as well. McAlpin. I mean, they've already lost so much, you know, in terms of the percentage of power outages in Suwannee County. So it's going to get even worse there here over the next little bit with even higher winds. So more widespread power outages becoming a story where they have that hurricane warning in effect here as I pull that up. I know Hamilton's under it too, you know, just by what it says, but all the others seem to be accurate here in that maroonish color where we have the hurricane warning, the worst conditions. I know Clinton County was added there as we were looking later on in the period. Homerville, Fargo under hurricane warning there. You know, so even Gilchrist County with Bell and Trenton, you're going to get some of the worst weather that you've gotten from a hurricane here over the next little bit. So some really nasty conditions there and some big problems for our folks in that neck of the woods. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here on Hurricane Debby. Let's put a loop back on this. We haven't done this in a little bit as we watch the situation here. You can see our hurricane. I know, haven't had any tornado warnings in a while across the area going back to yesterday. It'll probably change it at some point. We need tornado watch all the way. I think it's till 4 o'clock. So we'll have to remain alert for that. But we may catch our breath for a few minutes here in you know, short order until 8 o'clock. But I've been talking here continuously for a while, and we're gonna have to be here all day and, you know, watching things on and off for you guys to protect you, your friends, and your family. This isn't over by any stretch of the imagination here. It's gonna be a long event. In some ways, it's just getting going for a lot of our area here. So a long fused event as we're tracking things here. You watch these stronger winds impact our area, these tropical storm force gusts, even in Bradford and Alachua counties here as we look this morning. I just kind of watch things. I mean, it looks like right now it's kind of going, you know, more northerly. So that is increased impacts for Perry and Mayo, but still Suwannee County is going to get it anyway at this point because they're, you know, already had to use some of that ahead and the wind pushing in, but then more coming in toward that area there over the next little bit. And even Columbia and Gilchrist going to probably have some more power outages there in toward their communities. So pretty big deal for these folks. I know at this current moment, you know, the wobble, you know, just like an eye wobble where Bradford County seems unlikely, which is good news. There's no hurricane warning for Columbia, Union, or Bradford. So that's good news. Somehow if it did, that would be a lot worse in terms of power outages. But right now, I set it as scattered with gusts to 60. That's what we went with here with the update when we first came on here this morning, and it looks to, be pretty much in line here at this point in time. We said 30 to 40 winds with gusts to 60 generally, is what we'd kind of be looking at. So, uh, we had to up that from yesterday, but with the eastward adjustment. But as long as it doesn't adjust any more east, we're going to get lucky from the wind again from another hurricane. But we don't know how lucky we're going to get from flooding potential and or tornado potential still. So we have to remain on guard here as we're looking at a tropical cyclone here. We've seen that landfall here a little while ago. Just had got to 60 around Perry there in Taylor County. Let me go ahead and see if we can get some more camera shots up there as the situation does develop. Toward Main Street there in Perry. I'm not seeing too much here on that shot right now. I know we have our other shot in there. I'll kind of take that down for a second. Pull this up here. This is that Florida 511 perspective. Again, a long fused event here, folks. Just continuing to track things here in the Florida Weather Center as the situation does evolve. So, again, looking at everything here at our disposal, you can kind of see here a little bit calmer there in Perry right now, which is good. But things can always shift. That gust number, it's showing us just a few minutes ago. Sometimes those are delayed a bit, but you see some folks trying to get out in this right now. Not really advised here if you can help it in this set of circumstances. So we're going to be here a while, folks, with this. So let's go ahead and take a quick break in the coverage till 8 o'clock, unless we get like a tornado warning issued for portions of our area. We have a hurricane warning, though. At least we don't have extreme wind warnings like we had in Adalia, but still having a lot of problems from this. Storm surge numbers, they kind of vary from points. So, in Adalia, it looked like, it might have been better than it was because we didn't have all the information in. And then once we got more information, it was still pretty bad, not to the peak numbers we were expecting. So, we don't know how it fared out there so far. The highest I saw as of a little while ago for Levy County was 4.5 feet of storm surge, which sounds okay, but that's still damaging. And I suspect some areas like Horseshoe Beach might have had it worse. They were so vulnerable already. So not good news. All this flooding rain, we had the wind and knocking out power too. A lot of power outages, especially west of 75, I-75 west of there, having all those issues. So we're going to keep the radar up, obviously, in between updates. And if we get another tornado warning situation, Bob, we had all those pop up yesterday. We'll pop back in immediately on this stream. But otherwise, we're going to start doing every half-hour updates. And I may go 20 minutes in some of those updates, depending on how things go. But we're going to tip over to half-hour updates right now. That'll be kind of the plan here. But again, we can go pretty long with those if we need to. So let's keep it here on cloud weather. Hurricane warnings in effect. Out toward areas there, Taylor, Dixie, Madison, Fayette, Suwannee, Hamilton, Gilchrist, Levy counties, and the like there, and the Georgia as well. I know if I left Jefferson County out, you're in it too, and you're seeing quite a few outages there as well. So again, just watching things here very carefully. And we'll be back here at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, with more on Debby, tracking this Category 1 hurricane impacting our area under the intermediate advisory update. An updated wind sustained number will be out then. Pressure number 2, I know it made landfall at 979 millibars. We're at 1,005.7 millibars right now here east of Stark. Again, be back at 8 o'clock with more weather information. Keep it tuned here. We will keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family on Hurricane Debby. Still a Category 1 storm here with max sustained winds around 75 miles an hour or so. So that's kind of the latest information we're getting in. Excuse me, it's kind of been in coverage for a while. Kind of lose my voice here from time to time. But let's go ahead and kind of say here some more information into the Weather Center. I know you can see these max sustained winds here at 75. That present movement, again, about 10 miles an hour still, so it's not stalling out yet here per se, or going to a slow crawl at like 2 or 3 miles an hour. That minimum pressure, 979 millibars. So making landfall about an hour ago, and we're just trying to watch his progress further in. I know they're not going to do any more hourly updates per se now, so that means the next update will be at 11 a.m. where that's probably when they'll lower it to a tropical storm, but the rain impacts will just continue here across our region here as we look ahead, even into tomorrow, maybe even longer. It just kind of depends on exactly what happens here. I know I'm just trying to give you the very latest. Let me go ahead and kind of jump over to another one of our sources right now. There's the radar view. Again, watching that here, you see very quickly, really. I mean, compared to what it could have been doing, that eye wall getting in through Mayo there and starting to really impact Swanee County. So we're going to see that here more in just a second. Again, I'm just trying to watch things very carefully here. I'll pause that, and you can kind of see the zoom in McAlpin, New Bern, O'Brien, Roy getting just pretty nasty there right now. As the situation does progress, I know. Watching the storm system here, I know we're getting just different alerts, different updates coming in. I know around Dowling Park, I kind of wanted to talk about that area. We just got a report out of there. I know, looking at some of that damage as we were there last year during the Dahlia, they just got a gust of 61 miles an hour, I believe it was. Yes, it was. They're at 750 this morning. So some pretty nasty winds there coming through that area. I know. Let me go ahead and go on over to some pictures from last year if we can. As we continue along here, just bear with me as we try to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. I want to see what Dowling Park looked like last year after Dahlia. Now, the winds aren't going to be maybe as strong as they were during that. There was an extreme wind warning in Puerto or that vicinity, but still some pretty nasty winds. This was last year from 1 week after Dahlia, so there were some vulnerabilities, I'm sure, that some of that storm action probably would exploit, though. Again, continuing to watch things. I know tornado warnings downstate around areas like Auburndale right now. Possible tornado down there, according to radar indications. But not in our area, of course. Our area is where we have the hurricane and the eye wall coming on through. And you see Perry here. You see Perry in parts of Taylor County. There was a gust of 59 pretty recently there. Also reports of many trees and power lines down in the city limits per storm chasers and spotters there. So again, that's kind of the storyline with that as we continue to give you the very latest here on Debby and its impact. And it's still a Category 1 hurricane on Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, though, as we track this, as we track Debby's impact. And still causing some damage, obviously here, as we're looking toward areas. Even a low wind Cat 1 can cause a lot of wind damage here. So something that's really important to bear in mind as we're looking at things. I'll go ahead and come back here on camera. I know we have new flash flood warnings 2 here recently being issued. Really hearing the wind pick up outside. Let me just show you the camera real quick. Again, seeing that wind pick up. Just heard some noises. Don't like some of the noises. Just got it up to 27. it's only about 6 feet up on an anemometer, so really the wind's, aloft, just off the ground, probably closer to 40 or even a little bit higher. So it's not what you want to hear and see here visibly, but that's what we're down with. So again, nasty situation here for sure. But back to the radar we go here as we get back out toward the west. I know just watching some of the different reports coming on in, making notes about where to go later on in the coverage, as we kind of have to produce things here on the fly sometimes. This is just a one-man band, but there's our visual outside. I'll leave that back up for you guys at home. And again, we watch our hurricane, and we watch areas in Swanee County really be impacted by it here this morning with the wind and the rain here. Moving on through. So McAlpin, Live Oak, you're in the eye wall of a hurricane, really. At this point in time, I know the center's starting to degrade some, but really being impacted there. We had the landfall around an hour ago around Steinhatchee, and you're really being impacted around Live Oak and McAlpin right now. Some really nasty conditions, but now one thing I was alluding to, those flash flood warnings, we have so many of them. I know they're just gonna be popping up everywhere pretty much. And I'll take the hurricane warning information off. You can see though all these green boxes a little bit. I know they're almost hard to make out, but we have several of them. One right up here, another in here. I mean, you just you have to watch here. We have one down in here, one over here, and then this one was more recent, including parts of Bradford. So I wanted to touch on that for a moment. As we look at things. I know I would have these a different color, but otherwise we'd have issues trying to determine like tornado warning, boxes and the like here. If I had these like a little red or something to determine the difference between them. I know some of our systems we have when we have a higher threat, they turn a different color. Not on this one, but as we look here, 1 hour rain. I mean, this is going to underneath tropical downpours, but it says a half inch or something, but we probably had a little bit more than that. You see storm total in some of these areas here, that's a half foot of rain, as we're looking there up toward Brooker and La Crosse and the like, and that's why there's a flash flood warning now. Stark has been about half that, so Gainesville, Brooker, about twice as much rain so far, according to the radar estimates here. As we're tracking things, I know this flash flood warning, Alachua, West Central Bradford, southern parts of Columbia County in there. You even have East Central Gilchrist, Southeastern Hamilton, and Western Union counties until about 12:45. At 7:43 a.m., Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain falling across the warned area, where between 3 and 6 inches of rain have occurred, and additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. So flash floods either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. As we look towards some of the areas like Gainesville, Lake City, watching maybe over there, Lake Butler, White Springs, Worthington Springs, Melrose, Alachua, High Springs, getting into toward Hawthorne. You kind of get the idea. Upland Pines, Groves, New River, Beasley, Providence, Gainesville Airport, University of Florida, Sampson. Again, just giving you an idea of some of the communities with some of the higher rainfall totals here this morning, quite a bit more even. You just go a little ways and you have twice as much. I mean, 2-3 inches around Stark where we're at, we picked up, well, now this over 4 inches for the event here on our rain gauge, but and this will under the tropical downpour some, but I mean, that's quite a bit of rain around Brooker, and Fairbanks, that's a half foot of rain that's fallen already. So, that really coming into play for some of those spots, causing problems. I know, gotta be careful, around areas there like Sampson Lake even, we had issues there in Arma, so just gotta hope the rain doesn't pile up too much in that vicinity. We'll just have to kind of keep an eye out on that as we continue to watch the eye wall of the hurricane here. McAlpin, Live Oak, some really nasty winds, but even Perry, I know this radar's not going to show it as good, but switching between things, you have some of this down in Branford and Cross City. So let's go ahead, go to the Tallahassee radar, and maybe even the Moody. Oh, let's see. The Moody might help, might show it better. It may be just based on angles, maybe playing tricks on us a little, but let's go ahead and go to radar scope here. And I'll go ahead and take our camera shot away for now because, we're watching things outside where we're at though. But again, continuing to watch things you see around Brantford and the like. Definitely some winds that could be, not this high, but maybe just under this here. So that'd be causing widespread power outages, I think, in the Brantford community as we're looking at things. And some of that wind action, that could, even though there's not a hurricane warning there, it could get a little bit closer to Lake City even here as we're looking at things. So not great news for them in Lake City. I know we were thinking a lot of rain. The wind threat has gradually gotten higher and higher. The hurricane warning expanded into Swanee, and that wind potential getting higher and higher for Lake City here as we're looking at things with Debby as this situation with this hurricane does evolve. So just something to kind of keep in mind. I mean, already getting quite a few power outages around Lake City, but could even have more here as we go throughout the event. Looking at different radar views, let's switch over to, let's see here, let's just go up toward McAlpin for a moment, and I want to switch to the Moody because that might give us a better look at just everything in total here, because it kind of switched the difference a little bit. Tallahassee's getting really lucky so far compared to what they could be having to deal with now. If this somehow were to loop back, then you never know. But right now the storm's moving a little bit quicker than we were thinking. Doesn't mean it might not stall out though, still in like South Georgia and the like. But it's moving at a fairly good pace right now, 10 miles an hour. But it's expected to really start crawling there, lower and lower forward speeds here expected as we look ahead in the timeline, which will cause the rain to heaviest downpour to sit over the same areas more and more so as we look ahead in the timeline. I know it'll be interesting to see how things kind of fall apart, reform potentially in different areas of this as we go out, later in the timeline. So let's go to Jackson radar. It probably shows these downpours a little bit better. I'm Stark. Pretty heavy rain in here. Even some burst of wind at times coming through in Stark and Bradford County and Alachua County. Let me kind of put a little loop on this because right on the edge of this, in these tropical situations, it's a little harder sometimes to figure this, because there's just a lot of wind everywhere. But looks like some stronger wind might be coming up towards Stark in the next few minutes in this overall tropical envelope. So something to kind of bear in mind here. So let's pull up our camera so while I'm trying to get some more information. You can see the clouds. They're a little bit more wicked right now as we're looking at things as we watch the scenario. And last 10 minutes it got to 27 miles an hour, barometric pressure down to 1,005 millibars here around Stark on my barometer. So again, just trying to give you the latest there. We're going to go ahead. I want to check power outages here. I want to try to check the power outages. I know we have folks tuning in here on the different platforms today. Thanks so much for watching Suzanne there on Facebook. Then we have folks on YouTube watching. Viewer from Folkestone watching. We're watching you guys in Southeast Georgia here as this develops, obviously. I know Pinellas County, we were watching outside of our covered area from there. That's some power issues. Looks like they got it restored, so that's good. Just continuing to watch things here. Power outage updates coming on in. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here toward our other map here as we watch real quick the clouds just kind of move along here in toward the picture. We can kind of see here just the movement of things. Again, we'll go over to power.us though right now. Again, 8:15 a.m. on this Monday morning. This August 5th here, 2024. And you see a lot of folks without electricity as we're looking at some of the different communities here across the area. I mean, there's areas in the darker red mean high percentage of folks that are in the dark. And even further to the east, we have quite a few folks out as well. So that's telling that weather story here this morning as I'm looking at things. I know. Just trying to give you the latest here. Levy County, over 10,000 customers in the dark. You have Dixie County, almost 8,000. Taylor County, almost 14,000 customers without electricity there. Madison County almost 6,000. Jefferson County over 8,000. Look at Suwannee County there, Live Oak 19, almost 20,000 customers in the dark. Lake Cities County with Columbia, over half the customer to that electricity there right now. Alachua County almost 12,000 in the dark. Marion County over 22,000 in the dark. See Clay County almost 5,000 out. Bradford County almost 3,000. Baker over 2,500 as we look without electricity right now. So again, kind of just telling that storyline there as we go hour by hour here. I know it's just important to charge these devices up out ahead of some of these different threats as we kind of look at things here. You know, as folks are impacted. You know, it's just a nasty situation here, obviously. With Debby, with Hurricane Debby, a Cat 1 hurricane. There we had that landfall on Steenhatchee. Same spot Debby made landfall 12 years ago. This one's stronger with the wind, though. And then this one here making landfall, Cat 1 with 80-mile-an-hour max sustained winds coming on in, knocking a lot of power out here across the area. More so than that Debby would have because the winds were a lot lower. Flood threat severe with that one though too. So again, kind of the storyline right now. There's a look outside again. I know. Just watching the overall pattern here. You know, nasty, nasty conditions here. So just, you know, be inside. You gotta be really careful. Don't want to be down near those trees. You know, that could fall on your home or your vehicle power lines. You know, that could fall. That's why you want to stay home if you can. And the flash flood warnings in play a lot of spots as we look into toward the green polygons here. So many of those. You just got to remember if you see a road covered by water and you can't see how deep that water is, turn around. Don't drown. Very important to keep in mind here as we're watching the situation evolve. As I know hurricane warnings continue in a lot of areas. You know, across the region. I do see it looks like some of the tropical storm watches, like further on Lee County, Georgia, Seminole County, Georgia, though, they were canceled. That's good, as this is a little bit further east here with the overall track of things. But, you know, that's good news for those folks, at least, though, in toward those communities. Again, let's see what else I might have in terms of different camera perspectives and the like here. I'm going to try to effort some of those for you guys as we look at things here, as we track the situation. Again, just trying to give you the very latest here as Debby moves on through. See what we can kind of find here with some cameras. Maybe closer to Live Oak. A lot of them not getting the current video from them. But this one we are, so let's go ahead and take it while we have the opportunity. I know we're not having extreme wind warnings, at least like we did in Adalia, but still nasty winds coming on through on the interstate, and some of the trees could be falling there across parts of the interstate even. You got to watch out for that threat. Now this is I-10 there, mile marker 273.8. This is in toward the Suwannee County area, I would seem. And you see some folks, some vehicles, some semis trying to go through the elements here and stay as safe as they can. But this is dangerous. I mean, some of those winds, honestly, you know, could knock some of those higher profile vehicles there, you know, off course. They could, in some cases, if you get the wind high enough, even flip one of them over in the, you know, in the wrong instance. So again, I just got to be really careful here in this type of scenario. And again, a lot of the cameras are already offline here. You see this one really shaking around there, per se, up in toward the Suwannee River Valley this morning. So again, watching Debby's wrath here, per se, as the storm system does impact some of our region. Again, a really nasty situation for some of our viewers. You know, it's magnified more so as you go further west, even as we look towards some of these different communities. So again, that's what we're kind of down with right now, with Debby, with the winds, with the rain coming on in here from this Category 1 hurricane. You're definitely getting a visual of it right now. So let's go ahead and switch off of this let me go ahead and kind of see what else we might have in here. A lot of them are just stealth shots right now because we're not really getting feeds from them at this point with all the wind in there. Just trying to see what we might want to find. Looks like we're just a lot of them offline right at this moment. Yeah, just kind of going offline. So that's kind of the storyline there. Just continuing to watch the situation. Just trying to get an idea of what's going on. This is a pretty nasty sight out of Cross City, really nasty. It would seem, wow, looks like we have some flooding going on there. So let's go ahead and pop this one up. This is US 19/98 at County Road 351A and 223rd Avenue here. Look at this area here of water. So, not what you want to see, getting some that moisture really stacking up here and causing problems as we're looking towards some of our zones. This is in Dixie County, so some flooding ongoing there across portions of our eastern Big Bend region. I've already had storm surge issues. Seen some things in Cedar Key, the water level, 4 or 5 feet is what we saw. That's still a pretty big deal. That's almost as tall as some people, or as tall as other people there as we're looking there in toward that area toward the coastal zones. But again, as we're tracking things here, definitely interesting to see this flooding here in the Cross City area right now in the Florida 5-1 perspective. So again, we're continuing to watch things here. Just remember, turn around, don't drown here. As we look at things, it's all this rain stacking on up. So we're gonna catch our breath here. We'll be back at 8:30 with more. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We're gonna keep you up to date on a Hurricane Debby, a Category 1 storm moving through our viewing area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour giving you the latest on Hurricane Debby. Category 1 hurricane moving through areas there around Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee counties there, Madison, Dixie, Gilchrist. You kind of get the idea here this morning as hurricane warnings are in effect as we look at these nasty conditions. I know a little ahead of schedule, really. I know even though this happened in Jacksonville, I retweeted it earlier on this morning about how they're talking about maybe the conditions a little bit later in the word live, more like the afternoon, but already seeing them really nasty here this morning as things, ahead of schedule here and towards some of these different communities as it's been a very unpredictable storm here as we're looking at things out, toward the west of where I'm at here on Stark. Um, I know we were expecting landfall, maybe not to be until around 2 o'clock this afternoon, maybe further west, but instead we had it around 7 o'clock here this morning. I know we were talking about this potential here last night, that we were seeing wobbles further east, and that's what we ended up getting, a shift further east here, and that landfall around Steinhatchee about 7 o'clock this morning. I know it's getting a gust to around 65 miles an hour on Dowling Park there in Suwannee County. I know we were talking about it last update or so there about all the damage that they had there during the Dahlia, and now, aggravating things there. Maybe, not as bad, but things, in some spots were still vulnerable. So you got to keep that in mind. And now, if you are with us here at the update at the top, of the last, hour there per se, we had that landfall, but then at the top of this hour, we gave you the update here on the latest details on Debby, and it had max sustained winds at 75 miles an hour at 8 a.m. The present movement north-northeast at 10. The minimum central pressure 979 millibars. So, yeah, and that's kind of the storyline there with this. That's a very low pressure still. Just looking, that's almost a pressure like a Cat 2 hurricane in some ways. It really deepened on us here before landfall. The winds didn't really catch up to more than 80, though. That's what we had at landfall there in southern Taylor County around Steinhatchee, about 7, but we had to be on before that. We were on starting on 5:15. We covered because of all the impact being felt there in parts of Dixie County there around Cross City. We saw power flashes live in the 6 o'clock hour here on some of the traffic camera shots. We had issues around Perry, showed you that live. We just showed you stuff in Suwannee County there. You saw some of the wind in that area impacting them on the Interstate 10 corridor. So again, trying to just let you know what's going on with this Category 1 storm. Again, Category 1 means some damage. I know, pretty similar to the wind that Beryl made landfall on Houston with last month, with less population density in this area, though. So maybe not as many power outages, obviously, as Houston would have, which helps. And then also, you have the less wind centers, so we may be getting some higher gusts in here than we're actually getting record of. We saw that, we think, with the Dahlia, because we never had any gusts that I saw at any animal on our sites really over about 90 or so. In a Dahlia, we had 115 now with the final update on that there. So it's always kind of tricky when you don't have all the data. That was kind of weakening storm at landfall. This is strengthening, at landfall, maybe almost steady. Wasn't, it could have strengthened even more really at landfall than it did, because some of the forecast it was going to sit over the Gulf a little longer, maybe more of a 90-mile-an-hour hurricane, something like that. Instead, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane at landfall went a little bit further east. So helped Tallahassee out, but did not help Live Oak out one bit. Did not help Dowling Park out one bit here as we were looking at things here in toward the weather center. So again, just continuing to track everything here for you as we try to give you the latest updates here. I know, going back to the Doppler, we don't have cameras in Mayo, but they're still getting hit pretty hard. We have areas in Suwannee County there, Lauraville. You have, of course, up toward Dowling Park being impacted. You have areas further over Branford being impacted here. You have our center of circulation around. We had the landfall there on Steinhatchee, and now moving on up further on to the northeast, something of that regard. That's what the Hurricane Center is calling that movement here. At this point, we have many flash flood warnings in here, though. I will say the movement's been a little bit faster than we were expecting, but it didn't mean it couldn't just stow out here, pretty quick on us. I mean, when I say stow out, it may still move at 1 or 2 or 3, 4 miles an hour, but that'd be a lot slower than 10 miles an hour, which is, not a terrible speed for a tropical system. Still very impactful with the flooding and life, but not historic yet. But eventually, that's probably going to happen as the steering pattern really sets down, and it's going to be hard for this to get on out of here. Unlike mini storms, of like this strength here in the past, they kind of get out. Like Hermine, got out of our area pretty quick. Adalia got out of our area pretty quick. Even Irma got out of the area pretty quick. This is more like we've had with some of the tropical storms over the years, like Debby in 2012. That Debby, we had it kind of start and be a problem. This might not impact the area quite as long as that Debby did, but we South Sea, maybe more South Georgia impacted and North Florida, for that longer period of time. But again, watching things carefully here. Let me see what we might have on some camera shots. Okay, because I was looking here, I wanted to see if we can get anything up. I know there's a lot of reports of debris on roadways and areas here this morning. Let's see. Go a little east of Cross City. Try to get a camera shot up between Cross City and Trenton if we can. Try to pull that up. Try to give you the latest there. I know the wind's picking up where we're at too here in Bradford County, but let's go over here to where this shot. US 19/98 at State Road 349/County Road 349. You see, this is kind of the condition there east of Cross City, but a little bit west of Branford. So again, some nasty weather there for sure. I see some debris on the roadway and the like, not overwhelming. Some folks still making it through. The traffic light's still on. Don't know if there's a backup system or something for it. There might be, but at least that's good. It's not as bad in some cases as Adalia, but still impactful for sure there as we're looking at things, as we're trying to give you the very latest here on this ongoing situation. So again, just trying to let you know what's going on. I know, to be precise on that, I know, we're talking east of Cross City, but west of Fenn and Springs. I think I said Branford there, but that's west of Fenn and Springs, just by a little bit there. So to clarify the geography on that, if you guys are wondering, along US 98. But again, just trying to give you the latest on some of that. I know, just getting a lot of different updates in here toward the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and punch up the camera here behind me, showing you what's going on here in Bradford County right now. I want to check here some of the information that we're getting in terms of any maybe road obstructions and the like. So let me step out of the camera shot for a second and then try to give you some more on what is going on as we're looking at things. So you see these nasty conditions. The wind's definitely a factor and causing some power outages here where we're at in Bradford County. Okay, so some different traffic assignments that could mean some power outage issues, but do have some road obstructions. One there toward 69th Lane and County Road 229 here in Bradford County, and another there as we look toward County Road 235 and looks like 202nd Street. So that's kind of storyline there. I know quite a few power outages. Bradford County over 2,000 out on Clay Electric, and Clay Electric's grid. They have, it looks like 46,383 customers out of 194,956. That's about 25% of Clay Electric customers in the dark right now from Debby. So again, just continuing to watch the impact here of Debby. I know this isn't Dora or anything, like that. The system was back in '64, but just thinking of, hurricane names that started with D that have impacted our area. We haven't had that many, but Dora 60 years ago was one of them there, and that had even a bigger impact than this will probably have on our area. But Still, this is a big deal, obviously, and that's why we're in this long form coverage here to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, watching things across the 62 counties. This was a West Coast hurricane landfall. We haven't had a First Coast hurricane landfall still, believe it or not, directly on the First Coast coming from the east since Dora 60 years ago. I know that's crazy to think about, but that's the statistic there. I know somehow this is a weird loop and gets back to hurricane strength and comes back in, and I guess Debbie could play tricks on us here with that, but hopefully it didn't happen here. That's not what the forecast officially is calling for at this point in time. But again, we'll have to watch things carefully. So again, just trying to let you know what's going on in terms of some of the impacts here. Let's go ahead and see here. Let's come back on over toward our other view. I know we're looking toward the Mayo area right now with some of the heavy rain and wind from Debby. I know state of emergency in effect there. Governor DeSantis declaring that there back last week. Really getting folks, thinking about this potential impact. And here it is now, impacting us on this Monday morning, this August 5th, 2024. You see here Lauraville, McAlpin, O'Brien. Pretty nasty impact. But even Perry, certain readers are going to say things different. Perry's still getting it pretty nasty, even across city to some degree. Again, radar cover didn't great down here, but I know, this isn't Andrew, but I just want to kind of make a point here. I know, we saw things really started to come into play in the models there, mid-late week, earlier on in the week. Really thought it was not going to be a local impact, anything like this. But it's always important to have ahead of a weekend to get folks prepared. I know in 1992, going into that Friday there evening, and the weekend, we had Andrews, a tropical storm, I believe it was, and Brian Norcross, so gave everybody a heads up to just pay attention, and it ended up being a Cat 5 hurricane hitting Sunday night into Monday there around that area. So that's why you always got to pay attention going into a weekend, because things can change pretty quick. Now, this didn't change, drastically like that did from Friday into, Monday, but still, it's just very important to, be mindful. I mean, there were forecasts of it being an issue for areas, toward the Sunshine State, but maybe not really a Cat 5 scenario. This is a Cat 1 here, but still a big deal. I mean, and if this would have went a little further east, it would have been the worst one we've seen, as we're looking since Irma. We still, some areas here, it's not going to be the Irma level of winds toward Bradford County, but, it's still, fairly nasty out there. In terms of the wind, maybe a little worse than a Dahlia in Bradford. It's hard to judge exactly splitting the hairs live on the air like that. But, if this would have went further east, we could have had the worst one we had, since Dora in 64, because we haven't really had a Cat 1 hurricane come right through Star. Going back a long time. That was Cat 2 at landfall, came right through. But so this here is going to be a tropical storm here at the 11 a.m. update, and it's headed more, let me move this over here so it's a little bit easier for everybody at home and for me to point to. But so it's kind of heading more like this right now. It looks like you have Live Oak right over here, and they're getting some of the brunt of this, and watching this. I mean, I could have tracked it like this, even if it kind of goes more like this toward Valdosta, well, that's still, you kind of stay out of the eye wall, at least in Bradford County now. Part of Columbia County might get in this, what's left of the eye wall, but so that's kind of tricky for them, a little bit worse maybe than we were anticipating for Lake City. But again, already a lot of power outages there in Columbia County, so a nasty situation for sure. Just checking here, see if there's any birds in here, in the eye, anything like that, or what's left of the eye. Just kind of interesting not seeing that. We'd see some of that on some of our systems, especially if we were closer with the radar view, if it was actually happening. I don't know if it is, though. I didn't see it over the Gulf. It's not going to find that some hurricanes are, at this point. But and if you missed it earlier, I mean, we're watching things on infrared satellite, and let me see if I can kind of pull this up, because we haven't studied this a whole bunch, because we have to focus on the hyperlocal impacts. But there's current, that's infrared from 4 hours ago or so. Let's see. Yeah, that's 4 hours ago. That's current there as you see that movement. All these quarter cloud tops definitely providing that impact. There was the storm acts and all that efficient rainfall production. So many flash flood warnings in play. The tornado watch in play. As we're looking at things in the yellow area, at least 4 o'clock today. At least they're not in the 20 to 30 as much to the west now. And if we kind of, get this further north, then that, could get some of the tornado threat further out of some areas in north central Florida even. That'd be some good news if that would happen, as we see it stall out a little bit later on. But we shall see here as this kind of progresses in toward the timeline there. So I know temperatures right now, not too warm. I mean, if this were to get out and we really warm up with daytime heating, and so you could have severe weather, but you have to have issues with power outages, and it's hot, in the wake of a storm. But you see 70s there on the board. With a lot of these temperatures, 80 or so around Jacksonville. Gust to 53 recently in Jacksonville, going to wind number 53 miles an hour as we look over there. So just always trying to keep on top of things. Last 12 hours of rainfall. This is a different color table. We see Tallahassee's gotten really lucky, but Perry, that's, this might be underdoing it some, but 6-7 inches there. Mayo, 8 inches or so in that area. Trenton, similar story. Northern Levy County as well. And then you see about 5 inches Gainesville, 3 to 4 around Stark, give or take. So again, just watching the storm system here, watching the hurricane as it does impact some of our different areas, and provide those different dangers here as things do move on through here this morning as a Hurricane Debby moves through. I know, definitely watching all of its impact here on north central Florida, on other areas as well. I know 3.79 inches of rain here east of Stark for today so far. For the last 24 hours, about 4.5 inches. Pressure down to 1,005 millibars and falling there, and highest wind at about 6 feet, 28 miles an hour so far. So that's kind of the storyline there with our hurricane, and in towards dark proper as we're in alert mode, obviously, trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, watching the storm system very carefully. I know we have different issues with the river flooding and the like we got to be aware of too, as we get more and more water there piling up. That can be problematic, so we got to be really mindful of that. So we're watching the storm system move on through. I think that's going to do it for this half-hour update as we continue to watch things here. I know, real quick, I will mention that, that storm surge issue is still, a factor towards Cedar Key. I mean, the center's moved away a bit, but I mean, you still have some of that water that can be coming in this flow Horseshoe Beach as well. So that's something to be cognizant of and the overall pattern with the hurricane. So again, that's something to kind of keep an eye on here for sure. We'll be back at 9 o'clock with more information, so keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date here on Hurricane Debby. Made landfall a couple hours ago at the Cat 1 near Steinhatchee area. Category 1 storm with max sustained winds at 80. Right now, 75 miles an hour. Those max sustained winds, gusts could be a little higher in some areas, so definitely causing some power outages, and we've been talking about that, and we're going to keep talking about it here on Cloud Weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with another update on Hurricane Debby, a Category 1 storm moving through portions of our area with some pretty significant impacts here right now. So just kind of looking at things here on that Doppler radar perspective. You've seen landfall here a couple hours ago around Steinhatchee with max sustained winds at 80 miles an hour, 75 as the latest update. As you just kind of watch things spin around the radar. By the way, just real quick, I know looking towards Central Florida, there's a tornado warning for parts of Orange County, not in our area. I just wanted to say that to you. I know you couldn't really see the reflectivity on the radar there too much, but I just wanted to point that out real quick. I haven't had too many riding to Orlando Metro, but it just popped up here in the last few minutes till 9:15 a.m. for that area. So make a note of that. We'll have to watch that threat locally once again later on. We had some tornado reports yesterday toward Union and Columbia counties. So something to kind of keep in mind there. As I know NAS Jacks got to 58 miles an hour here recently. I know some of those centers pretty high up over there in Duval County, but that's the type of wind you can get in some of these bands here as some of the nasty activity from Debby pushes on through here this morning. I know there's just so many flash flood warnings here on play. Something to really just keep in mind here as the situation develops, goes on hour by hour here as we continue to watch the progress here. You know, some of the heaviest downpours and worst of the wind right now would kind of be, you know, in the corridor here, and I'll kind of try to draw it out in my hand a little. Let me just move this just a little bit further over. So, you know, some of the worst of the wind from out here up through here, heaviest rain as well. Over here, I know sometimes the radar doesn't show it as good, but you can see even extended all the way back through here as well. So just kind of watching that here this morning. Again, kind of this little you know, kind of a top of a C per se. Now there'll still be some pretty nasty ones in the back side, maybe not quite as nasty, but you can see again, kind of in this area where I'm drawing things with my hands. So again, that's kind of the storyline with Debby here right now. With this Category 1 hurricane to make landfall a little bit quicker than we're thinking with the official forecast, at least yesterday, and a little bit, you know, a little bit further east than the expectation. But again, we talked about a jog there, and we thought it might be a possibility that this could happen. You know, landfall a little bit further east, and it made landfall in far southern Taylor County here early on this morning, a little bit south of where Adalia made landfall. I made landfall at Keaton Beach. This made landfall there in Steinhatchee. So that's where the other Debby 12 years ago made landfall, the Steinhatchee area. So again, crazy. That was a tropical storm. It was looping all around before it made landfall, but this here having an impact here, stronger winds, more power outages into some of our different communities here as we look at things with Debby. So again, tracking the situation. You know, we're going to go over to some of the other views here right now because, you know, we have some pretty squally weather in Bradford County right now. I mean, you can almost make the argument. I mean, it's a little bit tricky with these bands sometimes. Maybe a tad of rotation there, possibly. You know, just west of Hampton. But I mean, it probably is more, if anything, wind enhancement in there. I mean, you kind of watch things there as the situation goes along. I know. Let's go ahead and jump over to the camera view, and you can kind of see some of the clouds here from this right now. As we look off toward the west here, we're used to start looking back off toward the west. So again, tracking the scenario here this morning with Debby here, this Category 1 hurricane moving on through. You can kind of see our camera adjusting a little bit because, you know, it's getting darker on us pretty quick, and it kind of has to adjust to be able to get us the better view here sometimes of the clouds and of the tree movement. So again, just trying to give you an idea. I know watching the winds here in real time. I know just the overall pattern right now, not terribly high on the gauge here, but I know it's always important too to kind of watch the wind direction. And right now, at least, as I pull this back up for a second, I know it's out of the south and east here. I was just kind of confirming my gauge was measuring the correct direction on that here. We'll come back over to the camera view. But the point is, I wanted to kind of make sure before I said that is that everything was coordinated there, and that is the case. The one coming out of the southeast right now, up into Bradford County, just if you guys are wondering. So I know that's how you have it with a hurricane. You have the wind, that counterclockwise flow around the circulation here of Debby. So again, just continuing to watch things here with this Category 1 storm. You're watching those trees move. We do have some power outages even in Bradford County here to speak of this morning, as I've been alluding to. I know. Let me go ahead and look at some things here, see what we have in terms of, any questions, comments. I don't see anything new at the moment. Let me go ahead though and check our power outage map here. We're well over 250,000 in the dark right now. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. Even in Bradford County, it's honestly a pretty high number that are in the dark. This may be in, not 100% sure, but it almost looks like it might be a little bit higher than the dial was for Bradford County on this map. So something to kind of bear in mind as we're looking at things. It is a little further east, so it makes sense, but as we look here, 290,649 or so customers in the dark in the state, give or take. As I know, Clay County, you see 6,000-7,000 out, Putnam 3,000-4,000 out, but in Bradford County, a lot less customers, but over 4,000 in the dark. Union County, 2/3 of the county in the dark right now. Baker County, about 1/4 of the county, give or take. Alachua, about a fifth or so in the dark. Marion County, they're sitting at, it looks like, about 24,000 customers in the dark. You see high percentage of outages though. Gilchrist County, Columbia County, Suwannee County, so many folks in the dark there in terms of percentage. Lafayette County, Taylor County, Jefferson County, Madison County. You kind of get the idea. I mean, you see Dixie and Levy counties there as we're watching things. So again, there's a lot of folks losing electricity here this morning, and hopefully you charge your devices up. I know more extended power outage is expected in the hurricane warning zone, which is Live Oak, Jasper, Trenton, Vale areas further off toward the west in general. But, still could last for a good bit here further off toward the east for those that are without power here. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's go back to the other view. Again, continuing to track this here with our tropical cyclone, with the hurricane, the center of circulation there, toward the Suwannee River Valley, west, I guess you could say right now. It's still kind of, even though we have the eye wall kind of around Live Oak, you'd probably say the center's still back in the eastern Big Bend. So again, watching this here very carefully as we look at everything, all the data. Almost 4 inches for today here east of Stark so far. I'm going to get more precip as this does evolve. I see there was just a gust of 50 miles an hour there. It may have been one that we already talked. Yeah, okay, it's one we already talked about. The one at Jackson. Yes, it just comes up as an LSR now, so it comes across in some other sources here too. But just continuing to watch the progress of the hurricane here across parts of northern Florida here this morning. I know. Zooming in here, Bradford County, you see here some of the activity, some of these heavier downpours here, and gusty winds. This could knock out more power here. It's right around, the truck route per se here in Bradford County, probably with some of the worst of this it would seem, up through Sampson and Rayford even right now. So that's some pretty nasty activity there as we're looking at things at about 9-10 in the morning. So again, let's go over here north of Mayo, around New Bern, some very heavy convection here. Again, almost everybody's out of electricity there in Suwannee County right now from this hurricane. Moving on through here, Debby really having that impact here as we continue to watch. I know that last update at 8 a.m. Did have the max sustained winds at 75 miles an hour. Movement was north-northeast at 10. We'll have to watch to see how that slows down potentially. Minimum pressure at 979 millibars. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm and the storm impact. where we're at right now here east of Stark, we're at 1,005, so that's significantly higher. So, not the worst here by any stretch, but still nasty. And landfall, though, we had some of the lowest pressures around Steenhatchee around 7 a.m. this morning. By the way, some gusts popping up. I know not near better. That could have been around Tallahassee so far, it seems, but did have a gust of 47 recently in Gaston County around Quincy, so on up. So that's some information to pass along to you, the viewer there at home. Let's go ahead and look at things. I know we had that quick tornado warning in Orange County in Central Florida that popped off the screen already. There's some rotation coming on in, but I'll kind of see where it was. It was kind of there, Bay Lake area, but that already jumped off the screen. I know some of this stuff's more isolated. That could increase to tornado threat. That's why there's a tornado watch there until 4. There's one up here too till 4 in our viewing circle. We'll see if we get destabilization. I know, and like Elsa, we really got that now. It may land on a pretty similar spot to the stronger tropical storm. We'll have to see. That really became a big story with Elsa, all the tornadoes that were popping up later on in the day. This pattern, we'll see if we get it or not. We hope we don't. The way we are starting to get some clearing now and the moisture accent in like Levy and Marion now, so we'll see. I kind of want to think that the cloud cover is going to be a little bit thicker with this, a little bit more organized of a system now, so I think it'd be harder to get a tornado threat here further north than we did in Elsa going back a few years, but we shall see. We'll watch that carefully here as the day goes on. So I know one thing, Albany's doing better. Look at them in terms of what they could have had. When I say better, they could have been in a lot worse spot in Albany. I mean, you're watching in Albany and you're wondering what is all the fuss about here. They barely picked up any precip there in Doherty County. Camilla, same thing, Bainbridge as well. Even Thomasville has been, lucking out there in Thomas County, only about an inch or so. East side of Tallahassee, they've gotten a couple inches, but Tallahassee down 10.5 inches to an inch. But it's been a big story here in areas here that honestly don't get a lot of talk sometimes in media. As we kind of look between some, when Gainesville is a small TV market technically, and we kind of look and part of that, and then the eastern side of the Tallahassee market, kind of an area that gets, I guess you could say undercovered sometimes. But Mayo, I mean, that's 9 inches in the last 12 hours or so. As we're looking, of course, we're covering you guys. I mean, of course, the TV stations do cover these areas. It's just, they're not right in the metros per se. But of course, we're always on top of things for the 62 counties as we're looking at things. And we have flash flood warnings right now for many parts of our area. Let me just check here real quick. I'm pretty sure none of them are considerable ones in our area. They're not, which would mean a life-threatening flash flood scenario. Granted, any flash flooding can kind of be life-threatening here, but we're not seeing stuff to that level quite yet. I think we'll get there at some point. I know in the other Debby we had flash flood emergencies even, and we could eventually get to some of that. Might be a little bit better chance of that over South Georgia, but we shall see. Again, just continuing to watch here. Let me go ahead and just continue to give you the latest. I know flash flood warnings, different polygons, Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor portions of that zone until about 9:45. It would look like there. Or let me see, I have to do the time conversion on this system. Okay, no, 10:45, I beg your pardon, for parts of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor. 11 a.m. including areas of Levy, Columbia, Gilchrist, and Swanee. That is until noon. 12:45 for parts of Alachua, Bradford, Columbia, Gilchrist, Hamilton, and Union there. 1 o'clock for parts of Alachua and Gilchrist, and 2:15 for parts of Jefferson, Madison, Brooks, and Lowndes counties with the flash flood warnings in place. So just trying to break that down for you guys here. So as we continue to watch the ongoing hurricane scenario here, again, I'll come back on camera now as we continue to watch our situation here impact different communities in the viewing circle. Again, we're just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I know we do still have to watch out for that risk of isolated tornadoes. I mean, we did have some yesterday. We didn't have the parameters way high, but there were reports there of touchdowns, Union, Columbia counties. So That's definitely something to take note of. So whenever you have tornado watch and play like we have for areas like Stark, Jacksonville, Ocala, you know, Palm Coast, you just gotta stay tuned for the latest updates. You gotta have multiple ways to receive alerts, and when a tornado warning is issued, that means the tornado's been detected using radar or spotted. You gotta seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So, some important stuff to keep in mind here this morning with this hurricane, with this tropical cyclone. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. So, let's go ahead. We've been on here, we were on wall to wall from like 5:15 to 7:45, give or take. I've been doing half-hour updates here since about that point, pretty extended half-hour updates. So, and that's what we're going to continue to do, unless of course we get like a tornado warning to pop up, or flash flood emergency or something like that, where we have to kind of go a little more continuous here. Again, but we're on a while here still in these updates because there's a lot to talk about with Debbie. It's just going to be a long event, and it's a one-man band here with me, so I can't just talk, continuous here, and then we end up having warnings, later tonight or tomorrow, and when there's, potentially vital information to give, and I gotta be able to provide that to you guys here. So we're just trying to give you the latest. I'm trying to give you the latest here in the Water Weather Center. You see the lower pressure out there. I know the pressure pattern, so and thin, and you kind of see the isobars and the like, further away from the center, a little bit higher pressure. We're at 4.9 right now here east of Star, but it's still falling. That barometric pressure, it would seem, 76 degrees the air temperature. Wind right now, it looks like the east at about 11 miles an hour. About 4 inches so far for today, with that precip here falling with our scenario. So again, you just got to be mindful of everything going on. And we'll be back here at 9:30 with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you up to date as we watch tropical storm, soon to be, Debbie. Right now, still a hurricane, though, but max sustained winds at 75 miles an hour. We're watching it move to the area as we're in alert mode here to keep you guys safe and informed. Be back at the bottom of the hour.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in the weather center at 9:30. See the trees moving around here pretty rapidly in Bradford County right now. Some gusty winds. Quite a few folks in the dark here, even around Bradford County and Stark. I know further to the west, a lot more folks in the dark here. I know some pretty dark skies. Our camera trying to adjust for that as we go ahead, and I'll throw back up our other source on here right now. And we do have a new flash flood warning now for parts of Suwannee County issued on 12/15. I know it's a considerable threat now. This is the first one we've had like this in our area where we could have some life-threatening flash flooding now. So really getting some higher rainfall total. This polygon in here from Live Oak back to the west. Let me kind of I said this to you. So there's a Live Oak, and then going back to the west, you're really seeing, a lot of rain and heavy rain at that set over this area. So at 9:22, the operator indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Between 6 and 12 inches of rain have fallen. An additional amount of 3 to 5 inches are possible, with flash flooding already occurring. So life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Potentially there around Live Oak, McAlpin, Lauraville, Dallin Park, O'Brien, and Newbern. Another thing to touch on here, just looking here at some reports, it seems the storm surge was pretty substantial around Horseshoe Beach, unfortunately. I know sometimes it takes a little while to get reports out of there. We don't have like official sites, but just kind of going through social media, it seems that it was, and we kind of talked about it being so close to the center, they could have problems there. And as we zoom in, there's Cross City, and I know they had all that wind we were showing earlier on, but then there's Horseshoe Beach, and getting reports of very significant surge impacting that community here earlier this morning. So not good. We had, the way the wind coming on in. I know we'll look at it now, and you can still see some of that coming in. Granted, the lows a little bit further north, so may not be, quite as forceful at this point coming on in, but it's still in that direction. So that's problematic for those folks here as we do look at things with the hurricane. I know last hour or so with rain south of Newbern, about 2.5 inches of precip there. That's north of Lauraville. As we look in that area, that's maybe underdoing it a little. This is on 8 inches there so far over the last 12 hours, 8-9 inches really. And more heavy rain with the remnant of the Iowa impacting those areas there right now. So a considerable threat for flash flooding there in Suwannee County. I know. Let's see if we have any traffic cameras that we can pull up there. Bear with me as I try to gather some of this information. Looking at some of other sources here. Let me just try to kind of give you the very latest on exactly what is happening here. So are there any cameras that we can go to? I mean, a lot of them you just don't get the signal from, after a while in these type of situations, with issues between power and electricity, and not just that, of course, but just communication issues. We do have one now, so let's go ahead and pull this on up as we look here right now. This is I-10 at mile marker 273.8. You can see here all this wind that's in the storyline. I don't see, really any traffic right now, but, I don't see as much flooding over here as maybe we could be seeing in other spots. But you still got to remember to turn around, don't drown here. When you have roads covered in water, you can't see the depth of. Now, this doesn't look like that here. See a semi going across the water, not very deep at all in this stretch, luckily. But still got to be really careful here as we're looking at things, as we give you a live look at some of the conditions. I know there are trees, by the way, down across Leon County around Tallahassee, but could have been quite a bit worse over there than it's been, just looking at the power outage numbers so far. So that's some good news, at least. I mean, not near as impactful as the May wind and tornado event so far for Tallahassee, so that's good, at least for them. But other areas not being spared. Most of Suwannee County in the dark. A lot of counties toward the south with electric problems as well. So not a good storyline. Taylor County, Lafayette County, Dixie County, and the like. So Again, let's go ahead and move away from this shot right now as we go ahead and continue to watch things. I know, just trying to give you the very latest here on the scenario. Let me go ahead and kind of show you here what we're dealing with. Again, this coming in a little bit earlier than we were anticipating, and we're like Swanee County and the like. I mean, that could make the winds a bit stronger there with it holding together, a little bit further in, but at least it didn't have more time to strengthen higher than an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. But still, once you get to a hurricane, you're going to have widespread power outages, in the direct path there, and, within really the vicinity of the coast. I'm talking about even, 75 miles in from the coast, depending on the movement. You're going to have pretty widespread power outages along that direct path. If there is, depending on the strength of the hurricane, a lot of factors. But just kind of giving a general idea. I mean, that's why there's just so many power outages out in here. It's going to take maybe days for power to come back on in some of these areas here in that hurricane warning zone. So, just not a good situation for folks in towards some of these spots with the Category 1 storm. And you see the remnant of the eye wall, really, I mean, it's still kind of intact to some degree coming through areas like New Bern and Swanee County, parts of Madison County up toward I-10. At least we don't have like extreme wind warnings like we had in Adalia. We had at least the potential, not that we had the measurements exactly, but potential for like 115-mile-an-hour winds. We haven't seen that. The highest, I mean, I had in the forecast was 95 for Perry. Haven't seen any numbers quite to that level. Doesn't mean we didn't have them, but it's just sometimes the measurement sites don't like catch those, and there's not enough measurement sites to catch them in some cases. But we've had a lot of power outages, and out to the east we've had some pretty high gusts here. I mean, we had gusts close to 60 in Duval County. That's why up the forecast, that potential. So, just some different things coming into play. I have to forecast early this morning for Stark for gusts maybe up to 60. And by the way, we're getting reported of Alachua County now per the state watch officer. The Alachua County Sheriff's Office has reported a tree down on a house 1 mile northwest of the city of Alachua near the intersection of Northwest 151st Place and Northwest 135th Terrace. So that's some information coming out of the area around the city of Alachua this morning. So again, just trying to give you the latest there. Go ahead, kind of move things around again with our system. I know, again, we have some nasty flooding here as we're looking at things. The highest rainfall rates right near 2-3 inches an hour, right around Dowling Park. I know we talked about it, but they were hit very hard back there, with our system back last year with Idalia. Let's go ahead and pull up what it looked like 1 week after Idalia there in towards Swanee County. I know some very nasty circumstances there. Maybe not as much damage this time around, but still, still maybe vulnerability here or there could still be, exploited in this type of situation. I mean, with all this wind and rain, I'm sure you're having quite a few trees fall. It's 2-3 inches an hour, and that is a considerable flash flood threat. That includes Dowling Park. So, life-threatening flash flooding over there right now. So, again, a nasty situation as we're dealing with things this morning with the hurricane. Moving on through here, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here as our different communities are impacted. Let me go ahead and step off the screen here. I want to see if we have some new information like from Bradford County and some other areas here, and just kind of get an idea of that. So just we're continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center here this morning. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here. Again, let's see what we might have in terms of different information. So weather stem gust to 39 miles an hour recently there at the sheriff's office. Almost close to 5 inches in the last 24 hours there now. I have over 4 inches here for today east of Stark. Getting quite a few reports of some road obstructions here in Bradford County as well. So let me go ahead and move our map on over a little bit over toward Bradford County, and then let me even, I know it's going to zoom out, but let's go to the Jackson radar so we can get a better look at some of the convection moving on through. some pretty nasty conditions right now even. So let's pull up the camera in the corner and watch that for a moment and then look through some information. So road obstruction there, 813, or on County Road 235, and looks like 202nd Street there. Looks like as we get towards Stark, road obstruction, Orange Street there and Lafayette Street around 920 or so. As we look also, road obstruction toward Melrose, State Road 21 and 27th Street, so trees or power lines or something like that falling and causing issues would probably be the cause. As we look at that information, let's see what else we might have here. I know, just trying to let you guys know what's happening on all the different platforms. Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts. There, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, no Cloud Weather on Twitch, and we have cloudweather.com. Again, looking over 40,000 customers in the dark on Clay Electric here on their grid, a little over 2,000 out in Bradford County. There's some nasty wind moving on through here. Again, watching the situation very carefully. Let me go ahead and kind of just keep on looking at things here as we go minute by minute. So again, we have the hurricane out of the west, but some pretty squally, nasty weather coming through Bradford County right now. Just had a gust of 31 here in the last few minutes, and it was only at 6 feet. So you extrapolate out, and really tropical storm force gust here that will be observed in Bradford County, and that can cause this is a tropical storm warning in effect. Of course, we have a flood watch in effect as well, and just checking more information here. And let's get a total power outage number for Bradford County before we move on to some new information I'm getting in. So we have, it looks like poweroutage.us has about 2,357 customers out in Bradford County, but it could be a few more here and there between the city of the Stark, which didn't track on that and the like. But we're just getting a new flash flood warning now. A considerable threat further out toward the west now. So let's go ahead and kind of jump over here. It's for portions of Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor until 3:45. So life-threatening flash flooding a concern over there. So we just got to keep that in mind. Again, watching things there as we do look, as we track things there toward portions of our area. We're talking about Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties until 3:45. So that's a nasty situation in toward portions of viewing circle. I'm going to go ahead and come back here on camera. And I'm getting some different river flood warnings and the like as well coming on in. So I'm back on camera now, and we're tracking the new warning. It does include Madison there. By the way, gust over 50 around Valdosta. Pretty strong winds there. There's a hurricane warning up there as well. So again, nasty stuff here from our hurricane on this August 5th, 2024. So again, just continuing to track Debby here. The danger that Debby does pose. I know you can see right there near I-10 getting, some very heavy rain. We were talking about it a few moments ago, and this is the other considerable threat, and this seems to be slowing down somewhat here, with some of this heavier rain causing problems there. So about 9:43, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area between 5 and 9 inches have fallen, with additional amounts of 3 to 5 possible. And flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly around central Lafayette County, Madison County, northeast Taylor County. So, talking about Mayo, Madison, Lee, Hopewell, Chansey, Day, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Mosley Hall, Hanson, Smith, Buckville, over toward Cherry Lake, even Hamburg. You kind of get the idea. I know they put an extra statement in here to the weather service in Tallahassee as Debby slowly makes its way inland. The northern Iowa will continue to produce very heavy rain in the warned area. So, that's what we're kind of down with, around Live Oak some, but also in parts of Madison County and around I-10. I know in the other iteration of Debby in 2012, it ended up shutting down parts of I-10 because of flooding, and it's not out of the question we can have a repeat of that here. So just got to be really careful as the situation does evolve here, as Debby starts to slow on down a little bit more now in its forward movement and becomes problematic. So I know just watching those rainfall totals add on up as we look. I know over where Bradford County, where I'm at, we're at 4.27 inches of rain here for today. And then for the last 24 hours, close to 5 inches here east of Stark. So again, that's kind of the storyline with that. Again, trying to give you the very latest here on the hurricane as it moves on through here this morning at about 9:47 a.m. That is the current time. And we're just trying to see exactly the latest details here on what we're dealing with, on what we're tracking. You just got to remember, turn around, don't drown. If you can't see how deep the water is on the roadway, you gotta, take the path there, of least resistance, of safety here per se. So again, that's something to kind of keep in mind as we're looking at things here on this Monday morning. So again, watching Debby, watching the hurricane impact our areas here. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. I know power outage wise in the state of Florida, we're at 274,987 customers in the dark, and we have a lot of folks without electric. I mean, most of Jefferson County, most of Madison County, most of Taylor County, according to PowerData.us, Hamilton, Swanee, Lafayette, Dixie, Gilchrist. And I mean, honestly, it's on the edge because about 2/3, but like Union County, even about 67%, 2/3 in the dark, give or take there. So that's quite a bit as we watch our hurricane move on through this morning, as we try to keep you guys up to date here on the different impacts that Debby is producing. So again, watching the very latest here on all our different platforms. And we'll be back at 10 a.m. with more information. But considerable flash flooding. That's going to our bigger stories now. Toward parts of Lafayette, Madison, Taylor, and Swanee County. So remember, turn around, don't drown. That water could really become a bigger issue as this kind of tries to slow down more. That northern Iowa producing some big impacts in some of our communities here this morning. So we'll be back here with more coming up, top of the hour. We're in alert mode, trying to keep you safe and informed. We've had all that wind issue, the power outages. We had a tornado warnings last night. Could have more later on. Tornado watch in play. Had a storm surge. Real big problems on Horseshoe Beach. Cedar Key numbers getting pretty high there. Maybe not as much as a Dye or Hermine, but from what I've seen so far. But we'll have to kind of get that verified later on. But we'll just continue to watch the progress of things. I know further up the coast, maybe not as much storm surge because it made landfall on Steinhatchee. So from there north, you have an wind that kind of push the water out in some instances. That can help things in some of those communities at least. But we'll be back here about 10 minutes, unless of course we get like a tornado warning to pop up or a flash flood emergency, and we'll be back on in those instances sooner.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 10 a.m. tracking Hurricane Debby. Probably be designated as a hurricane for another hour or so. I think in the 11 a.m. advisory, the Hurricane Center would probably drop this down to a strong tropical storm. Still very impactful with the flooding and rains here across the region, and still pretty strong winds. I mean, strong tropical storms, 70-mile-an-hour sustained winds, give or take. That's probably what we'll be looking at. So, got to keep that in mind. Got to keep that in mind here this morning. I know we're getting some different gusts in, a little bit, further away from some of this here. The worst, we got a gust about 58 on our system here. Recently at Jacksonville International, I know it's 751 right now, but 58 in the last half hour at GIA, and then by Valdosta Airport, a gust to about 58 miles an hour here recently as well. So some stronger wind than Valdosta's under hurricane warning, so a little more expected over there. But in this pattern tropical storm warning for Jacksonville, some pretty strong winds here overall in toward the picture, and causing some power outages. I mean, more so further, west north central Florida, Thorny River Valley, the Big Bend region, eastern Big Bend especially. That's where more of our power outages are. But you can still have some further away from those regions here as we're looking at things with the hurricane. So I know we've seen so much rain already. We have considerable flash flooding danger on Live Oak right now, and I-10, and even in the lower parts of Madison County, and that corridor and portion of I-10 there as well. As I know as I look ahead at things here in the overall forecast, just want to see that rainfall forecast here as we do look ahead. Now the time frame could really vary where this really falls, but I know later on maybe up toward Charleston, even later on in this 5-day period up there, 20 plus inches widespread expected for them. In addition, is what we're looking at further south though, to what we already had before like 8 a.m. This is what the forecast down here is for. And we're talking about as we get toward like areas there, southeast Georgia per se, could be another widespread 10 inches here towards some areas there, and even in a little bit of north central Florida. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. As we're tracking things, you see a little sliver of our northeastern southeast Georgia County, maybe close to 15 inches of precip there. So not what you want to see. I know conditions will still get worse up there as we look ahead into word to timeline. And one thing we haven't said in a while, let me go ahead and pull this on here because we've been focusing on the landfall and the like. Let me go ahead and pull on our track information here. I know we'll get a new update from the Hurricane Center at about 11 o'clock here with the new track and timeline and the like. But let's go ahead and pull this on here. I know we had a landfall around Steinhatchee this morning, right around here. Actually, it's kind of wobbled a little off course back to the west now. I had, made landfall further east and south than we were expecting, but probably just a bit of a wobble back here to the west at this point. But it's fit to be a tropical storm in Hamilton County, give or take, at about 2 p.m. And then that's today. And then as we get to tomorrow, you see around 2 a.m. maybe the center, east, north of Waycross. And then by 2 p.m. though tomorrow, only just south of Savannah, and it gets even slower out here off of areas around Savannah and Charleston. That's problematic, obviously, for those folks with the rain piling up and an area that's even more prone to flooding than really many of our zones. So not what you want to see in that regard. If that verifies for them, and and it is pretty bad for us, but that flooding could even cause more damage if it were to stall out like that is sowing things here. So again, we'll watch that carefully. I do know, I saw this with Irma kind of when I was moving through. You don't have as much on the southern side, and it's so we may have may get lucky. I mean, eventually, of course, we have all these flash flood warnings right now and life-threatening danger, but I mean, it can be worse here in that if this were to stall further to the south, we have the moisture over areas in our viewing area here really piling up more so. So let's just say the center does end up, getting up here in toward southeast Georgia by 2 a.m. Then, you have some of this action further east, and it may actually be a little bit drier here across somewhere here for a while. It could fill back in on some different sides, or if the storm decides to take a turn back, it could be at this again later on, with the more long-form coverage. It's still a very kind of tricky thing. We haven't looked at HRRR in a while either. We've been kind of focusing on the landfall if you've been with me here this morning. So been kind of focusing on the current and, real-time information. But we want to look back, at data that's going into the future here now. So let's go ahead and do that here as we kind of look. So we'll just kind of put on the model guidance here and try to progress things out. So this here, we'll see if it happens as I go ahead and zoom back in a little bit, try to show some more stuff, maybe a little bit stronger toward like Union and Bradford here, coming up here as we look ahead later on in the morning, end of the afternoon. It says maybe a little bit more of a break in here, which could cause more of a severe threat. We'll see if that happens. Hopefully it doesn't, but not out of the question. And then we're looking, this is 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and then you start seeing some of that really move out of North Florida. I mean, the models have been kind of running behind, honestly, on stuff because, we were even thinking the landfall might not be until this afternoon at one point. It made landfall at 7 a.m. So, just the orientation of the coast where it actually hit. I mean, if you kind of look at things here, so this is the information at 5 and made landfall at 7, so it kind of went in like this. But if it would have been over here, it would have taken quite a bit longer to make landfall. Could have been even a little bit stronger system, but the impact of it a little bit further west and the like. So it's kind of tricky. It could kind of get through some of the area a little quicker this way at least. But as you see here, you kind of see most of North Florida by 11 p.m. kind of out of the rain. Could still have some pretty gusty winds lingering, but you see around Southeast Georgia some stuff. But maybe we get a good little break here across the area as we get into tomorrow morning with just light showers and the worst further off toward the east, but then some of it could kind of fill back in eventually. As we look here and tomorrow later on, if this low just sitting too close, it kind of fills back in eventually later tomorrow. That's just one potential explanation of what could happen. Explanation, expectation, maybe trying to merge those words, but you kind of get the idea what we're talking about here with this. So right now, here's the hurricane. Still a Cat 1 right now. I know. Really watching that progress of it here this morning as it moves to the viewing circle. Just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Let me go ahead and just remind you here of the wind scale. I know, I'm just trying to keep you safe. I know Cat 1 is what has made landfall out with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Coming back sustained, some higher gust possibility in there. I know, pressure 979 at landfall. That's pretty significant. I know we're at 1,005 where we're at here east to start. Just for reference, highest one we've had so far is 31 miles an hour, by the way, but that's only at 6 feet. I mean, you got to extrapolate up some, because official anemometer sites sometimes, a good bit higher than that with some of the measurements. So you got to kind of keep that in mind. That's still pretty significant because, that's, tropical storm force gust if you're doing the calculations, adding, percent to that. So again, kind of giving you guys the idea on what's going on here with this. Let's go ahead and go back on over right now toward our other viewpoint here. Again, continuing to track our system. You can see here around I-10. Let's look here, 1 hour rainfall. Some of these areas in white, close to 3 inches there, just north of Dowling Park. So some very significant rainfall in that area there as we're looking at things in toward Madison County, Suwannee County as well. Just kind of watching things there, right in that, corridor, kind of right on the edge between them even, as we continue to watch the movement here of the activity. Let's go ahead and see what we might have in terms of power outages. I'm going to check some more other information here. We'll go over another source. Give me just a moment here. Kind of refresh this so I give you the most up-to-date information. I'll go ahead and kind of put this here behind me on the screen so you guys kind of have an idea of what we're talking about here. So we're seeing about 250,000 in the dark here in the state of Florida. You see those maroon areas? I mean, that was kind of similar to the hurricane warning color, and that's where the highest generally outages are is in that Hurricane 1 and quarter. I see a little bit higher percentage there. Some local variability can affect things and the like, but hopefully those power outages will not take quite as long. The power will come back on quicker there as we're looking at things. So again, just looking at our power.us map here this morning, this corridor is widespread power outages there, really. I mean, that's Jefferson, Taylor, Madison, Hamilton, Swanee, Lafayette, Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist counties, widespread power outages, and in some of these areas, these could be extended power outages here, folks. So that's a pretty big deal as we're looking at things. Could take a while to get that electricity back on, unfortunately, here as the timeline does go along with Debby. So again, that's kind of the storyline. I'll just kind of sample a little bit of this here real quick as we kind of put the mouse on here. We'll get into Taylor County. Goodness, I mean, it's actually showing more out than what's tracked. Sometimes that can happen, which is kind of interesting. So pretty much the whole county in the dark there, Taylor County. I mean, they've had all that vulnerability from Medallia already, and then even just the Cat 1 is having a big impact in terms of those wind problems there, that are being caused down toward the surface. So again, just continuing to track all this. We'll jump back on over toward the radar here, and we'll go ahead and keep looking, keep tracking this system. Just a really nasty storm scenario. I mean, this right here, this color table, I mean, everybody in this grass area has seen at least 5 inches. Is what we're kind of talking about. It's not the greatest color table in the world, but it definitely shows some impact here. Everybody in the gray has seen at least 5 inches of precip from this storm based on radar estimates. So that kind of does tell a story in of itself here, where the flooding potential is at this point in time. So that even does extend into a little bit of south central Georgia now. We haven't talked much about Lowndes County, but you're under hurricane warning as well, and things are deteriorating up there. Let's check the power outages up there real quick to see how those are kind of evolving as we get up into towards south central Georgia right at this point in time. I know starting to see some in that region. It looks like about 3,678 customers in the dark there. And let's go ahead and just pull this map up for Georgia, because southern and rural Georgia counties, there's a decent number out actually there. So let's go ahead and kind of show that to you as we kind of pull things on in. I know I had the map kind of pulled down just a little bit here. I haven't set the Georgia one here yet during our coverage, so just trying to kind of get that organized for you. But we'll start off with Grady County there, almost 2,000 customers in the dark. Thomas County, about 2,000. Brooks County, about a fourth of the county, at least the number tracked. Lowndes County, about 4,000 out. Cook County, a couple hundred. Eccles County, most that are tracked out there. And Clinton County, under a hurricane warning as well, we have a couple hundred out in that area. Charlton County, we have somebody watching from Folkestone, a couple hundred out in toward that area. So that kind of tells the weather story as we're looking at things here on that. But again, I'm just trying to give you the very latest here. We'll go ahead and just continue to watch things here. We're nearing 10:15. I know getting a report of a gust of 60 miles an hour around Dowling Park at 9:50. I know they had all that damage in Dahlia, and they've been hit pretty hard this morning. Not as hard maybe as during Dahlia, but still, pretty nasty situation for that area in Swanee County. So we'll be back here at 10:30 in the morning unless we get like a flash flood emergency, or obviously a tornado warning issued for portions of the area. So just keep it tuned here on Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. So just continuing to watch things here as things develop with Debby. Still a hurricane, probably downgraded officially at 11 a.m. I know still had some of that storm surge issue. It's not as bad as it was, but that pattern there kind of pulling in some of that surge there, even in Dixie County there. With the overall wind direction pattern, they were hit pretty hard on Horseshoe Beach this morning with storm surge, it seems, based on social media reports. So not what you want to hear. Further up the coast, not as much because the wind direction pushing out. I know as this kind of goes in, Let me set this to you here just to kind of give you a visual on it here if we can. On the other source, I'm going to go ahead and try to pull this up. I mean, it's kind of moved up a bit maybe, you know, in here with some of the surge. Potentially getting a little bit closer to Steen Hat, you know, that's where it made landfall officially. But, you know, as it kind of gets further in, you can kind of get the direction to sift and have a little bit more surge come in on the backside, but maybe not the maximum it could have been there at least. But there is all pretty vulnerable in there, and we've been keeping an eye on it here for you. And we're going to have to keep an eye on things here, you know, through the day as we watch things here on Cloud Weather. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here on this dangerous situation with Hurricane Debby here. There's considerable flash flood warnings in play as well as we're tracking things here across the viewing circle. We'll be back here next scheduled update at the bottom of the hour.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 10:30, tracking Hurricane Debby here as it does impact areas in the eastern Big Bend, Swanee River Valley, and even further over in north parts of north central Florida and south central Georgia as well. We have a slew of flash flood warnings in play, including more considerable life-threatening flash flood potential there. And toward a couple of these polygons here out toward Live Oak and McAlpin is one, another out toward Madison. So it's very important to remember to turn around, don't drown in these type of scenarios here. As if the roadway is covered in too much water, you just gotta kind of avoid that area and don't risk it, because I know you just have a scenario where things could end up being, life-threatening for you, even as we're seeing an extension of a flash flood warning now. It's a base one for portions of Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor, so not the considerable warning, but that's till 1:45 now, just coming out from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. But again, you just got to be really careful here because this can be, a life-threatening scenario. I suspect we'll probably see this downgraded to a strong tropical storm in the 11 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center in Miami. As we continue to watch things, we're seeing a little bit of a reduction in reflectivity, so a little bit more weakening. The eyes kind of filling in more so. I know the radar at Moody is also starting to get some more rain, so that could be kind of a thing where, we're seeing some of the reflectivity not so up as well just because the radar's getting a lot of precip at the site itself, so it's blocking a little bit of it. But you're going to be seeing some weakening here with this. I know Madison, Live Oak, McAlpin, Branford here. I know a storyline as we're continuing to watch the situation here. Just watching some of the heavier rain occur. I know, looking at things here as we jump on over towards some of our other views here. Let me go ahead, kind of give you guys a visual here, outside. I know not as dark as it was, but telling a story as we're trying to give you the very latest here on what's happening. You can see the trees blowing around some here in the ward parts of Bradford County with this hurricane. Of course, the center circulation further out toward the west, but it's still knocking out some power here in Bradford County. And now it's lightened up some out there. So we'll have to watch to make sure we don't start to get some instability in, because if we do, then that could increase the tornado threat. There's a tornado watch and put at 4 o'clock, and sometimes when we get really busy with these situations, it kind of gets lost in all this. But just kind of switching back over to the other source right now as we're watching wind directs, and I'll take that off. You can see all these green polygons. I mean, there's 9 flash flood warnings right now in play, and every single one of them, including a portion of our viewing area. So that's a pretty nasty picture here this morning. Of course, the tornado watch in play. We're just going to have to kind of keep our eyes on this system and the slow movement, the center circulation south toward at 2 a.m. But by 2 p.m. only, close to Savannah, and 2 a.m. off of Charleston. That it could be a real disaster for those folks from Savannah and Charleston at the track, and that time in order to verify. So just really, really serious. Already significant and life-threatening for parts of our area, but could be a real disaster for those folks where 20 plus inches widespread is a possibility. Yeah, you heard me right. 20 plus inches widespread possible around Charleston and Savannah. So something to kind of take note of there. I know as we continue to watch things here with our tropical cyclone, I know at the 11 a.m. update, I'm expecting it to be downgraded to a strong tropical storm. Let's go ahead and put a loop on here on our radar. You can see how Madison, Hamilton, Swanee counties here with some of the worst of this kind of coming on in. Still have some on the surrounding, sides here. I'll kind of see. I might switch radars actually. Let's go to current. Let's go to Tallahassee, because even there it's starting to kind of not show as well. We'll try Jacksonville just to see. Yeah, I think it is weakening because those sites maybe not getting as much rain depending on how you look. So we'll just go back to Moody here and I'll kind of just describe it. It's definitely so some weakening, still significant situation, that flood threat, especially with it starting out further off there toward the east, could be a catastrophic scenario, but we still have quite a bit here of storm action as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here in terms of, some of the more vigorous convection here from north of Perry, extending here off toward areas like around east of Mayo. So that's going through areas like Live Oak, for instance. And I mean, even on the south side, you have some, but it wouldn't probably be as intense. It's just further from the radar, so it kind of maybe feels it more than it should. It might not be quite as much, in the way of precip, on the back side of this here, especially as we get further away. It's hard to say because there's probably some light rain, but there it doesn't look quite as heavy off the Tallahassee as we look at things there. I mean, it just kind of depends on how you look at it. I mean, in some of these different spots, but again, just continuing to watch things here as we do track this, getting different reports of issues on I-10 now with trees down, parts of Madison County, Jefferson counties. We're talking about looking like many trees down Madison County, across I-10 from mile marker 206 to mile marker 254 per highway patrol, and then same thing in Jefferson County. So, it covers that stretch as well. So, just got to be really careful on the roads. That's why travel is kind of discouraged here in this hurricane warning area, because, a tree falls, if you're traveling, that can be a life-threatening situation. So, you just got to be really careful here in these type of wind events. I know even in Elsa, somebody traveling, I believe, on Jacksonville lost their life back in a few years ago. I would say that we've had so many storms. That was either 2020 or 2021, but just kind of looking back here at things over the last several years with our different tropical setups. As we look, I know new flood warning for aerial flooding, Charlton, Clint, Glenn, Pearson, Ware counties. Let's go to the Jacksonville Raiders so we can kind of set this to you a little bit better. I know we're just kind of still in some of the heavier rain there. It's not going to pop that polygon up on here necessarily, but again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I know. Let's go to the infrared satellite here on our other source if we can. I know. Just trying to give you the very latest here on what's going on. And you can see still pretty cold cloud tops. They're not as cold as they were though. And then let's go to visible satellite. I know we still are pretty set doing cloud cover, so that could still reduce that tornado threat versus what we had with Elsa. But we'll just have to kind of wait and see here as we look at things, as we track the overall situation. So again, just continuing to track this here, tracking the hurricane as it moves across portions of the region here this morning. Hurricane warnings have been in effect for a little while longer here as we're looking toward areas further out toward the west. Probably replacement by tropical storm warnings as we get in the hours ahead. But you just got to be really careful here in these set of circumstances. I know I have so many power outages as we've alluded to here toward different areas. So let's go ahead and see what we have with the power US map here. I know over 250,000 out in the state of Florida. I mean, it's not as bad as storms like Irma, where we had, I believe, like 4 million out at one point. The population density a little different in this, than what Irma impacted, but still impactful for sure. I mean, it's, area that Adalia impacted, and, impacting our viewing area here significantly. So, again, let's go ahead and show this to you here. We'll go ahead and kind of say Putnam County a few thousand out, Alachua County over 15,000 customers in the dark, Bradford County over 1,000, Baker County a couple thousand, Columbia close to 8,000, Suwannee County there, most of the county without electricity there. And once you start getting further west, I mean, You have most of these counties in the dark. It's not just Suwannee County. You have Hamilton, Gilchrist, Levy, Lafayette, Dixie, Taylor, Madison, Jefferson, and even McCullough. Quite a few folks in the dark. So very impactful. I mean, as you look at things here, let's just sample some of the numbers here from some areas. Let's look at Levy County, over 12,000 customers in the dark there. So that's about half of that county without electricity as we get there toward the nature coast. So again, a nasty ongoing scenario, and we're gonna keep giving you updates here. You know, at the top and bottom of each hour, and then more as necessary. Here, of course, if we have tornado warnings or flash flood emergencies popping up. So we'll see you back here at 11 a.m. with more information. Keep it tuned here to cloud weather. I'll keep you updated here on Hurricane Debby, expecting that downgrade to a tropical storm in that next update, and we'll have more here in just a little bit. So keep it tuned. Stay safe out there here as we're watching things on this Monday, August 5th here in year 2024. Another hurricane in Florida. Maybe you thought might get lucky this hurricane season. Nope, another hurricane hitting the Sunshine State here and impacting parts of our viewing area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 11 a.m., and we do have the new 11 a.m. advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, and they have now downgraded Hurricane Debby to a strong tropical storm with max sustained winds at 70 miles an hour now. So a little bit weaker, but still having an impact. And that center of circulation here, closer to ward areas between about Perry and Live Oak right now. So that's kind of the storyline at this point in time as we're tracking the latest information on now strong tropical storm Debby. So not quite a hurricane, but as a hurricane, it caused a lot of power outages. It'll still cause more of a strong tropical storm, no doubt. But now max sustained winds at 70 miles an hour, according to the NAC. So I'm gonna have to watch things. I know it's calmed down a little bit around Stark, and I know the clouds are still pretty thick. But if we started to get some clearing, then we could start to have an increased severe weather threat later on, about tornadoes maybe. But the tornado watch in play until 4 o'clock, so just stay tuned for that. But we have had considerable flash flood concern around Live Oak this morning, especially and up toward Madison as well. Let's look at 12-hour rainfall. And when I say up toward Live Oak and Madison, I know this here, it was going through the last hour. So, in this last hour, let's go to 1 hour, and it's kind of moved closer, toward the towns there, but kind of adding things up some. But even out toward like Dallin Park, concern there and the like, close to 10 inches of rain having fallen there as we're looking at this overall scenario with Debby. And you can kind of see here the track of this. The latest update has Debby as a tropical storm tonight over areas there of South Georgia around Homerville, that vicinity at 8 o'clock. And then about 8 a.m. tomorrow, south of Hinesville, 8 p.m. tomorrow, just southeast of Savannah, 8 a.m. on Wednesday, south of Charleston, 8 p.m. on a Wednesday, southeast of Charleston, 8 a.m. on that Thursday, east of Charleston, and then coming back up into the Carolinas on Friday. So, that could be even more of a danger for them, where that could be widespread 20-inch totals around Charleston, South Carolina. That's the low country already, so that causes problems. And, maybe 30 inches not out of the question around there, which could be catastrophic for those areas. Can't really isolate a catastrophic flooding in our area, but maybe more widespread catastrophic flood in Savannah to Charleston, somewhere in that vicinity, as we look ahead in the order timeline just outside of the viewing area. But could become a big national story in that regard as we do look ahead at things here later on. So something to kind of keep our eyes on here with Debby, with the impact. I know have had some pretty nasty winds toward like Dixie County and storm surge as well toward like areas around Horseshoe Beach and the like. So not what you want to see, obviously. They were hit so hard by Dahlia last year and hit pretty hard this year as well. There'll be more cleanup for them. I know went a long time without a direct hit from a hurricane. Now 2 and 2 years there on Horseshoe Beach. I mean, we had Remain in 2016 with surge along the coast, but now 2 coming, with fury per se towards some of these different areas of that surge in 2 years. And gonna be a lot of cleanup there, it would seem, based on the initial indications. Maybe not as bad as the Dahlia, but the Dahlia already had weakened some things, and not a good set of circumstances in that regard. As they look at some things here, now our barometric pressure is kind of steadied out here around Stark right now. We'll watch it. I know the current advisory has it at 983 further to the west, and it may not drop too much further here, around Stark, as this kind of tracks here further up toward the north and east. I know as I'm looking here, just kind of looking at the data, I do see tropical storm warnings now instead of hurricane warnings for folks like in Hamilton County and the like, because it's not hurricane anymore, so the hurricane warning no longer in effect. So as we're looking at things, this track here has it kind of going in this direction. So tracking here, they've already been getting it heading Live Oak. Almost everybody's in the dark without power, but Live Oak, Jasper, Fargo, where the center will be going, it's going to go slow. I mean, that's not very quick movement there. That's 9 hours of movement, and it's expected to go, as I look at this here, 60 miles in 9 hours. So that's, still, not just, 2 miles an hour, something like that. But it is less than the 10 miles an hour it was going earlier on. I know as we continue to watch things here, just trying to track the overall scenario here with our storm system. I'm going to go ahead and kind of see here what we might have in terms of some new information. I know that northeastern movement's at 8 miles an hour, just to kind of let you guys know. So it's starting that slow down process over land a little bit here. It was 10 miles an hour, the forward speed. Now at 8 miles an hour, we'll be dropping some more as we look ahead. And then as we look here from 8 p.m. tonight to 8 a.m. tomorrow, it's gonna go maybe 60 miles or so, 65 miles in that stretch. So that's still an okay speed actually, if that were to verify. But then we have issues because then going from 8 a.m. tomorrow south of Savannah to 8 p.m. south, it's only going to go about 50 miles in that period. And then it only goes about 45 miles, then 30 miles in about a 12-hour period off the coast of Charleston, as it's probably pumping all that water in Charleston. I mean, it could be even re-strengthening and putting that moisture in the low country there. And then it does pick up maybe a little there in the 12-hour stretch, maybe 35 miles in 12 hours, and then it picks up some more. But by then, they could have some real problems around Charleston and Savannah. I mean, I'm talking about widespread, catastrophic, historic, once in a lifetime flooding there. Savannah and Charleston a possibility. So, that's improved up there. We still got to watch things out here, though. This could definitely be deadly, what we're seeing around here, though, still. So we got to keep that in mind. Accidents on the roads, definitely a deadly hazard here at times in landfalling tropical cyclones like Debby here. So I know if you weren't with us earlier, we were talking about how this Debby and the Debby in 2012 making landfall at the same spot. Granted, that one was circling around before it hit, but Steinhatchee, the landfall point with this was about 4 hours ago when it made landfall there on Steinhatchee there. And I will mention that, we talk about the speed's okay with this, but it's not great, but I mean, it has gone 34 miles and in 4 hours, give or take, here from the coast. So, we've seen worse here, like Florence and the Carolinas with that speed. Points, it was really slow, 3 miles an hour, I want to say at points. I'm just trying to go off the top of my head, but so, it's a situation here where it's not doing that quite yet, but eventually it could. And we'll have to make sure this doesn't like loop back around like some, that forecast we look at here. It could change, not out of the question. I know they have had bad flooding in the past there, like in the Carolinas with Joaquin, not directly but indirectly with the overall pattern. But look at this. This is one model, the hurricane model that shows up in our information. It has a different path entirely as we get later on. The one right now is one thing, but it has it going up toward areas there on Homerville, and then going toward Brunswick and the like, off the coast first off, but then circling back and moving all the way back across the area and maybe toward the Gulf eventually. So you just never know what could happen. The GFS with gonna show up here. It has it going a little further north. The consensus has that doing the same. So there's not as much certainty as we would like for something that's already made landfall, and that it could have big impacts still if it were to do a little bit different curve than what we're expecting now. For us, this is not the worst case scenario for our 62 counties with the flooding event if it were to take a track like this. However, this would probably be about the worst case scenario for Savannah, and especially up toward Charleston, where it could just be, just a horrible disaster if things verify. I mean, I don't talk like that generally, but that's just, I mean, I say 20 inches widespread, I say 30, but it's not out of the question we could get 35 inches even. I mean, Harvey did something similar on Houston and they got 50 inches. So, the models sometimes won't explicitly forecast as much, this far out and what they could actually get up there. So we got to be kind of really, really careful because that's low country. If they get 20, 30 inches around there, around Charleston, oof, not good. It might be the, biggest disaster they've had there in a while. But hopefully it doesn't happen like that. But they got to be preparing up there, obviously, for that potential. I know we're watching our 62 counties here as we're looking at things. I know, speaking of Charleston, I mean, they already have issues just in, with some surge from time to time, astronomically high tides even. So, how much rain there would not be good. But our 62 counties are ones you see on the screen. I know, just looking at things, I know in St. Johns County recently, this got a gust of 51 miles an hour around Volano Beach. So even the East Coast getting some impact here from some higher winds at points here on this Monday morning. So again, continuing to watch things, continuing to track things, trying to give you the very latest here. I talk about these areas, these just crazy totals, and sometimes we've had some crazy totals out here and some flood events over the past, unnamed systems, even not tropical. We've had, like, some areas 30 inches, but those areas, they're not as urban and it falls over a longer period, but just the way Charleston is, that's, a flood-prone area, kind of like Houston is to some degree, and that much rain a period of time be problematic. But I mean, we have already seen this highlighter yellow color about 10 inches in the last 12 hours, maybe a little bit less time frame, but this is how this is measured in that yellow area, about 10 inches last 12 hours. Some of these yellows around that a little less, but that's where some of the heaviest rain has been because this has slowed down a little bit more in those areas. So that's why we have the considerable flash flood warnings. I know we've had the storm surge factor be a big story here today as well. And we even had power flashes live in the air around Cross City in the 6 o'clock hour. We were tracking here for you. I know they had a gust in Levy County, not far from Chiefland, also even toward hurricane force. So got quite a few power outages out there, and with the rainfall, and even if the winds aren't quite as strong, the winds, and wet grounds knocking trees down, causing more power outages. So got to keep that in mind as we're tracking things, as we monitor the situation. Let me go ahead and check, see what we got in terms of power outages right now. And we're going to go ahead and go on over here toward the other mode. Let me go ahead and kind of switch on over toward the other source as we continue to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm just checking some of the latest information. Another storm surge in Cedar Key earlier. Well, this stuff is in Tampa. I have some video of that. So that's kind of a storyline. But again, just continuing to give you the very latest here. 284,054 customers there in the dark. I know, in the state of Florida, we've had quite a few in Pinellas County, even. I know downstate they've even had some pretty nasty coastal flooding and the like between rainfall and surge. Seeing some different videos on social media and the like, but you can see the power outage is really focused on portions of our area, even some of these in Georgia too, but we'll focus on the Florida ones right now. I mean, they're not as bad further east, Putnam, Clay, not overwhelming, but Marion starts to pick up. Alachua County, here in Bradford County, back over 1,000 again. Union County back up again. I've seen some lower numbers earlier, but half the customers out in Union County, Baker County, not as many percentage-wise. Columbia County, I think it was worse earlier there, but Suwannee County, and then when you really get in the area that was under the hurricane warning, it's kind of clear where it is almost, a maybe total outage in some of these areas. Other areas, not quite that, but as you kind of look here, I mean, you look at Hamilton, Suwannee, Gilchrist, Levy, Lafayette, Dixie, Taylor, Madison, Jefferson, and Wakulla. A lot of outages there in terms of the high percentages. We're going to look at Leon County, about 25,000 out there, but that pales in comparison what they had in that event in May, where they had quite a bit more in terms of outages. And, this storm, at least we had few days to prepare, give or take. They had about 10 minutes, to think about what was headed their way back in May in Tallahassee with the magnitude becoming, clear. So those were 100-mile-an-hour winds, give or take, with tornadic activity and, this Royal wall wind coming in. But looking here, getting some different reports. Power pole was broken in Dixie County, Taylor County. We've got reports there of, it looks like, trees uprooted or snapped. Thomas County, Georgia, shingles blown off there. 52-mile-an-hour gust in Mayport recently. In Duval County, Florida. We're kind of telling the story as we track things. Let's go back on over to the Doppler. Again, continuing to track all these flash flood warnings and these green polygons. Gotta be extra careful in these areas. Nasty, nasty conditions. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour with more information, so keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. Be back at 11:30 to track now strong tropical storm Debby. The headline right now is it did weaken a little bit, down from a Category 1 hurricane to a strong tropical storm, but that flooding threat doesn't necessarily change too much. Wind threat's still significant here. A lot of folks already lost power. Then you have the tornado threat we'll have to watch throughout the afternoon to see if that starts to pick up. Definitely quite a bit of hazard. The storm surge threat maybe relenting some. Let's see what they have for the latest numbers in the update here real quick before I throw it back to the radar cycle for a little bit. Let me just see what we have here. So they are saying now 4 to 6 feet of storm surge there. Yankeetown to the Osceola River. If we get some of the surge to peak, enough with the fets there at high tide. If high tide can kind of bring things back up a little bit. I know we already had some pretty high readings there in that range around Cedar Key, but some areas don't have measurements per se. But we had significant storm surge on Horseshoe Beach this morning based on reports on social media. So thoughts and prayers to everybody out there. Not good seeing more damage here in 2024 from Debby out that way. That impact, severe for some folks. They were recovering from Adalia, and now, Debby coming on in, causing problems as we have storm surge warnings continuing. I do see the hurricane warnings are being canceled by Tallahassee officially because it's not a hurricane technically anymore. But Tallahassee, even though we've had some parodies there, wasn't near as bad unless it somehow loops back around later on. Wasn't near as bad as what they had in the May wind event or during Hermine or even Michael. So that's some good news there. But other areas not as lucky. We'll have more at 11:30 at the bottom of the hour.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, 11:30 here on this Monday morning, tracking strong tropical storm Debby as it impacts our area here. I know max sustained winds at 70 miles an hour as of the latest information. So hurricane warning no longer in effect, but we do, as I go to our other source here, have a slew of areas under a tropical storm warning. That's in that maroon color. I know it just goes, out there, all the way into like areas of St. Johns County and Putnam. Flagler's not under it, but then all the way back out toward the north and the west. So, not Albany or Leesburg, Georgia under it, but a lot of areas under the tropical storm warning. We have a tornado watch in play, have many flash flood warnings. It's still a pretty big deal, though we haven't had necessarily any tornado warnings since last night locally. That could always change. We'll be here for them. We'll be here for flash flood emergencies breaking in for sure. So the current plan is after our 12 o'clock update to go ahead and switch streams to a mainly radar stream, hopefully, but with the ability to cut in, obviously, for tornado warnings or flash flood emergencies, or even some like threatening flash flood warnings and other situations if they warrant. But that'll be on a different stream after our 12 o'clock update. So we still have this update, the next one. And if we don't have any tornado warnings between now and then we'll kind of switch over to an as-needed type of situation with the updates. But right now, we're on with you, giving you the latest as we're seeing some different reports. I mean, even Jack's Beach here, still getting some strong winds. I know sometimes when you're right at the coast, it helps with the pattern to get stronger winds, but they just got gusts to 61 miles an hour. I know that's what some of this stuff's kind of why we up the wind gust potential and started at 60, though we haven't had as much wind here in the last little bit. It's still pretty windy out there as we're looking. I know St. Augustine, 50-mile-an-hour gust here recently, but our center circulation's back out here. It's just some of that wind's kind of spreading out some with this as we're tracking the overall scenario here. I know seeing the flash flooding, and let's go over to the Moody radar to try to get a better look at what's going on here. So 1 hour rainfall, not showing as much. These rainfall amounts not as prolific in the hourly rates as they were, but look at how much, in this gray. Everybody in this gray's got at least 5 inches, but some of these areas over 10 inches of rain. But this color table, that gray means at least 5 inches on this colored table here. That kind of gives you an idea of who's gotten, some of the heavier rainfall overall as we're tracking things here this morning. As we just continue to watch another flash flood warning update recently. We've had different ones, but a continuation to 215 parts of Jefferson, Madison, Brooks, and Lowndes. I know I was coming on in here, so just reiterating that as Quitman, Valdosta, Lake Park, Ahara, some of the communities under that one. Seeing if there's any recent updates on any of these other flash flood warnings. There's not, but that's kind of the storyline there. Of course, when we're in that radar mode, or at least try to go to more that radar mode later, you'll look for the green boxes to see the flash flood warnings there. If there's any red polygons, those are tornado warnings. If they're not in our area, we're not probably breaking in, but if they're in our area, we'll be breaking in imminently to protect you, your friends, and your family so you get to that tornado safe spot. So keep that in mind. That maroon in the background there is a tropical storm warning. I switched the color table up. I switched the alerts that we have up. We took the hurricane warnings out of there and switched it to the tropical storm warning area since there's no longer any hurricane warnings to display. So that's why you see that in the background there now. We have the flood watch continuing now until tomorrow at 8 p.m. for portions of our area, so got to keep that in mind. I know South Georgia be watching more of that flood threat as we look ahead, but up to this, Roy, watch things. Normally, I know in a lot of these situations, when we're rapping like this, well, that means the worst is over, and in terms of wind for our area, it probably is. However, the flooding threat is iffy here, and there's always a chance we could have some odd curves back with the track. It's an odd situation here. Maybe we'll get lucky, but we'll have to be really on top of things. But just remember to turn around, don't drown in the flash flood warnings. It's just in these situations, after a while here, we don't have necessarily just a slew of new information to give you unless we have a tornado warning or like a, more enhanced flash flood scenario. So I just gotta always be mindful that things are still pretty dangerous in spots here, and quite a few areas without electricity. If you do encounter a traffic light that is out, treated as a four-way stop, that's important to keep in mind. As I know we're seeing Jacksonville Craig Airport gusts to 52 miles an hour around 11:17 a.m. As we're looking at things there, so some pretty high winds in that area. And when you have the breaks in the convection, we saw this in Elsa. We had tornadoes develop later on. I'm hopeful the clouds are dense enough it doesn't happen here, since this was a little bit stronger storm at landfall. But the timing is similar in some ways to Elsa, so we'll watch. But the visible satellite actually shows, really a packed in picture. We're not really getting breaks at all, so that would really make it hard for the instability to happen. I know we'll continue to watch very carefully. I know they had, in some areas further off toward the north and west, rainbows and the like yesterday. But, around here, we have all that cloud cover right now. The sun's not coming out. So, but Albany, Tallahassee, things are quite a bit better over there, especially Albany. I mean, not with the cloud cover necessarily right now, but in terms of just, we'll go to rainfall in the last 12 hours, and you see really nothing around Albany and Doherty County. Tallahassee, that have been right on the edge. There are, at the last check, about 25,000 customers in the dark there, but, honestly, if this was, some events, and that'd be a pretty big deal, but not, hurricane events we've had in the past have been worse than that, a lot of them. And then, of course, the May event was way worse than that for Tallahassee. So the focus has been out here toward the east. We've seen the highest rainfall amounts out here, highest power outages, and then at the coast, the coastal zones where the wind has been pushing in. So it's areas down in here, not as much up here because the wind's pushing out, but down here, that's where we've had the highest storm surge and some pretty big problems around Horseshoe Beach and some of those communities there. I know it made landfall at Steinhatchee, so maybe just, as we try to gather more information, not as bad as surge right there because the wind, when it makes landfall isn't exactly, it's not exactly pushing right in, because just south of that is where you have the worst of that surge factor, or east, depending on the orientation of the coast and the like, and how it's making landfall. But again, just kind of giving you the latest on this here as we're tracking things, as we're tracking the strong tropical storm now, the 70-mile-an-hour max sustained winds with Debby here. And let's check some of our wind field forecasts. I know we'll kind of check these. So, even in these red areas, could still have gusts. In these red circled areas, gusts to 60 possible, and that's what we changed our forecast to here earlier this morning. So not out of the question, Gainesville, Stark. I haven't seen anything lately though with that. We've had over 4.5 inches of rain today. Last gust was a 17 here. It's lower down, but 31 miles an hour is what we had here earlier on this morning with the highest gust. So I know, not as significant as we saw earlier on. I do note the pressure's actually gone down just a bit to 1,004.9 millibars. The lowest we had earlier was 1,004.8. They're right at 9:02 a.m. So not quite the lowest we've had today, but the lowest has been a little bit. So that's interesting. We get a little bit closer to the lowest pressure. Sometimes that means worse weather, or exactly a direct correlation, but some correlation there for sure. So something to kind of keep in mind there. I know as we get later on, in Georgia, still could be some gusts that cause isolated power outages there on Folkestone and Waycross tonight. So that's why that radar seem to be important. And we'll break in as necessary there. Obviously, any tornado warnings, it's our policy to be on for any tornado warning storm within our 62 county area here. We've been on for every single one since late 2019. So doing that there in our stream, and there's all the different platforms that we're on. Of course, if there's a flash flood emergency or something, well, then you can count on us being on the different platforms to cover that. That'd be a catastrophic flood threat for a community. We do have considerable flood threats toward Madison, Live Oak, though. The rain rates have dropped off a little bit here lately. Granted, the rain's still coming down pretty hard, but it's not as heavy, it doesn't seem. Granted, we've had rain over some of the radar sites, which could be blocking things, but it seems like there's been some weakening in the convection and so not quite as heavy of rainfall currently, but got to be careful. It could start to fill back in. Things could strengthen a little bit again at points in there, so we'll have to keep an eye on things. But right now, it doesn't look like a flash flood emergency is imminent for any of our counties. As we look toward areas further north, not imminent, but eventually could have flash flood emergencies like toward Savannah, Charleston, somewhere in that vicinity, because the way things could still out with this could be really, really bad. But that wouldn't necessarily be in our area based on the current forecast. Now, some models have things looping back around. Some guidance does, so we can't discount that possibility. But right now, that's not the forecast. But things can change. We're still in alert mode. We're not going out of alert mode here. Like sometimes after a storm moves through, you can, go out of alert mode. We can't go out of alert mode in this set of circumstances here. We're going to keep on watching things, keep on tracking the overall scenario here to protect you, your friends, and your family here with our tropical storm. Now, it did get downgraded at the 11 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center from a Category 1 storm. So, again, that's the good news, but still a lot of rainfall and hourly rain rates lower than they've been now. I mean, this is showing, and it's probably doing it a little. It says about an inch an hour around Live Oak. Let's say an inch and a half an hour around Live Oak, because sometimes it's underdue tropical downpours. But that's not as bad as it's been, quite honestly. But the winds are still pretty strong in there. The statement from the Hurricane Center had sustained at 70. Well, probably say at this point this gust to 70 based on observations I've seen, but there aren't as many out here now. I do see Mayo, honestly, getting a little bit of lightning down there is interesting. So, a bit of maybe strengthening in there right around Lafayette County. So, if there's anybody out there that hadn't lost power on Mayo, then they might be losing it now with a little bit of increase in organization right in that area there as we're looking toward that area of our viewing circle. I know you just got to be careful because we have the rivers and the like too that are going to be filling up, and that's going to cause issues here. I know in Irma we really had that problem. Not necessarily probably going to see that, maybe to that extent, but still an issue here, at least in our Florida counties. That could be a bigger issue, and further up in Georgia, South Carolina, it's kind of to be determined here at this point. But at least in the Florida counties, I don't think we're going to have flooding quite like we did during Irma, based on what I'm seeing right now. Again, things can still change some. Still kind of cross your fingers here a little bit with this. Not as much certainty as we sometimes have with these scenarios here. But again, just continuing to track the situation. I'm not seeing as high of wind numbers as I've seen, in areas closer to the storm. I have seen 4 on Duval County lately, getting up there, though, which is kind of noteworthy and interesting. With some of this scattered activity. Some of these sites maybe a little higher up at points too, which could be playing a role. The tropical storm warning effect, though, for Duval County and for Jacksonville. So we're just going to continue to monitor things here, continue to give you the very latest on this ongoing situation. Of course, there is the tornado watch in Plato 4. Could have more tornado watches this year even later on. But we haven't had tornado warnings since last night in our area. We've had some downstate, but some of those bands might push a little further into the Atlantic. We'll see how that kind of sets up. But let's just keep our tornado safety tips in mind. When there's a tornado watch, you want to stay tuned for the latest updates. I have multiple ways to receive alerts on a tornado warning this year. That means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. I know it seems we had some touchdowns of tornadoes in Union and Columbia County yesterday. We'll kind of see how things evolve here in terms of surveys maybe in the future. I know with the storm heading right now, haven't I'm sure had time, the weather service in Jacksonville, to get out there and survey things. But hopefully those areas weren't hit hard enough by the storm that they can kind of tell the difference in the damage. Granted, you don't want the damage to be that bad to be able to tell the difference, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see, kind of get a better handle on things, because it's kind of, something we don't have too much information on yet, other than just the reports that there were tornado sightings there in Union and Columbia as we were looking back there. We didn't know it right then. I did see a debris signature, but later on, Weather Service saying they had some of that information. So just got to be careful. We could get more of those later on if we get enough of a break here. And some of that we saw with Elsa made landfall in a similar spot a few years ago. Is a little bit weaker of a storm than this. However, we had more breaks in the clouds. We don't have any instability hardly right now around our area, so that is helping us. That not destabilizing could help us prevent much of a tornado threat, because we do have some of the supercell composite around there, not as much right there in areas further over. So this is not as favorable right now. Again, things can change quick in a tropical setup, but right now things don't look as favorable as it did happen during Alpha. We had a number of tornadoes touch down in the evening hours on that day as things impacted our region. But I know, they've had still flooding down the south there. I know we've had, the wind pattern be an issue here. And that's something we'll have to watch to see how this moves. The wind direction as this doesn't move as quick. Still some issues with surge and the like, I know, and just flooding even. Like areas of Pinellas County there, different neighborhoods flooding down there. So, there's some of that vulnerability there, coastal vulnerability and the like. So we'll be back at noon. That'll be on this stream as planned. That'll be the final full update for now. And then we'll switch to a radar stream where we can break back in here as needed as the situation does evolve on us here. Of course, for all tornado warnings, all flash flood emergencies, and other updates as they are warranted. That's the current plan. Things can change with this tricky storm system, but I'll be back here at noon first, and then we'll go to a situation where we have coverage like that. Of course, I haven't really mentioned this. I'm just seeing them pop up in here, but really haven't needed to get into it. But rip current's such a big deal. Obviously, shouldn't be in the water right now in this type of pattern, but I see some of the rip current statements coming out. So, looking at our barometer here, 1,004.6 millibars, and rain up to 4.62 inches for today here east of Stark. Now 1,004.5 and falling a little bit. So we'll watch things here. The wind hasn't been, crazy, but it's still been up there some, 20 in the last 10 minutes. So let's look real quick before we end this cut in on the outdoor camera. And yeah, it looks pretty nasty out there right now. So something to kind of keep in mind as we look at things here. Some of these differing conditions here from neighborhood to neighborhood. You see some of the trees moving around a little bit here. So definitely something to kind of keep our eyes on here as we look at the situation here this morning and into the afternoon hours. So again, we'll be back here at noon with more. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date as we're watching things here on this Monday morning with strong tropical storm Debby impacting our area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, the noon hour now is where we're at. We have strong tropical storm Debby moving through portions of the area. We're still in alert mode, but this will be, as at this point, the last cut in on this landfall stream. Then we'll go to another stream here with the radar, but then break in as needed for things like if possible emergencies arise in our area, or obviously any tornado warning or other circumstances as needed as well. We'll be here for you on cloud weather to give you the very latest. But since it is kind of impacting some of the same areas here, hour after hour, and there has been some weekend, and we're going to kind of ramp down coverage a little because this could still be something that we're talking about here, into tomorrow. So got to kind of conserve our energy a little bit here, a one-man band, but in case things do arise that become more serious here with flooding or tornado threats in our area again. We already had the serious window come through, the serious storm surge and the like, but serious flooding and then more tornadoes a possibility as we go ahead and jump on over here to our other source. We are starting to see a little bit heavier rain pick back up, it would seem, on radar on McAlpin and Swanee County now. That could be a cause for concern there as we kind of look at things. Hourly rain rates, showing up 2 inches there, being picked up at least in the last hour. I mean, you could say the rain rates may be a little higher than that now because we were seeing a little bit lower in terms of rain here earlier on in the period. So the current level that the rain's falling, probably a little bit more than 2 inches an hour in some of these spots. So we're watching this carefully. I know we're looking at the tropical storm warning, and boy, I know the hurricane warnings have been discontinued since this is now a tropical storm. It made landfall a good bit earlier than maybe what the official forecast was saying yesterday, a little bit further east as well. It didn't strengthen quite as much as the forecast had, but still a hurricane, still a pretty big deal. I mean, even though we've had so many hurricanes since 2016 in Florida, we won't the Hurricane Wilma situation in '05 to Hermine in 2016 without any hurricane in Florida. So every hurricane hit in Florida is a big deal, and hitting our viewing area obviously is something we have to touch on. I mean, so again, just kind of a storyline here right now as we look at things, and just to put that in perspective, I mean, for me, that was the first year of middle school all the way through my time at FSU, no hurricane hit in Florida, and then we've had a slew of them since 2016. And this is yet another one, unfortunately, to add to that list here with Debby. And then we had Debby 2012, a tropical storm hitting with just torrential rain, looping around in the Gulf and having tornadoes and situations like that. But but this is it was a hurricane that caused widespread power outages. As we're looking at things, I know some tropical storm warnings don't want to show up quite right, so he saw, like City, they are under one despite what that was showing if you just saw that first split second. But these areas in this gray here, 5+ inches of precip there over the storm event. Some areas are quite a bit more than that, but just that in general gray area kind of tells that story. So something to kind of keep in mind here as we're looking at things. I know, getting an update on the tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. So let's see what they're talking about with that, because it would be kind of interesting to know. So that red circle area, they're kind of sending out a discuss, and they're saying isolated tornado threat will persist through the day here. Tropical storm Debby slowly moving north through portions of Florida here. In addition, I know they're talking about an extensive region of banded precipitation extends from the eastern eye wall into the western, areas there further back. I know across the Florida peninsula, and instability has been mostly weak amid the persistent stratiform rain across northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. And then greater instability has developed with more broken cloud cover across central Florida, where lightning activity has been focused. However, surface winds are veered in this region, so the tornado threat is somewhat muted. And the wind profile sampled in Jacksonville remains quite favorable for low-level updraft organization and tornado potential, though. So if greater instability can develop along the coast later today, an increasing tornado threat is possible from southeast Georgia into the eastern South Carolina area as the wind field expands northward. So gonna have to watch that carefully here in that regard. And so It's put on visible satellite. Yeah, you can kind of see some breaks down to the south. Not, I mean, when I say breaks, it's more, the clouds just aren't as thick as we're getting down there. But we'll continue to watch that. We have just so many flash flood warnings in play here. These green boxes, 7 different ones, and all of them encompassing parts of a viewing area. And a couple of them there, a considerable variety. None of the catastrophic variety, the flash flood emergency right now, but we're going to keep on looking at things here as the scenario does go along. I know Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor is a life-threatening, considerable polygon as I look at things here. And that one, that goes until about 3:45. Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor, that's another one of the base ones. As I'm just kind of going through these to double check everything here. The Swanee one is the other one. That is a considerable one. That's just to 12:15, so we'll see what they do. They'll probably, we may just go ahead and say that's another 9 minutes to see. I'm sure they'll be kind of watching things. There's another polygon that does encompass an area till 3:45 does. They may just let that drop, but they don't want to go another considerable, but it's probably enough to go another considerable in there, but probably not enough to go with a flash flood emergency at this point. But we'll continue to watch that over the next several minutes. So I know one thing to note: the tornado situation would look better out there because further back you don't have a tornado watch that's set up to sit in is favorable because that's not really in the northeast quadrant. As you're getting further back toward the western storm system, obviously. So they get a gust of 55 in Valdosta, so more power is likely around Lowndes County and Valdosta. Now, they were under hurricane warning at one point. That got canceled, but still some pretty nasty weather there. It's a highly populated area, so something to watch for. This isn't headed right there. Adalia went right through there. They had a flash flood emergency. This is going a little bit, further south and east there of Valdosta. So that's something to kind of keep in mind there as we're looking at the overall scenario. And some areas trying to get back to school, but this is kind of as we're looking, the timetable is different between areas of the viewing circle, but towards some north central Florida areas, not quite ready for that yet, but definitely as folks are getting ready, this is kind of putting a damper on that. But as we look here, we're just continuing to track things. I know with the track of this system, I'm going to take our wind fields off real quick so we can kind of see this a little bit better as we're looking at things. So I know Adalia, it made landfall, and let me just kind of move this map over just a little bit here. So, as we're looking here at the latest information, we had Adalia kind of make landfall a bit further up, going to Perry, and then kind of go more like this. Well, Debbie's kind of made landfall further down here to some degree, and it's going more like this per se. So that's kind of the storyline. It's not a big difference, but a little bit less of an impact about Asta from this as we're looking here, than what they had in Adalia. But still something to kind of watch for. It's also it's moving a little slower, I would say. Which and it's also a weaker system to start out with when it made landfall, so that decreases the hurricane, the overall potential there of those winds as you got further in and further inland. But I know tracking the scenario here as we were looking at the update from the Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. It did get downgraded to a strong tropical storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds. At present movement north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. That a minimum central pressure 983 millibars. It made landfall there on Steenhampton at 7 a.m. this morning as we're looking at things there. So definitely worth noting as we're tracking things in that regard as we try to give you the very latest on exactly what's going on there. So again, trying to let you know all the different details. Of course, we had the winds even in the 6 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour that were pretty active there. 6 o'clock hour, you saw some power flashes live here on this stream around the Cross-City area on some of those Florida 511 cameras. It wasn't quite sunrise yet, per se, and they were having issues there because of all that wind coming on in, knocking out power. And I know, got a viewer there in Folkestone, by the way, and I'm looking at the questions before I go to the power outage map. Their rain gauge over 3 inches so far there as we're looking toward Charlton County, and quite a bit more to come as we get in toward that area. But let's go ahead here and go on over toward some power outage information. I want to get the latest updates on that here. I know, as we mentioned, the plan is to wrap this stream and then go to mobile radar stream where we cut in as it is warranted instead of the scheduled updates here. So I'm going to go ahead and get this in. We may pop it up later on that, or even not necessarily on. But I know we're going to be watching to see what we have in terms of maybe a new flash photo warning for parts of Swanee here in a few moments. But here's that power outage.us map here. I know 298,532 customers in the dark, and many of those in our viewing area here. So even though it's not like 4 million darn normal or something like that, give or take, you know, a lot of these are in our area. And in the maroon areas, that's where we have more widespread outages, and that means they're probably more long lasting because more damage was done. Maybe not as much damage as a Dahlia, but still, it's still impactful, and these areas are already vulnerable because, you know, there were issues, you know, from a Dahlia, they got, you know, repaired per se, but maybe a tree here or there, you know, is in a vulnerable spot already. And because of what happened last year, coupled with this year, it came on down because of the combination of both. Jefferson County, pretty much everybody in the dark there. Not so much in Leon County, still quite a few out, but that's, you know, that's not as bad as Hermine. Definitely not as bad as the wind event here in May, the tornadoes there in May. We'll call up quite a few out though there, percentage wise. You see Taylor County, it's actually still more than 100%, which is not how it works exactly, but it's probably adding some other folks in there, just in neighboring counties. But Madison, they had about 100% out. Hamilton County, quite a few out. Swanee County, same story. Lafayette County, Dixie County, Levy County, about half the customers out there. Gilchrist County, about 2/3 in the dark there. Even in Columbia County, I mean, that's about half the folks in the dark in that area. Union County, 2/3 in the dark there, according to this. Baker County, about a fourth in the dark. Alachua, about almost 18,000 out. Bradford County, where we're at, about 3,000 in the dark. You know, Marion County, about 18,000 out. Putnam County, about 3,000 or so in the dark. Clay County, close to 5,000 without electricity. So, could have done that story. And I even see Nassau kind of lit up a little. They're about 2,000 out. So, again, that's kind of the story there. I know in Georgia, we're seeing more power outages. You know, areas like Lowndes County and the like as well. So, that's kind of a storyline there that we're tracking too. Let me go ahead and kind of, as we continue along here, show you the radar again as I get some stuff ready in Georgia to say in terms of the latest power outages on this source. Let me go ahead and kind of show this to you now on our other computer source here, about 25,000 out in the Peach State. You see some in Camden and Glen, but not crazy numbers. A few in Charlton County. You see Clinton County, though, quite a few out. Eccles County. Lowndes starting to get up there close to 9,000 customers in the dark there. Lanier County, Berrien, Cook, Brooks. See Thomas County, a few thousand out. Didn't get hit as hard as they could have, but it's still a decent number out. Grady County, a little over 1,000 customers in the dark. So, again, kind of the storyline there according to PowerOutage.us. So, just kind of letting you guys know about all that information there. As we go along here in toward the timeline. Again, we will continue to watch here. I know different things here as the situation does develop in terms of things like tornado threats here, you know, and the like. We'll be watching that potential here as the situation does go along. We'll be trying to stay on top of that here to protect you, your friends, and your families. Since there's that tornado watch till 4, could have more tornado watches later on. I know near the coast, maybe more instability possibly. You know, could have some development in southeast Florida. We still got our man on guard for that. They're kind of still in that northeast quadrant a little bit more. You know, areas like Baker County up in the southeast Florida, give or take. I'm talking about Baker County, Florida, but again, we'll be watching, we'll be tracking here as it is warranted. I know, I just trying to give you the latest here on rainfall. East to Stark, we're up to about 4.82 inches for today. Pressure steady out closer to about 1,005 millibars. Current temperature at 77 degrees. Just as we kind of look at things, the highest one we've had about 6 feet off the ground at 31 miles an hour, still 20 miles an hour in the last 10 minutes or so. That's still worth noting there in that regard. Again, not as high up, but still pretty gusty out there. So let's go ahead and give you a look here at the tree movement per se, if you want to call it that, right now here. Not moving as much at the moment. I mean, the gusts right now only 5 miles an hour or so. And one thing I'm noticing, it looks like wind direction right now is more here in Bradford County, more out of the looks like south and east still at this point in time. Now I'm seeing on my anemometer it's kind of shifting around a bit toward the south here. So just trying to kind of verify that between our system and the like. But again, tracking things here. With a tropical storm, with a tropical cyclone. Again, we'll be switching to a radar stream too soon. That's the plan here. That's our plan as we continue to track this. I know we gotta just still be on guard though. Again, Debbie, hadn't done anything, and I would say yet to get retired. I didn't get retired last year, so Debbie'd have to do a lot, but there's still a chance, unfortunately. If it gets retired, that means something really bad happened with it. And that chance of something really bad happening, is higher up toward Charleston and Savannah later on in the week. If the forecast did verify, we could have some real problems up there in terms of just a catastrophic flood scenario. The rainfall forecast is the graphic I had in here this morning. So it's widespread 20-inch totals of possibility there in that pink around Charleston. The highlighter yellow is widespread 15 inches, which just clips some more northeastern areas potentially. And this is as of 8 a.m. through the 5-day period from that. Granted, some of that's not going to, be the whole 5 days, this far south if the official forecast holds. But you can see widespread 7 inches from Lake City up. Again, some of what we've already had this morning now we're counted into this. So you kind of deduct some of that's fallen here over the last several hours. But just kind of showing that to you as we kind of look at everything here in total. Don't see any new considerable flash flood warning so far added unless I missed something here. So that's good at least for Suwannee County there. But we're just continuing to give you the latest. I know I'm just trying to keep you up to date here on what's going on. And let me go ahead and see here if there are any questions or comments. Bear with me. Okay, I don't see anything new at the moment. But again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me on all the different platforms here as we continue along with coverage here and the live Facebook, Casey Cloud WX, Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud KC, of course, YouTube at Cloud Weather. You have that DVR functionality on that. You have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, you have cloud.com. So all the different sources that we're on to try to keep you safe and informed here during Debby. I had that landfall about 5 hours ago on Steinhatchee, but we had some really strong winds even in Cross City in the 6 o'clock hour, but even some stronger winds in the 5 o'clock hour, and some folks even lost power before that as we were looking there this morning in some of these different communities as we were tracking and are still tracking Debby here and that impact as it's being felt. So again, something to kind of keep an eye on here as we look back at the radar view as we continue to give you the latest here. I know it did hit as a Category 1, had some damage from it, obviously, had a lot of storm surge around Horseshoe Beach, it would seem, and even some around Cedar Key there being measured as well. At least about 4.5 feet is what I saw in one of the statements earlier on and what we were showing on some of our charts now. That'll have to be officially kind of figured out for the record books, but, causing some issues down there, seeing some social media reports around Horseshoe Beach and the like. So, I know that doesn't exactly equate to what I'm showing you on this Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, but I wanted to talk about that here as I'm looking at some things behind the scenes. So again, I know we still have a higher risk of flash flooding today across portions of the area. As we continue to look at things here, just got to remember, turn around, don't drown if you encounter flooded roadways. Obviously, I know that area is still getting a lot of rain. It's still got to be careful there. You know, that part of Swanee County, Dallin Park, I mean, we went there last year after Odalia, and we've seen some of the damage from then. And they had some really strong winds this morning, you know, measured in the 60 ranges, 65 ranges, and then all this rain. So a lot of power outages there in that neck of the woods as we're looking out toward the west. Just trying to give you the very latest here and see how things evolve in this scenario. So again, you see this lighter running on Tallahassee though, you know, but let's go ahead and pull up temperatures here as we look. You know, you do see a little bit warmer in some spots toward 80. And those areas are where you have to start watching out for maybe some type of severe threat. Now, I don't know what would happen in Levy County because the side of the storm we're on, but you know, it is still 80 there in areas like Williston. But unless we have some of these reporting sites, sometimes after a storm you don't have as many. But we did just get a new warning I need to touch on. That's a new flash flood warning now. It's a considerable one, not a catastrophic, not a flash flood emergency. But I kind of thought this might be coming. It did go with a life-threatening warning here at 6:15 p.m. now for southwestern Columbia, as well as northeastern portions of Gilchrist County, southwestern Hamilton and Swanee County. There at 12:21 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. And even though we're studying the rainfall estimates on radar, some gauges have indicated maybe 7 to 14 inches of rain have fallen in that area, with additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 6 inches possible in the warned area. I know we're, as bad as this is, it's not right over like Jacksonville or Tallahassee. This is probably a flash flood emergency with this amount of rain because of the more urban nature of things. But in urban areas, things could still be life-threatening around highways, streets, underpasses, creeks, and streams. Live Oak, Kitchatuckney Spring, Swanee Springs here, Swanee River State Park, Columbia, Fort White, McAlpin, O'Brien, Wellborn, Lauraville, Dallin Park, Branford, Houston, Hildreth, and New Bern. So something to really be mindful of there. The damage threat considerable, life-threatening flash flooding possible through 6:15 parts of Columbia, Gilchrist, Hamilton, and Swanee counties. Not catastrophic, not a flash flood emergency, but still a considerable danger here as we're looking towards some of these areas as we look in our viewing circle here on this Monday, August 5th, 2024. So again, I'm just trying to give you the very latest here on all this. Remember, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads, as most flood deaths do occur in vehicles. So important to keep in mind there. I know around Live Oak, I know earlier we looked at some camera sites. I know most of them have been down though because of power issues, but you didn't see the flooding on some of that then. But just you got to be really careful with this life-threatening flash flooding potential there, you know, and over some of these areas. And it's got to be mindful of it for sure as we track the overall situation, as we go ahead and continue to give you the very latest here. Let's go ahead and check on some traffic cameras again, I think. We're going to pull up one around I-10, a little bit further west maybe, because again, some of them are down, but not many of them down really. But here's one of them that's up, I-10 a mile marker 258. You can see the rain, you see the wind blowing around in toward that area to some degree. So just trying to give you a visual of things out there. Again, just trying to give you the very latest on some of that. You just don't have a lot of cameras there right now. Most of them are down. So again, I'm just trying to let you know exactly what's going on with that Florida 5-1 perspective, at least in some areas though. But I know we are getting some very sad news just coming into our reporting system about this hurricane. It looks like we have a confirmed fatality now coming in the weather service reporting system in toward Levy County. So around Fanning Springs, it looks like around 8 a.m. this morning, Hurricane Debby caused a tree to fall onto a home, and it claimed the life of a teenage boy. So some tragic news there in Levy County, just coming in around Fanning Springs. You know, those trees, sadly, sometimes, you know, there's some vulnerability associated with them in terms of just that wind knocking them down on homes and sometimes causing fatalities. And that's what we had there around Fanning Springs and Levy County here this morning. We're just being told Hurricane Debby damage resulted in a downed tree onto a home, which claimed the life of a teenage boy around Fanning Springs in the Levy County area. I know, just for perspective, we were looking at a shot there this morning in that vicinity, kind of. There you go, Fanning Springs. And there it is. I know we're kind of looking at things. We're talking about Branford, kind of looking at some different names there, Fanning Springs, and we clarified that way earlier in the coverage. But again, we were seeing that situation there, and the situation with this tree must have just been barely in toward Levy County, which, you know, Fanning Springs is on the edge of some different counties like Gilchrist there and the like. So again, not a good situation there. Some breaking news out of Levy County: a tree downed onto a home, killing a teenage boy here this morning across parts of a viewing area. So that's at least one confirmed fatality from Debby here at this point in time. There very well could be more out there we just don't have word of here in the Weather Center at this point that have been confirmed. We got to prevent some too, even after the storm. Generator safety is critical. Remember, carbon monoxide or poisoning can occur with generators here. So make sure you don't run those in your home. A lot of deaths occur after a storm, down power lines. I know you got to be really mindful of those as well, because in floodwaters, well, then that could cause electrocution if you step anywhere in that vicinity, if it's still alive. So that can be really problematic as well. You really got to be extra, extra careful here. This wind and the flood conditions aren't exactly ideal here, because that can lead to more of that potential, I would say, as we're looking at things. We got a gust of 52 there in Glenn County and Georgia, about 12:15, by the way. That being noted here on our sources there in the Jacksonville Weather Service area. Again, just continuing to give you the latest here. Almost 5 inches for today here east of Stark, 4.85 on the rain gauge so far. And we're expecting, some more of that. I mean, the heaviest rain a little bit further to the west. I mean, the worst of the rain in our area, based on the flood threat right now, is Live Oak, down, through areas close to Branford, Fort White as well. So again, that's a considerable life-threatening flash flood scenario. Of course, I've already had, life-threatening, and in some cases, like in Levy County, life-ending weather here this morning around Fanning Springs. But again, just continuing to give you the latest here as the situation does evolve here on Debby. Again, we had Debby in 2012. It was a storm that produced so much rain. Debby 2024, a rainmaker as well, and you're not done with it here in terms of impacts. You still have to be very careful. Still could be life-threatening, as we're looking ahead through the day to day. Even later on in the week, across whether it's parts of our area or more, maybe this is southeast in general, Savannah and Charleston. We'll be on top of it here on Clouded Weather. We'll be going to a radar stream here shortly, and then we'll break in as needed. If we get local tornado warnings, we'll be on for all those. A flash flood emergency, we'll be on for that. And if there's anything else that is deemed necessary to break in for, we will do on all the different platforms: Facebook, KC Cloud X, Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather, and then Twitch Cloud Weather. So again, just continuing to give you the very latest here on all this. Let's check a view from outside where we're at right now again. Let me go ahead. You see the trees blowing around just a little bit. There's a little more light, so that could be a sign of instability. Will increase a little, but We're up to 77 degrees now. Winds 14 miles an hour or so. In the last 10 minutes, the highest gust at our height here, it's only 6 feet up. It's actually 29 miles an hour, so that's still some pretty strong wind coming on in. I know that doesn't sound like compared to the other numbers, but our anemometer's lower than, 20 feet or something like that. So you got to kind of, when you have a 29 mile an hour gust, that really means higher up, probably tropical storm force conditions will be measured by an anemometer a little bit higher up. So keep that in mind. We have it at this height to measure temperature and rain. It's a little more optimal for that at that height. But you kind of get the idea as we're looking at things here. Pressure's leveled off about 1,004.9 millibars at this point. It's about 1,005, really, as you're rounding. But again, just trying to give you the latest here on all of this here as we're in alert mode here still with Debby. Not a good situation for folks. A deadly hurricane impacting parts of our area today, as we've been alluding to here in the last few minutes, finding out that it was a deadly storm here. As we go ahead and go back on over towards some other modes, again, just trying to give you the very latest here as we're looking at Debby. Let's see here. I know sometimes it doesn't, work as great as we'd like when I'm in front of the wall with our loops, but let me go ahead and we'll kind of loop our other radar here for a moment, just to kind of see some progress of things. Just watching the movement of some of these bands here. I will say, Lafayette County, Suwannee County, and then now, up into Columbia County, a little bit heavier rain off the Jacksonville radar, though. Let's go to the Moody radar. Bear with me here. I need to stop this loop to do that. So let's go to the current frame. Let's go to Moody. And then you see some heavy downpour to McAlpin. That's not great. It could be in a more populated area, but still a lot of rain. And we may end up getting considerable flood threat around Lake City later. We shall see. Some pretty strong winds there too. I know we're getting some more reports not in our area, but around Temple Terrace in Hillsborough County. A deadly situation there now as well being reported by the Weather Service in Tampa. Media reports stated a driver of a semi-truck was killed after losing control of their truck. Maybe the windy conditions contributed to that overturned actually into the Tampa bypass canal. Mile marker 263. So not what you want to hear, obviously. Some pretty nasty details there. But again, just continuing to watch things. That was in the overnight hours down south. These conditions can still be deadly for folks as we're looking at things, as we're watching the scenario here. So you still got to be extra careful here as we're tracking. I know for a moment, maybe not as much rain where we're at in Stark, but we'll see. If we start to get more instability, then that might not be a good thing. We might start to get tornado threat to develop to some degree, but there's a lot of cloud cover, more than probably what we had in Elsa, so it may preclude, that type of threat to come into play directly. It's just similar timing in the day when it hit, and we got to be careful then for some pop-up tornado warnings here that could enhance winds. We've had some of the strongest winds, a hurricane with 80-mile-an-hour winds, gusts there higher than that potentially in some areas, and or you have scale cells, you have one tornado similar. So if we start getting tornado touchdowns and the like here, EF1 tornado, that could be similar to what the peak of the hurricane was. That's what we got to really watch out for. Tornadic activity. Those can really happen quickly in areas well away from where landfall happens. So that's why tornado warning safety is critical. Taking shelter when a tornado warning this year is critical to protect yourself, and obviously trying to protect your friends, your family as well. Interior room away from windows, put that football helmet on, bicycle helmet on, something like that. And have your shoes on too in the aftermath, because otherwise the glass could cut your feet up, something like that here. If you are trying to maybe get out of that shelter after it hitting, there's a lot of damage. You don't want to have cuts and scratches there because of broken glass and something that you have to walk through. So again, just continuing to make note of all that. I know pretty heavy rain here. Some of these areas further to the west. And now let's go to Moody's again, the radar view from there, because 1 hour rainfall in this area west of McAlpin's close to 2.5 inches. That's pretty substantial. Not like what we had in Harvey, where I believe it was up to 5 inches an hour around Houston during Harvey. If we're not careful, then around Charleston, if this gets offshore, well, it could feed the moisture in. It might have something like that there in the low country, which could be really, really not good. But we saw Siena and Joaquin, we had moisture feeding into areas in the Carolina region, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina hit so hard with the fits and the pattern there. But again, just continue to track things across our local 62 counties. We don't have it. The anemometer sites just crazy high winds right now. Had some higher winds in Duval County earlier on. Still got to be kind of mindful and careful with things though here as the situation does transpire with Debby here. I think we're close to wrapping this stream up. I just want to make sure I'm not missing, anything. We had a storm surge here. Just trying to see if there's anything else we need to touch on here really quick with Debby before we kind of wrap this one up and go to that radar stream where we'll cut in as it is warranted here. As we look ahead later on. I mean, just seeing what else might be of note here to the viewers at home. Again, getting all that storm surge toward the Gulf Coast there, our, region there, southern part of the Big Bend per se being problematic, obviously, as we were looking. I know, just kind of checking more information and looking at some of the numbers here and the like on some of our different wind gauges here, trying to let's let you know exactly what's going on right now. There's still 7 flash flood warning polygons across parts of our area, so just remember, turn around, don't drown. You still gotta be really careful. I mean, the most concerning one is this one here, though. Let me just, I'll point it out to you. It's this polygon here. That's where we have the life-threatening danger. I know there's been one back out over the west as well, but this is where the heaviest rain is still falling. So you really got to be careful on like US 129, but even probably more so on some of the outlying roads, maybe even dirt roads out there. I mean, went through it last year after the aftermath, of, and during the aftermath, I should say, of Adalia, looking through the county, and there's definitely some rural roads out here. With all this rain, there could be flooding issues with trees down and the like. It's probably a situation where a lot of things are impassable down there in the Ward Suwannee County. This is just making things worse, adding insult to injury here, per se, in toward that area this afternoon. So, again, just continuing to give you the latest here on all of this, letting you guys know the best we can here. Let me just see if there's anything else I can pull up here that might be of note to the viewers here while we're in front of the chroma key with this landfall coverage. It did make landfall. Debby did about 5.5 hours to go as we were looking there toward Steinhatchee here in our viewing circle in southern Taylor County. So that was a pretty big storyline there. We already had all that wind coming on in as the situation did arise there. So that's, something that was worth noting. I know. By the way, another thing to note here, our formal updates later this week to kind of, depending on how much we have to be on the next, few days, we may kind of shift things around with not doing those potentially. I'm not sure yet, just depending on how much we have to be on here the next few days. It's really uncertain still because we have to be, prioritizing our live long form coverage and our storm coverage here. So we'll kind of be figuring that out here in the days to come in terms of our Tuesday, Thursday updates. But it's going to be a busy week here in the Weather Center. We're still in alert mode, still life-threatening conditions to some degree across our area. The winds are a little lower. They're in a pretty widespread area, though. And then you have the flooding threat. I mean, the storm surge threats lowered some. Still got to watch out for the tornado threat, of course, as we get, flash flood emergencies, if that were to happen, or any tornado warning that our 62 counties will be popping in on that other stream here. So just continuing to track here the latest Let me, real quick, I'm going to step off the screen for a moment to see if we have any information out of Bradford County. Real quick here, I know, just trying to give you the very latest here on some things, see if there's anything new here out of Bradford County worth noting around Stark. I know, let me just check some of my sources here. Bear with me. See what we might have. Okay, don't really see as much in terms of storm reports right now like we did. We had some road obstructions earlier on. There's a traffic crash around Melrose, but I'm not seeing, road obstructions right now at least. So that's good. As we continue to watch things, try to give you the very latest. Just a one-man band here, so trying to make sure we're on top of everything for you guys. I know Bradford County Sheriff's Office Emergency Management sharing a post earlier talking about Debby, and I know at that point there, this was around 10 o'clock, crews are out working on clearing trees from roads and restoring power outages. And even at that point, a portion of 1018 was underwater. So always important to kind of remember, turn around, don't drown in these situations. I know just got to always be mindful of that here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenarios here with our storm system, with what is a strong tropical storm at this point. Again, watching things across our 62 counties, trying to give you the latest, trying to keep you safe there and informed. Again, a very busy period. It's not, the busyness is calming down. We're not as busy right now. We still got to be paying attention. We still got to be on guard here. Still got to be tracking things, being mindful, being vigilant here with the situation. I mean, there's going to be some folks that are going to be going to bed tonight without power. Don't use candles. Make sure you have flashlights, because candles, if you have those at night, that can lead to house fire in the light. That's another thing to kind of touch on here. If it leaves those running overnight, and that could be a bad thing. Use flashlights instead for lighting. And in generator safety, don't run a generator or a gas powered generator, I'm saying, in your house. Because that can be this deadly with carbon monoxide poisoning. That is just so serious as we're looking there towards some of our different areas where there are power outages. So just got to keep that in mind here as we're looking at our situation. Of course, we'll be watching the tornado potential here as we are tracking things. We'll just kind of try to see exactly what is going on here in terms of everything. Just being mindful here. That we could still have some radar indicated rotation here at points. So something to kind of just be cognizant of, just in case it were to kind of happen. Just kind of be paying attention there. I know we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, we'll be here for you. Like we've been for all these tropical systems over the last several years, and all the tornado warnings we've had over the last almost 5 years now. So that's going to do it for now for our landfall cover to Debby, making landfall there. It's been almost 6 hours now when it made landfall around Steenhatchee there. Down, as I'll kind of say, down in here. That's where the center of the eye, the lowest pressure hit, was observed per se, 979 millibars there, around 7 a.m. this morning. And now watching the progression slow, and that's kind of flood potential is still being issued. Still some surge because it's not, really far from the coast, but those numbers, the forecast, peaks, they're not going to be as high now because weakened and further away from the coast. So still gonna watch up in the Carolina area there, South Carolina. Way this could be, they could have some surge and flooding too. So that's one factor to add to the concern up there. But that's gonna do it for the Debby coverage for now. I'll be back soon with a live stream of the radar and breaking in if and as necessary here as the situation does warrant. Again, flash flood warnings and these green boxes. We're watching Debby. We're tracking it. Again, thanks so much for putting your trust in me for the landfall coverage. But we're going to still be here as we look ahead in the timeline. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me.